One day, the protagonist was being a total idiot and decided to mess with a dog. Just as he went to swing his sword to show off, he tripped and fell face first into a ravine. When he woke up, he saw a beautiful woman looking at him lovingly, and she planted a kiss right on his forehead. The protagonist chuckled to himself, thinking, "Man, I've hit the jackpot." Aren was about to go for a sweet kiss on her lips when he suddenly snapped to reality. He realized he was just a baby, still smelling like milk, and that beautiful woman was his mother. Aren let out a frustrated wail. In his past lives, this had become his everyday reality, though he was different from other reincarnators. Aren had the unique ability to count every time his soul jumped into a new body. This was his 101st time as a baby. He remembered every single one. His first identity was a citizen of North Korea, born in the hellscape of the Joseon dynasty. He was just an ordinary person, struggling day by day just to survive. There wasn't a single second of happiness in that life. After his first life ended, he was stunned by his first reincarnation. When he woke up, he was suddenly a baby again. His parents were foreigners, and they spoke a language he couldn't understand at all. After that, he just kept reincarnating over and over. The most surprising part was that every time he was reborn, it was in a completely different world. Every single time, he ended up in some strange new place. He could confidently puff out his chest and brag that he had experienced every kind of life imaginable, from every cliché fantasy trope out there. Thanks to that, he was now used to waking up and finding himself in a new body. While suckling on his bottle, Aren looked around to evaluate his new world. Judging by the furniture and the room's decor, it looked like a medieval setting. From the perspective of a reincarnation expert like him, it didn't look quite like Earth's Middle Ages, though. He concluded that this was a fictional fantasy world. Aren finished his milk and let out a little burp. In his personal opinion, the easiest place to live would have been a sci-fi world. Everything there is high-tech and convenient. But hey, thinking back, he realized that not being born in a slum was a win. Here, he even had a maid waiting on him hand and foot. At a glance, he could vaguely conclude that he was living in a noble family in a fantasy world, and the luckiest part of it all was his mother in this life. Aren tried hard to listen and understand what they were saying, but before he could catch the words, he could feel the arms holding him so tightly. With those loving eyes, this mother truly loved him beyond measure. He'd had all sorts of mothers across his many lives, and maternal love isn't always a given, it can be bitter as hell. He'd been thrown out on the street the moment he was born, and in other lives, they treated him like an ATM, making him work like a dog. But this time, he had a good feeling. Suddenly, Aren heard the maid next to them call his mother Lady Levana and call him a prince. His mother asked the maid, full of worry, if others would realize he was a prince. Lady Levana sighed and told the maid, Chaina, that there was no need for such formalities since it was just the two of them in the room. She should just speak normally. Not long ago, Levana was just a maid herself, just like Chaina. Aren was called a prince because he carried the king's blood, but in reality, it would be a long time before he could ever live a life of glory, because he also carried the blood of a commoner. Levana was full of sorrow. Perhaps one day, Aren would resent her. She knew exactly what the other concubines and nobles whispered about her behind her back. Because of her, Aren wouldn't have any right to succession or any real power. The poor kid wouldn't inherit a thing here. Levana teared up as she spoke. She felt incredibly guilty. Aren understood what Levana was saying. He reached out and patted her face with a smile to comfort her. He didn't care about inheriting the throne anyway. Even if no one followed him, he didn't care. The nobles wouldn't pay him any mind, and the royals wouldn't even look his way, because who cares about a prince with such a common background? Aren's spirits lifted. His eyes brightened. Out of all his 101 lives, this place looked like somewhere he could live a really easy life. He had the blood of the king and a concubine who used to be a palace maid. Isn't that like winning the lottery? He would have a life away from the chaos of political strife, away from fighting for power. And as long as the royal blood flowed in his veins, his life of not having to worry about food or clothing would be guaranteed. Aren thought about it and shivered with delight, even drooling a little. He felt life was looking much brighter. He kicked his feet and waved his arms, humming happily. Lady Levana smiled to see him like that. But the joy lasted less than 3 seconds before she sank back into deep thought. She wished she had the power to protect Aren's smile. Hearing that, Aren snapped out of his daydream. He sucked on his fingers and pondered. He could understand why his mother was so worried. What happens to a prince who lacks any real edge in a life filled with power struggles and backstabbing? He'd be nothing more than a lamb before a pack of wolves. Without the right of succession, he was essentially a nobody. And naturally, no one would support someone like that. Since he didn't have a shred of power in his hands, he had nothing to protect himself with. Aren wasn't worried about that at all. He wasn't some pushover. 3 months later, Lady Livana reluctantly said goodbye to her son and headed out. After the lady and the maid left, Aren perked up. His fake sleeping skill had reached a master level. He chuckled to himself, but then remembered not to laugh too loudly or the maid would come running. Aren gulped. He was a baby, so everyone was watching his every move. Aren smoothed his hair. Being this charming was such a burden, really. It wasn't often he was left alone like this, so he had to hurry. This was incredibly important for his future. Since he was born as a puppet prince, he needed power to be able to go out and live his life to the fullest. Aren closed, his eyes focused. It was the same in every world. Power is the absolute truth. As long as you're strong, you don't have to fear anyone. His previous lives weren't just for show. The method he used to gain power in this baby body was his secret chi cultivation technique. This was a method he'd created during his 30th reincarnation. It was a divine skill that allowed him to cultivate both heaven and earth energy simultaneously. More importantly, he could circulate his energy even in the body of a baby without teeth. And ordinary people could never detect his cultivation. Once he mastered this secret technique, by the time he was 10, his heaven energy would be equal to 60 years of training. By 20, that number would climb to 180 years. Once he finished these first steps, he could finally relax. Once he had enough energy, he could train anywhere, even while being held by a maid. Aren panted heavily. He slowly directed the energy he'd accumulated toward his brain and frontal lobe, using electromagnetic pulses from his body and nerves. His hands trembled. The heat was making his head spin. The energy reached its peak and erupted, causing Aren to scream. China, the maid, heard the cry and rushed in through the door. Aren immediately switched back to his master of playing dead routine. He lay back in the crib and pulled the blanket up as if nothing had happened. He silently prayed the maid wouldn't touch him, just one slight touch, and all the energy he'd painstakingly built up would vanish. China stood watching him for a moment. Seeing him sleeping so peacefully, she decided not to disturb him. She left the room, and only then did Aren let out a sigh of relief. He was basically a portable electric heater now. The heat radiating from him was so intense it was giving his baby body a high fever. Aren gritted his teeth. He'd rather die than live his life at the mercy of someone else's plans. He pushed his qigong level even further, utilizing his own secret technique. It was all for a life of comfort in the future. Aren shrieked again, and the maid came dashing back in. Aren lay delirious in the cradle, sweat pouring down his face. The maid went back out to prepare a medicinal bath for him. Aren shakily raised his hand and sat up, beaming. He had successfully mastered the super advanced frontal lobe technique. He was happier than ever. He hummed to himself non-stop. He was pretty sure the maid wasn't sensitive to mana, right? Because the mana in the air was currently being thrown into chaos by the energy from his evolved super technique. In other words, he could just eat, sleep, and act like a silly baby, and he'd still be getting stronger on his own. Aren shivered with pure joy. He was so excited. At this rate, within 3 years, he'd be able to cultivate quite a lot of energy. By the time he was 10, the number of people in this world capable of beating him would be less than the fingers on one hand. Aren kept staring at the ceiling, grinning non-stop. He was becoming stronger by the day. He couldn't wait for the days of living a leisurely life like a prince. He wished time would hurry up. When Aren was 5 months old, he started toddling around. Thanks to the effects of his secret qigong technique, his physical constitution and connection to nature were enhanced. He was developing much faster than other children his age. His body was absorbing natural energy every single day. Even though he was just crawling on the floor now, once he accumulated enough energy, flying would be as easy as a flick of the wrist. While he was happily crawling along, his mother picked him up. Livana excitedly showed off a new toy she'd brought for him. Aren looked at the rattle and felt awkward. Not wanting to upset her, he tried his best to act happy and excited. It was total torture. Trying to act cute was a luxury that could only really be pulled off when you were actually a kid. Aren told himself to cherish moments like these. He got hungry while playing. But the struggle was real. He couldn't talk, so he could only cry, hoping someone would understand. Luckily, the maid Chena understood and gave him some milk. Livan and Chena sat down to talk. They were discussing someone who had left yesterday. The palace budget this year was tight again, so paying wages might be difficult. Aren could guess roughly what was going on from listening to the maid's talk. The funds were running so low that they had to cut back on the food on Levin's table. At first, he thought the maids were just complaining, but it turned out things were genuinely tough. After all, his mother was just one of the king's concubines. Even if she had given birth to the crown prince, her background as a palace maid remained an issue. Livan and Chena were full of sorrow. Winter was coming, and they didn't know how they would manage. On top of that, there was a prince to look after. You couldn't farm in the winter. Arn realized the situation was even worse than he'd thought. They were basically fending for themselves. It was that miserable. And here he thought that being a prince meant he wouldn't have to worry about freezing to death. Right now, Levin still hadn't been able to see the emperor because he was either too busy or some force was preventing her from meeting him. Arn gulped down his milk until he was full. What a heartless emperor. He felt so bad for his mother. Arn affectionately nuzzled into her arms. He silently made up his mind. Even though he was still just a baby, he would help his mother. For now, he was only good at acting cute and rolling around, but he would help her at any cost. At night, Aren lay there with his arm across his forehead, thinking. First off, their castle needed a lot of money to restock food supplies. Winter also meant they needed more firewood than usual. Suddenly, he had a genius idea. Aren peeked over the edge of the cradle and saw the pile of coal in the fireplace. It seemed to be rich in carbon. Gemstones were also made of carbon. Gemstones in this world were priceless assets. The problem was solved if they didn't have any. He'd just make one himself. Arn tried to climb out of the cradle, but no matter how much he squirmed, he couldn't get out. This body was as weak as a noodle. He used every ounce of his baby strength to think. He channeled his mana directly to lift his body and floated right out. Usually, charcoal didn't have much use, but for him right now, it was a precious raw material. Coming up with the idea to turn charcoal into diamonds, Aren really was a once-in-a-millennium genius. He let out a cackle, then calmed himself down. He had to seize the chance while everyone else was asleep to quickly create a diamond. Aren was fired up. He focused his mind, combining heat with his mana, compressing the pressure onto the charcoal by pouring as much mana as he could into it. Aren tried to be as efficient with his mana as possible. He had painstakingly accumulated as much as he could. He compressed it while praying to the heavens, and after a boom, he succeeded. His face was covered in soot. Now, he had to figure out how to give this gem to the adults naturally. The next morning, China entered the room and was absolutely shocked to see Aren floating near the floor. She didn't know how he could have gotten out of the crib. He couldn't even reach the edge, so how could he have climbed out? China picked Aren up and looked around, noticing the fireplace had been completely tossed about, and the rug was a mess. He must have had a wild night. Aren pretended to have swallowed something. China worriedly told him to spit it out, and to her shock, he spat out a sparkling diamond. The maid broke out into a cold sweat. Where did this come from? Aren laughed innocently, pretending he didn't know. Chena was so moved, she shed tears. Shortly after, a whole carriage parade entered the castle. The empty pantry was now filled with firewood and food. The workers here didn't need to worry anymore. That was because the diamond Aren made had been sold for a huge price. For the next 5 years, they wouldn't have to worry about a lack of food or firewood. Levon was still a bit worried. What if the diamond belonged to someone else? Arn comforted her. This castle had been ownerless for nearly 100 years before they arrived. They just decided to credit it to God looking out for them. Arn grabbed onto Lady Levon's dress, resolving that when he grew up, he would protect his mother from all hardships. He would teach those royals, and that emperor, a lesson for how they treated them. That winter, the fireplace in the castle never stopped burning. Their finances had stabilized, and a clear change could be seen everywhere. The food on the table was more abundant than ever. The servants were finally doing their jobs. The work was back to normal, and the benefits had improved. Of course, the biggest change of all was that Lady Levana was no longer sorrowful. That winter was the coldest in history, but for Aren, it was the warmest winter of his entire life. A year later, Aren had grown up just a little bit. His mother and Chena were making a huge fuss, trying one outfit after another on him. He was exhausted and just wanted to rest. He decided to throw a full-blown tantrum, and just as expected, Chena took him to bed. Arn let out a sigh of relief. He finally got a break. He lay in his cradle, sucking on his thumb while listening to the adults talk. His birthday was coming up soon. Even though he only had half royal blood, there was a chance the ball wouldn't be very welcoming, but it was also the place where the emperor would officially declare Arn a member of the royal family. Levana looked much more excited, and Aren was happy for her. He suddenly remembered, if it was a ball, then other nobles and members of the royal family would be attending. That meant he might actually get to see the emperor. On the day of the party, Aren sat in one spot with his jaw dropped. Throwing a party like this must have cost a fortune. Just look at the scale of the ball and those extravagant formal outfits. Levana held Aren in her arms. He cast a glance around, and already, a crowd of people was gossiping about him. He didn't even bother paying them any mind. What he was waiting for was the emperor, his biological father. Thinking about the man made Aren's blood boil. He wanted to see what kind of guy he was, considering he hadn't even shown his face since Aren was born. The man hadn't even cared how his mother and son were living. He had to take this chance to memorize the old man's face perfectly. The appearance of the Ernizia royal family was the signal that the ball had officially begun. Leading the way was the Empress, and the children following her were his half-siblings. Aren looked at the one in the lead. He seemed to be the eldest prince, standing out quite a bit. Behind him was a young girl who looked like she had a severe case of middle school syndrome, along with the other children. They strolled right past Livana. Aren was trembling with rage. Those jerks didn't even bother to greet his mother. Thinking he had been startled, Livana lovingly hugged and comforted him. Suddenly, his mother went still, staring intently in one direction. Aren turned his head to look too. The person arriving was the Emperor. He radiated such a terrifying amount of mana that even Aren was caught off guard. The nobles fell silent the moment the Emperor arrived, bowing respectfully. The pressure was no joke. Aren gritted his teeth. If his gut was right, the old Emperor had to be at least a master-tier powerhouse. The Emperor stared straight at Livana. Aren had no idea what the man was thinking. If there was one thing he couldn't grasp after hundreds of reincarnations, it was reading people's minds. The ball began with birthday gifts and well wishes from the lower-ranking nobles. As for the higher-ranking nobles, they all shared one thing in common: the blatant contempt they showed while looking down on his mother and him. Aren was boiling with rage. Every single one of them was as arrogant as the last. Should he puncture their eardrums with a good, loud cry? Livana coaxed him, telling him to bear it just a little longer. For his mother's sake, Aren swallowed his anger. If he started screaming now, his mother would be the one in a difficult position. He decided to hell with it, let them say whatever they wanted. Aren let out a long yawn. His eyes were barely staying open. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, someone pinched his cheek. Aren snapped awake to see which brat had done it. These must have been the Emperor's other concubines and their children. Aren stayed half asleep and let it slide, not wanting to bicker with kids. The concubines offered a quick greeting and then didn't bother speaking to Livana again. They all turned away in unison. And so, the ball dragged on with that group's cold attitude. It was an absolutely miserable time for him and his mother. One more person came over to greet them. It was Empress Aaliyah. Of course, she didn't come with good intentions either. She hadn't even opened her mouth before she started bragging about her precious son. Aren felt like vomiting just watching it. The Empress was definitely on a different level compared to the other nobles. Her schemes were far superior. She put on a sweet, fake act, praising how adorable Aren was. But Aren wasn't so easily fooled. Her tone and expressions were friendly enough, but who knew what her true nature was like? If she had truly cared even a little bit about him and his mother, the finances of the concubine's castle wouldn't have been that bad. They didn't even have firewood. The nanny even had to do work outside her expertise, and the other servants had to take bits and pieces of their own clothes to sew outfits for him. Ilya left him with a remark: "Enjoy the party, Livana," before walking away with a haughty air. The last person to come by was the Emperor. He asked how they were doing. Livana bowed respectfully and replied, "We are doing well." Aren was frustrated beyond words. Nothing was well. "Cough up the allowance, you stingy old Emperor. You're not even worth a single penny." Aren started wailing, and no matter how much Livana coaxed him, he wouldn't stop. The Emperor reached out to hold him. He was used to this sort of thing. Most children usually cried the moment they saw him. Aren heard that and instantly fell silent. Now he was playing the long game. He grinned happily, acting as if they were as thick as thieves. A man who wouldn't soften at the sight of his own child's smile wasn't fit to be called a father. The Emperor smirked. He suddenly found Aren quite interesting. He seized the opportunity to add a little bonus service by signaling for the Emperor to put him down. The Emperor complied and set him on the ground. Livana told him he couldn't walk yet. Today was only his first birthday. Aren trembled. He tried to take his first shaky steps. Today, he was the main character. All eyes were on him. Livana and Chena were overjoyed. The Emperor covered his mouth to hide a smile. Aren took a step toward the table, just a little further, and he would show the old Emperor that he was nothing like his other children. There were so many people here, so this was the perfect moment to show everyone who he was. Aren grabbed the tablecloth and pulled on it, intending to climb up, but who would have expected it? All the food on the table came crashing down. Everyone panicked. He had calculated everything very carefully earlier. While everyone was stunned by the one-year-old prince's first steps, they wouldn't notice what he was actually doing. His perfect acting, used at just the right time, created an unexpected effect. Aren lay on the floor and bawled his eyes out. The Emperor picked him up to check if he was hurt anywhere, but luckily, he only had wine spilled on him. Chena was about to take him to change, but the Emperor stopped her. He took off Aren's outer layer and saw the rags he was wearing underneath. Chena was horrified. That morning, she had clearly dressed Aren in a new undershirt, and the nobles around them started whispering. An outfit as ragged as that was not fit for a prince at all. The emperor's face darkened as he barked at the nobles to shut up. He looked at Aren with pained eyes, wondering what he had been forced to endure. Aren celebrated inwardly. He had the emperor right where he wanted him. That morning, while the servants were preparing his clothes, he had rubbed his skin to raise his body temperature, and then tore the clothes himself. The fabric is quite thin, so you can easily tear it with these tiny baby hands. As for the dust on the clothes, that's because you rubbed the fabric a bit. Behind the luxurious clothes lies an unpleasant truth. It's as if these fancy outfits were just a flashy facade for your birthday. The emperor stands up and sternly asks Livana, "What is going on here? This is not something a member of the royal family should be wearing." Livana trembles, unable to find the words. The emperor turns to question the attendant, asking how the budget was allocated to the palaces. He replies that the budget was distributed fairly among them. The emperor doesn't believe him. He angrily demands that Genfell provide the expense report immediately. Aren remains silent and attentive. Even though his birthday party has suddenly turned into a courtroom, this is his chance to see what kind of person the emperor truly is. Livana hurriedly admits fault. She reaches out to take Aren, leaning against him, silently crying. The nobles remain silent, not daring to utter a word. The emperor receives the statement from Genfell. After reading it, he crumbles it up and burns it on the spot. Aren is keenly observing the emperor's reaction. Seeing how furious he is means he had no idea about this. So, someone else must be pulling the strings. The emperor turns back to question the empress, who calmly asks him what the report says. The emperor tells her that it states the budget wasn't distributed equally but was leaked elsewhere. The empress feigns surprise. The emperor continues to grill her, asking if she really knows nothing about this. Isn't she the one responsible for overseeing all the concubines? The empress's son suddenly steps forward to defend his mother. He insists that it must be someone else's scheme, and his mother would never do such a thing. The emperor interrupts, staring at the first prince with immense pressure. The empress is the one responsible for this. Aren has had to live in misery due to this loose management. Then who is to be held accountable? The empress's son falls silent, not daring to speak another word. The emperor expresses his disappointment in the empress. Livana suddenly steps forward to intervene. She takes the blame upon herself, saying she isn't worthy of this favor. The emperor doesn't understand what Livana is saying. She bore him a child who carries his own blood. That fact alone proves that Livana is a member of the royal family. So what talk of unworthy is this? The emperor holds Livana's hand to comfort her in front of everyone. The empress grinds her teeth in frustration and rolls her eyes. The emperor turns back to demand that the empress must find the culprit behind this. He does not want this to happen ever again. The empress can only clench her fists and obey the order. She silently curses the useless servants. The empress approaches Livana and kindly asks after her. She expresses her wish that Livana would scold her a bit so she could feel more at ease. Livana doesn't dare accept, while Aren remains fuming. If it were him, he would have given her a piece of his mind. There's no way this wicked empress isn't involved. The empress assures both mother and child that from now on, she won't let such a thing happen again. She says it with her mouth, but there isn't a shred of sincerity in her eyes. What a fake woman. The birthday party finally ends. The budget issue is also thoroughly resolved. Not long after, the mastermind is caught. The culprit behind this embezzlement comes from a noble family. He meets a tragic end and is executed. The maids in the castle are whispering about it. Aren pricks up his ears to listen to it all. He pouts. That wicked empress is definitely involved, but she managed to hide everything. That empress is truly not someone to mess with. He is determined that when he grows up, he will make her pay a heavy price. But that is a story for the future. For now, he cries out loudly, demanding to be fed. China feeds him spoonful by spoonful. Aren is delighted. For now, he just needs to eat and grow, focusing only on eating and playing. It's so nice. After finishing his meal, Aren prepares to sleep when he suddenly hears a noise outside the window. He leans his head out to take a look. That's not his mother's carriage. Suddenly, Aren hears footsteps. Someone is coming. There are about 3 people. Those familiar footsteps, they are his mother's. The next person is an adult, and the last one walks very softly. Aren turns to Chena, who is still asleep. He moves with the speed of light toward Chena, hoping to wake her up. The door swings open. Livana enters. Aren is sitting in Chena's lap, pinching her cheek. Livana walks over to take him. Seeing the person behind Livana, Chena hurriedly bows to greet her. The visitor is Fenelia, one of the emperor's concubines. She came with her daughter. She tells her daughter to wait here, while she and Livana go to another room to talk. No sooner does Fenelia open her mouth than she starts apologizing. This causes Livana, who was drinking tea, to choke. Fenelia apologizes because she feels guilty about what happened on Aren's birthday. In the past, when the war reached its peak on the continent, a noble family achieved great merit. Throughout the country, everyone knew the Kana family. However, that glory has gathered dust in the past. When no son was born with military talent, that family began to decline. There were even rumors that they were having trouble maintaining their finances. Fenelia is from that family. In order to pay off debts, she couldn't help but obey the Empress. Fenelia places a bag of money on the table. She knows it won't change anything, but she still wants to give it to Levana. Fenelia doesn't ask for forgiveness. She just doesn't want Levana to direct all her hatred solely at her. At this point, Levana understands. Fenelia just wants to protect her children from the king's troubles. Levana agrees, but she doesn't take Fenelia's money. It's not that Levana pities Fenelia, but she wants her to take the money back, treating it as a gift. Levana picks up her teacup. She knows exactly why she had financial problems. Because previously, Levana was Empress Elia's lady-in-waiting. Aren, eavesdropping, is absolutely furious. No wonder that wicked Empress hates his mother so much. The more he thinks about it, the more he feels sorry for her. Chaina anxiously asks what's wrong with him. Aren switches back to his smiling face as if nothing happened. Chaina turns her attention to Fenelia's daughter. Aren sits with his arms crossed again. He takes a deep breath and focuses. When he controls his energy, he can hear every conversation in this room. He continues eavesdropping on the two women. Levana was previously the Empress's lady-in-waiting, so she just had to bite the bullet and endure. But things are different now. She has Aren, and she won't let that woman run wild anymore. Levana offers to be friends with Fenelia. She understands and agrees. When pushed to the wall, we all need someone we can trust. After hearing this, Aren falls into deep thought. It seems his mother already knows everything. The hatred between the Empress, the royal family, and the two of them. Now everyone is a threat. While sitting quietly in the crib, suddenly Fenelia's daughter, Princess Kay, climbs up to peer inside at him. Aren laughs innocently, secretly hoping she won't climb all the way into the crib, right? But man proposes, God disposes. Kaina actually climbed inside. She grabbed his cheeks and pinched them enthusiastically. When China saw the two of them playing so happily, she was delighted, too. She even invited Kaina to come over and play with him more often. Aren was crying his eyes out, begging someone to save him. Time flew by so fast. Aren was already 30 months old. He stood with his hands behind his back, staring out the door, thinking about life. In another 6 months, he'd be 3. Time really does fly. He still couldn't speak clearly yet. Aren sighed. A man needs to have a bit of substance in his words. He used to be able to charm any woman in 10 minutes, but now he couldn't even get a single sentence out. Suddenly, Aren heard footsteps. As expected, Kaina came barging in. He quickly tried to run and hide behind the curtain, but Kaina found him anyway. She thought he wanted to play hide-and-seek, so she dragged him out. Even though Aren didn't want to, he couldn't resist. After Fenelia came to visit Levana and rest, Kaina started coming over to play with him more and more. Perhaps she was just following the maid's orders, but that also meant Levana and Fenelia had become quite close. Kaina enthusiastically pulled Aren around to play. He just sighed to himself. Being an Oscar-winning actor is exhausting. Kaina innocently told him she liked Aren the best. Leonin was mean, and playing with Marine wasn't fun at all. She thought playing with Aren was the most fun. Kaina picked Aren up again to go play. Aren was being hugged so tightly he couldn't breathe, praying for someone to save him. Suddenly, Kaina's personal attendant reminded her not to do that. That was when Kaina finally let him go. Aren felt like he could breathe again. Kaina still wanted to play. She didn't want to go inside to draw or play music. The attendant sternly asked her what she wanted to do. Kaina looked around, grabbed a tree branch, and started swinging it, saying she wanted to learn sword fighting. Aren watched Kaina swinging the branch around. She kept her center of gravity steady and had pretty good balance. From remembering to mimicking the sword techniques, even if Kaina was still clumsy, she really had a natural talent for it. Kaina excitedly held the branch. She wanted to learn sword techniques that could even take down a knight. The attendant stopped her, and Kaina asked dejectedly why the attendant was being so strict. The attendant calmly explained that a princess should learn literature, culture, and so on. But as soon as she turned around, the sword at the attendant's hip had already been snatched by Kaina. Since she stubbornly insisted on learning to sword fight, the attendant had to soften her tone and coax the girl into practicing with a practice sword first. Aren was satisfied. He was starting to like this girl. Time flew by again. Aren turned 5, but in his mind, he couldn't do a damn thing. He couldn't even ride a real horse, just a rocking wooden one. He didn't dare ride a real horse for fear of falling off. Chaina, his maid, sighed in frustration. Aren was at the age where he should be interested in horseback riding or sword fighting, but he couldn't do anything. Aren just laughed it off, telling China not to be so old-fashioned. Being a prince didn't mean he had to ride horses and shoot arrows. After being reincarnated over and over again for more than 100 lives, Aren realized the truth. Extraordinary talent only brings misery to its possessor. When he was a top-tier swordsman, every warrior wanted to duel him. When he was gifted with magical talent, he had to face those who wanted to kill him. With the abilities accumulated over each lifetime, Aren always ended up at the center of everything. Even though he had some trouble in the royal palace this time around, he didn't care. Who gives a damn? Aren told his nanny not to disturb him while he was meditating, then slammed the door shut. He said meditating to make it sound fancy, but in reality, he was just lying on the bed, resting and playing around. Then one day, Aren received bad news from the maid. He cried his eyes out and collapsed into a chair, feeling helpless. He didn't want to go to school at all. Even though China tried to convince him, he had no interest. He wasn't curious about the outside world, and he didn't want to know anything else. In every past life, he had worked his fingers to the bone, but in this life, he just wanted to live his own way. China was excited to prepare his books. According to royal law, everyone had to start school at 5. China had already prepared several textbooks for him. Aren tiredly spun the book around a few times and then stacked it up. Even though China insisted that books were for reading, not for playing, and that there were so many kids out there who didn't even have books to read, Aren turned a deaf ear and didn't care. China had to collect the books so he wouldn't mess with them anymore. Aren had to resort to drastic measures. He rolled on the floor, throwing a tantrum because he didn't want to go to school. Just then, his mother, Livana, pushed the door open. She didn't say anything, but just looking at her was enough to pressure him. Finally, he had to stop whining and listen to his mother. Aren sat on his butt in the library. He yawned, flipping through the pages. He knew everyone wanted him to study, but the more he learned, the more he put those around him in danger. Thanks to inheriting royal blood, the abilities of a concubine's child would shine even brighter, but at the same time, it increased the risk of being harmed by villains. It sounded unfair, but everyone has their own destiny from the moment they are born. His destiny would be to live a quiet life so that everyone else could be safe. Or at least, that's what he hoped. Because of the maid's comforting words, and because he didn't want to make his mother sad, he had to study some things except for swordsmanship. Because he didn't want to die by the sword, and magic, too. Learning magic only brought jealousy and resentment. A few days later, Aren panicked when he heard that a mage from the magic tower was coming. That person was coming to measure his mana levels. Chena was extremely excited, but Aren was extremely stressed. A mage would surely sense the mana around him. If the mage looked at his mana levels and saw he was on par with the strongest mage on the continent, he was done for. He had to hide his mana. Chena, clueless, tried to console him, saying that if his mana was low, he could practice to increase it. Aren went into the room like a zombie, accompanied by Chena. The person in the room jumped in surprise when he saw him. Aren could see the flow of mana running through the man's body. Conversely, through the eyes of the mage, he couldn't feel a single drop of mana from Aren's body. The mage was stressed, trying to figure out if something was wrong with him. It was impossible for a normal person to be that incompetent. Even though the mage tried to use his own mana to probe Aren's veins, he couldn't feel a damn thing. Aren was triumphant. He had successfully hidden his mana. Before Chena had reached the living room, he had controlled his chi circulation through his breathing. As a result, the mana was condensed and then transferred to his peripheral nerves. He noticed the surprise on the mage's face. After all, it was bizarre for someone of royal lineage to possess no mana, and he had put the mage, someone who had diligently probed his veins to find mana, into an awkward position. The mage had to report to Livana that Aren had no mana talent. An ordinary person would possess a very small amount of mana, but Aren didn't have a single bit. Lady Livana was also momentarily saddened. Aren felt guilty, too. It seemed like he had gone a bit too far, but he had no other choice. He wanted everyone to know that he was an incompetent, useless child who didn't even have any mana. Aren silently apologized to his mother, thinking to himself that this was only the beginning of his plan to become a good-for-nothing. The next day, a young knight, turning 25 this year, named Luinfin Tajiran, full of enthusiasm, declared he would train him to become stronger. Aren sighed, his eyes telling him this guy was incredibly weak. How could a regular knight like him be on his level? He had battled all sorts of monsters and survived countless battlefields. How could this Luenfin even compare to a powerhouse like him? Still, Aren had to go through the motions. He flatly stated he didn't want any grueling training. That girl Kaina had to wear strength-enhancing rings. It was exhausting. Luenfin claimed that method was exclusive to the Kana family. "We're just normal people here, so we train differently," Luenfin said, waving his wooden sword around while explaining. In swordsmanship, it wasn't just about strength. Fluidity in movement and balance were also crucial. Aren would start with basic exercises to train his focus and balance. During the first exercise, standing on a wooden beam, Aren pretended to be terrified and wobbled like he was about to fall. He even lied that he was afraid of heights. Luenfin then moved on to flexibility training. He tried to help Aren stretch, but he couldn't get him to budge. Next, he handed Aren a wooden sword, telling him to use centrifugal force to channel power into the tip and swing down. But Aren didn't have a firm grip and dropped the wooden sword right away. Luenfin was helpless. It was a total failure. Aren sighed, opening up about how he seemingly lacked talent for swordsmanship. Luenfin comforted him, saying he'd improve with practice, and picked up the sword for him to try again. Aren sensed someone watching him. It seemed this guy was someone's spy. The man eavesdropped for a bit before leaving. This guy better do his job well, if he wanted to be useful to him. Before long, word spread far and wide. The story of Prince Aren, the useless prince with absolutely no mana, reached the common folk. Naturally, this news reached the Empress as well, and she was extremely satisfied. Another day, someone claiming to be his private tutor arrived to teach him. His name was Gamil Pia. He looked at Aren and sighed in disappointment. Aren felt just as annoyed he had to keep acting. Because the rumor of him being an incompetent prince had spread everywhere, everyone refused to be his tutor. He didn't expect anyone to dare teach him. Gamil threw a stack of 3 or 4 books onto the table. He said it usually took only a day to learn basic grammar, but he didn't expect much from Aren. If he couldn't learn it, that was fine too. Aren picked up a book and promised he would do his best. Gamil taught as if he were being forced to. He remarked that getting bad grades was expected, but learning didn't depend on one's attitude or interest. He said the only thing that mattered was absorption, so he didn't care how much Aren actually understood. Aren felt a bit uneasy. Even if the rumors were terrible, this tutor shouldn't treat him with such an attitude. That evening, Aren dragged himself to the library alone. Actually, this body had learned to speak very early, and thanks to his 101 previous lives, he had no trouble with reading or learning languages. He wondered if he should try to shatter the Aren the genius theory. He used magic to find vocabulary and grammar books, also grabbing some books about other countries along the way. There were many characters in the world, and many laws were written in them. Aren smiled cunningly. He wouldn't let his 100+ lives go to waste. The next day, Aren bragged to his tutor that he had mastered the language. Gamil clearly didn't believe him. Aren sighed. "Well, I guess I have no choice but to show you." Gamil was annoyed by Aren's attitude. He made him read a different book. Compared to neighboring languages, the kingdom's language was a bit complex. No matter how talented one was, reaching the level to read a simple book usually took until age 12. For a 5-year-old to learn the characters in just 2 days was nearly impossible. Yet, Aren read it fluently. Gamil was moved to tears because when a student succeeds, the teacher's reputation shines even brighter. Gamil, energized, pulled up a chair to teach him seriously. The reputation of the genius Aren spread among the nobility. The source of the rumor was none other than Gamil, the tutor, who was happily bragging to the nobles about teaching such a child prodigy. Finally, news of Aren the genius reached the emperor's ears. He affectionately comforted Livana, telling her not to worry too much. He believed Aren would also become great. This whole scene, of course, Aren saw it all while secretly watching. This was exactly how it should be, not drawing too much attention, but not losing their interest either. Now, he just needed to find a suitable position to live a rich and comfortable life. When Levin returned, she brought back a pile of boxes. These were gifts from the emperor. Aren opened them to see a pile of gold, silver, and jewelry. He pulled out a red jade necklace. This thing was incredibly expensive. It was a special necklace that, when worn, automatically stimulates the brain, urging it to function and helping the wearer feel less fatigued throughout their body. He was just feigning ignorance, but this wasn't a normal necklace. He could see the growth device hidden inside the gem, but he didn't need this for his own strength. Aren wondered what to do with it. Suddenly, he remembered Kaina. Recently, she had been training her physique during swordsmanship practice and was on her way to becoming a strong warrior. He asked for his mother's opinion on giving the necklace to Kaina. Livon, of course, agreed. That day, everyone in the palace was happy because Prince Aren had received attention and recognition from His Majesty. Aren, however, moved on to something more important. He tried every single dessert, one after another. Every single one tasted terrible. They all lacked sweetness. Aren demanded to call the alchemist. He was dying for a cola. To recreate the taste of cola, he needed alchemy. When he requested to see the alchemist, Levon asked why. Aren snapped back to reality. A 5-year-old asking for an alchemist wouldn't be taken seriously. It was hard to create a rich flavor with only the spices and ingredients gathered within the kingdom, especially cola. Recreating the flavor required many steps, but they didn't have the equipment here. Aren sighed and fought back tears of frustration. He just wanted a refreshing, sweet, clean drink, like cola. Suddenly, Aren remembered he had scholarly knowledge, so why not make it himself? At that thought, Aren hopped off his chair and rushed out. He was excited. After all, cooking is just chemistry, and alchemy was the answer. He would definitely succeed. 3 years later, Aren was 8 years old. He was now the CEO of a billion-dollar enterprise. He was sitting in a meeting, discussing strategy with the shareholders. His ministers presented a report on the plan to build bridges in areas frequently visited by merchants. Aren looked it over and excitedly asked who had designed these bridges. A high-ranking official, hoping for praise, eagerly rushed to claim the work as his own. Aren hit him with a dose of cold reality. If you dare to create such a useless piece of trash next time, just get lost and go back to your hometown. He pointed out each flaw in the bridge. It might look fine now, but once the snow piles up, it's going to be extremely dangerous. The wood takes all the weight underneath, yet the structural safety was ignored in favor of flashy, expensive materials. For the kingdom's architecture, this is a beautiful and luxurious project, but for the residential area, safety should be the priority. Aren ordered them to redesign it. With his growing intelligence and deepening knowledge, Aren suddenly took on many responsibilities. Even the top scholars in their respective fields couldn't keep up with him. Still, relying so much on an 8-year-old kid felt a bit excessive. Aren continued to review the next plans and pointed out more errors. After the meeting, he headed out. As soon as he stepped outside, a maid greeted him as the child sage. Aren froze, gave her a serious look, told her never to call him that again, and got into his carriage. What the hell? Child sage? Whoever came up with that name deserves 10 lashes on their butt. Lady Levana looked out, saw her son getting into a carriage, and asked the maid where he was going. China replied that the emperor had summoned him. The emperor summoning Aren surely had to do with his expressed interest in studying alchemy. The emperor immediately approved his request for a meeting. It seemed he was starting to trust the boy. After all, he'd been working like a dog in so many fields lately. Even after living through over 100 lives, Aren still felt a bit nervous facing the majesty of the king. Aren approached the emperor and expressed his desire to study alchemy to help the emperor and the kingdom. He added a bunch of flattering lines for good measure. Even though he had no talent for swordsmanship or magic, he still hoped he could do something to help the country. The emperor stroked his chin, looking very pleased. He decided to introduce him to a renowned alchemist and asked if he had any other requests. Aren had nothing else. He had already achieved his goal. With news spreading that Prince Aren was looking for an alchemy tutor, famous alchemists gathered in the kingdom. This was their chance to showcase their alchemical skills and achieve greater goals. Among them was the one who created the semi-reflective mirror, which helped transmit light over long distances, and was placed on the outskirts of the western fortress to hinder the enemy. As a renowned polymath alchemist, it was no surprise that Diamond Laner was chosen. Meeting this alchemist for the first time, Aren blurted out, "From afar, I thought you were an old man. Who knew you were this young?" Diamond explained that, while practicing alchemy, he once inhaled toxic smoke, which turned his hair white. Aren couldn't help but be impressed by his explanation. Diamond was quite calm while telling the story, but it served as a warning. At the very least, if he were injured or died during their research or work together, he would stake his own life to take responsibility. Diamond warned Aren that alchemy was difficult and dangerous, especially for someone as young as him. Aren naturally knew that. Alchemy was science, not magic. He didn't want to learn how to turn objects into gold as people usually expected. Instead, he wanted to find a way to reduce impurities in iron ore to create purer materials. Diamond was moved upon hearing this. He respectfully knelt before Aren and solemnly declared that he would use all his knowledge and experience to teach him. A few days passed since the first alchemy lesson, and Aren was doing quite well. So well that Diamond Laner even doubted several times if he had studied alchemy before. Aren could only brush it off, claiming he had read it in books. Over the past few days, he had learned how to extract substances and essences from various materials. Other than some metals and chemicals unique to this world, most other things matched the knowledge he had gained in his previous life. Aren sent another letter to the emperor, requesting 4 more alchemists. The emperor ordered a group of the kingdom's most famous alchemists to serve the prince. Even though the treasury was running low, the emperor trusted that Aren would be able to solve it. The alchemists were gathered. The first thing they heard from Aren was that he wanted to create a soft drink. The alchemists were stunned. They had traveled from afar to bring glory to the royal family, canceling many other appointments. And they were brought here just to make food? Aren flipped a coin. He promised he would definitely compensate them for the trouble of interrupting their work. After hearing that, the alchemists got back to work. One man expressed his opinion. To make a soft drink, they first needed carbonated water. As far as he knew, naturally carbonated water flowed through the kingdom's territory. A few days later, carbonated water collected from across the continent was brought in. Aren was thrilled, but when he opened it to test it, the water was pitch black. This whole batch is spoiled. How are we supposed to drink this? He discarded it all and declared he would make artificial carbonated water. He gave the alchemists a set of instructions he considered basic and told them to study it to clear their heads. He believed that these renowned alchemists would grasp it. Exploring theories and conducting experiments was the joy of alchemy, so he stepped back. With that, Aren happily walked out, leaving the alchemists staring at each other. A few days later, the alchemists successfully created the soft drink. It was so fast that even Aren was surprised. He was certain this would bring a breath of fresh air, guiding the future of the kingdom. The alchemists were still skeptical. Will this really become famous? The carbonated water was stimulating, almost like a punch to the mouth. Aren's initial goal was to create cola, but he failed because he couldn't find a cola plant, so he decided to add fruit instead. Thus, fruit soda was born. Aren tried the lemon flavor first. He mixed it a bit and took a sip. After drinking, he was moved to tears because it tasted just right. The other alchemists suspiciously tried it too, and their palates were blown away. And so, Prince Aren fruit soda created a buzz throughout the kingdom of Ernestnesia. This drink became a luxury item among the nobility, on par with other expensive goods. The Lord of the Northern Territory, Count Diamond Laner, also tried this drink and was extremely surprised. This beverage was produced under Aren's direct leadership. It became known as a high-end luxury item and contributed significantly to the empire's economy. It was rumored that every day, a carriage full of gold was delivered to Lady Levana's mansion. Count Diamond Laner regretted it deeply. He had underestimated Aren before. If he had known the boy would become someone like this, he would have tried to befriend him sooner. Ka is now 16 years old and has mastered basic swordsmanship skills. Aren reckoned that the girl might actually be more skilled than the boys her age. Once Kay finished her sword practice, the two of them sat down to enjoy some tea. Kaina had also been hearing a lot about Soda and Aren lately. Thanks to his inventions, the status of the royal palace and the kingdom's economy had been elevated. Aren looked up at the sky, feeling smug. That was just a prince's responsibility, after all. But Aren's soda invention wasn't as simple as it looked. His mother, Levana Enrest, came from the Enrest family, a declining noble house. During tough times, they only owned a tiny territory and struggled just to get by like commoners. After learning about his mother's circumstances, Aren handed over the distribution rights for the soda to the Enrest family. The results were incredibly surprising. The people went crazy for this drink, and the demand for yogurt and MSG skyrocketed. They gradually became a trend. The Enrest family grew so wealthy that no merchant could keep up with them. Kaina was on the verge of tears. She told Aren to stop being so good at everything. She was seriously jealous. Aren just told her to keep munching on her waffles with his syrup. He was rolling in dough now, so he had nothing to worry about. Kaina stood up abruptly, pointing her sword at Aren's face. She still thought Aren's swordsmanship was abysmal, and it was just unbearable, so she volunteered to teach him. Aren refused, but things didn't end that simply. He got dragged into grueling sword lessons. Aren had to give in to Kaina. He could feel her dreams and goals, the deep desire to personally raise a child into a sword master. That dream must have been what turned such a delicate girl into someone so passionate. While practicing with Kaina, Aren quietly channeled a bit of his own power into her. Aren took a carriage into town, and the people greeted him with great excitement. He went to meet the king again. He wondered what the old man wanted to talk about this time. Surely it wasn't just to give him more subsidies as a reward, right? Aren and the emperor sat in silence, facing each other. He used to be terrified of this kind of silence, but now he was used to it. This time, he leisurely ate his dessert. Thanks to the reports he kept delivering, he met the emperor quite often, so he'd become desensitized. The emperor suddenly asked if he had considered taking a position in the government, which made him spray all his food out of his mouth in surprise. The emperor asked if he wanted a specific position. Aren shook his head vigorously. In this life, he only wanted to kick back and enjoy himself. Aren took a sip of tea to wash down the food and composed himself. He said he only liked researching science and alchemy. The crown prince wasn't even in the government yet, and the emperor was already trying to push him into it. There was still no sign of the queen or the eldest princess. That was because he always knew where the line was drawn. The previous ball had been cancelled due to the petty antics of that crown prince. Let's just consider that lucky. Being loved by the king was completely different from being trusted with a government position. He hated being gossiped about and fighting for power with his siblings. The emperor was intentionally pitting them against each other. Nature wasn't the only place with the law of the jungle. Sitting on the throne meant having the power of an eagle. If you were weak, you couldn't survive, even after 1,000 lifetimes. The emperor wanted to create a place where only the strong could survive. That didn't matter, though, because Aren wasn't easily defeated anymore. The next day, Aren rode a horse outside with Kaina. This was his first time leaving the concubine's residence, so he felt very at ease. He had been working extremely hard lately. He thought he'd never escape that pile of paperwork. He had traveled around the world, even journeyed through the universe to find someone stronger than him. This was the first time he had ridden a horse this fast. It felt amazing. Kay was riding right beside him. She praised him for his excellent riding. Aren played it off by complimenting the horse's intelligence and the easy-to-handle reins. It would have been perfectly normal for just 2 siblings to go riding, but since no one here was normal, they were accompanied by a troop of guards. Looking at their mana, Aren could see the strongest fighters were all gathered here. Kaina sighed helplessly. She had told them they didn't need an army, but they insisted on following. Upon reaching a forest, Aren stopped his horse. He sensed magic radiating from within, so he told Kaina to watch out because there were monsters inside. Kay asked how he knew, and Aren blamed it on his strong 6th sense. Even so, Kaina and the knights continued straight into the forest. Aren didn't get it. How were these knights protecting them if they were charging straight into a monster's den? A knight looked at Aren as if he were an alien. Obviously, they were heading in the right direction. This forest was Kaina's regular training ground. Aren was shocked to the core. Kaina was the one who had invited him on this trip. She saw that he'd been buried in work for so long, so she asked him to go hunting and exploring. Aren had agreed without thinking. Now that he thought about it, he felt like a fool. Exploring, or in other words, training. Training was nothing but torture to him. Kaina was dead set on protecting Aren from the monsters. He directed them to map out a battle plan. Aren waved a stick around the map. The squad would lure the monsters to one side. Princess Kaina would charge in while the knights were fighting them. A while later, the men followed his instructions. While the knights were luring the giant monsters, Kaina charged in with her sword. She struck down the monsters with great resolve, without a hint of hesitation. Aren hadn't expected Kay to be this strong. She wasn't just skilled in swordplay, she also kept her cool incredibly well. The courage and spirit radiating from Kaina were enough to overwhelm everyone. They would be training for the next few days. That evening, the group set up camp to eat and rest. Aren flattered Kaina with praise. Everyone made mistakes when they weren't cautious. The reason Aren gave that advice was because he used to be the same, a mistake that had cost him his life. Seeing Kaina so carefree and innocent now, he felt happy. Aren asked her why she wanted to be so strong. Kaina confided in him, feeling sad. She was a princess. No matter how skilled she was at swordsmanship, no one would acknowledge it. They would just think it was a passing phase and that she would give up in a few days. One day, she would have to marry someone she didn't even know. Political marriage was common among nobles. Kaina was approaching marriageable age too. Yet another princess would have to be betrothed to someone for political purposes. But Kaina didn't want to live that dull life. She wanted to live the way Aren lived. He earned a lot of money through his own talents. He contributed to the kingdom and was recognized by everyone. Kaina wanted to be recognized by everyone, too. She wanted to contribute to the Kaina family because of her own talent, not because of marriage. She would decide her own fate. Aren was satisfied. He believed Kaina would definitely succeed. Suddenly, he found this trip to be quite interesting. A few days later, while Channa was heading back to the palace, Kaina was still enthusiastically hunting monsters. She was even dedicated to taking care of the group hiding out. And honestly, she started feeling bad for the monsters themselves. Aren understood the knight's distress, so he took the initiative to call Kaina back. They had to leave quickly if they wanted to make it back in time. Kaina's horse was so exhausted it couldn't even walk anymore, so she had to ride with Aren. The group galloped back towards Channa. Aren sensed something behind the clouds. It was a wyvern. Aren panicked and told Ka to hold onto his waist tightly. He shouted to alert the knights, behind him, that a wyvern was approaching, ordering them to head back to the forest behind them. The knights didn't seem to believe him. How could there be a wyvern here? But before he could even finish, a knight was snatched away by the wyvern. Soon after, a whole swarm followed. They chased the knights until they were running for their lives. Aren was confused. Wyverns were usually solitary creatures. Why were they hunting in packs now? They weren't even looking for food. They were out for slaughter. The wyverns pinned the knights down and spat acid. The escorts were lying scattered everywhere. Aren and Ka kept running. A wyvern pursued them, spitting acidic venom, but the mages blocked it. Aren scanned the surroundings to assess the situation. They couldn't just keep running like this. Wyverns could resist level 4 magic and below, so the longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for the mages. Seeing the wyverns closing in, Aren had to make a move. He converted his mana into bullets and fired at a wyvern, dropping it to the ground. The mages were stunned, Aren having effortlessly shown them up. Another wyvern blocked Aren and Ka's horse. The guard who always accompanied Ka killed it in one strike. She told them to hurry to the forest. Aren sighed in relief. He knew that Maid couldn't have had mediocre skills. She could buy them some time. Aren and Ka continued riding on. Suddenly, a dark-robed mage blocked their path. The guy held a tacky-looking staff embedded with pearls. He raised his staff to the sky and fired a lightning bolt. The two of them dodged it. The dark mage complimented Ka on her dodging skills. He had been targeting Ka from the start. He raised his staff again, gathering dark energy. The dark energy forced the fallen knights and wyverns to rise as zombies. He ordered the undead to attack Kana. This wasn't funny anymore. Aren was furious. He coldly fired several blasts of energy at the dark mage. The guy screamed in agony as he fell. Everyone around them was confused about what was happening. Aren made up an excuse. I guess that guy used too much power and the side effects killed him, huh? The dark mage vanished into thin air, but the zombies kept moving. It seemed like his curse would last for a while longer. Aren shouted for the knights to retreat and cover the rear. Aren and Ka successfully made it into the forest. Aren picked up some firewood and tried to spin a stick to create fire. Kay asked him where he learned that. She thought he only knew how to do chores. Aren lied, saying he happened to read it in a book. It's called thermal friction, rubbing two flammable objects together, he said, sounding like a know-it-all. In reality, he was trying to focus his mana to convert it into heat energy to create fire. A moment later, they succeeded, and the two sat by the fire to warm up. Ka was heartbroken. If she hadn't insisted on going training, this wouldn't have happened. Aren comforted her. It's just an accident, don't worry. Immediately after, he realized he sounded a bit too mature. Aren quickly changed his expression, pretending to tremble with fear. Ka held his hand and thanked him. If it weren't for him, they both would have died there today. Aren knew that the people who escorted Ka had sacrificed themselves in vain. Although the royal family always faces the risk of assassination, this was the first time Ka had experienced it. She had a hard time accepting what had happened. The two leaned on each other to rest. But peace never lasts. They saw a wyvern and a griffin fighting each other near Chena. There was a griffin nest on the cliff. The nasty wyvern was targeting the griffin's chicks, so the two were clashing. The battle caused rocks to collapse, and Aren and Ka had to run for their lives. The wyvern flew away. Looking back, Kana had crawled over to the griffin. The mother griffin was dead. Kay felt deeply saddened. Aren was speechless. She wasn't actually planning to build a grave for this bird because she felt sorry for it, right? Thankfully, it hadn't come to that. Ka cradled the griffin chicks in her arms, feeling that the little ones were so pitiful. Aren looked at the chicks. There was only one way left. It sounded cruel, but you couldn't change the laws of nature. He was just about to tell her to eat the birds when Ka happily said she would raise them. A while later, the rescue team found the two of them. Some were still alive. Fortunately, no one else had died after the curse disappeared. A week later, everything returned to normal. If anything had changed, it was that his family had taken in a griffin named Phi. With this bird, he couldn't get any sleep. But since it was cute, Aren decided to forgive it. It was quite special that it only followed him. Back then, after the rescue team arrived, he ordered them to take Kay to rest first while he stayed behind to dispose of the mother griffin's carcass so it wouldn't attract wild animals. Once they left, Aren used a knife to cut through the mother griffin's chest and took the mana crystal from inside its body. With this, he would be able to tame the griffin chick. That was the reason Phi was stuck to him like glue now. Ever since they got the griffin, Ka visited much more often. Phi also grew very fond of her. The two of them ran around the castle together. The dark forces that attacked Kana were currently being hunted throughout the kingdom. The Emperor had put a bounty on anyone providing information. Aren knew full well that the group of attackers wasn't just some group or individual enemy of the royal family. They dared to attack Kay even though she didn't hold high status. And even though she wasn't a princess in power, they should have at least prepared a little. Kana was like family to him. Ka at least had to be called a master of swordsmanship. His next goal was to have her master Aura by the time she was 20. While Kana trained with her sword, Aren tricked and lured her into learning Aura. He enthusiastically explained that the most important thing when using Aura was the brain. Aren promised that if Kana followed his method, Even the dumbest person could learn aura. There were a few reasons aura could work. All this time, Aren had been secretly transferring some of his mana to her. The two locked themselves tightly in the study room. Whenever she visited, she would practice swordsmanship and aura with him. As expected, she had mastered aura at an unbelievable speed. There was one unexpected side effect. Fi frequently came into contact with a massive source of power. So, the side effect of that aura training is that it makes her temporarily grow this big. Fi hopped onto Aren's shoulder, and he just wanted to cry like a little piglet. Your shoulders have really outdone themselves. Aren, cheer Kaina on, and keep training hard. The more mana energy she has, the easier it will be for her to control her aura, and she might even be able to use mana freely while riding Fi. Suddenly, the Emperor arrived. Aren had no idea why he'd show up so unexpectedly. He'd heard the Emperor was busy handling reconstruction work in the north. The Emperor gently asked if Aren had been studying swordsmanship lately. Aren immediately switched into acting mode. He claimed he was just starting to take an interest. Besides swordsmanship, he'd also been trying out other things. He even tried taming a griffin to protect the border. The Emperor looked at him with great satisfaction. He rewarded him with a sword. This was a specially crafted sword, 102, made exclusively for Aren. Aren excitedly picked it up, wondering for a split second if he should actually pursue the path of the sword. The Emperor watched Aren, looking very pleased. Perhaps he was thinking, I never expected a child with no talent for swordsmanship to be this thrilled to receive a blade. But the joy didn't last 3 seconds. As soon as Aren picked the sword up, he collapsed because it was so heavy. Aren lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling. He had sworn to the heavens before. He wouldn't die because of a sword ever again. He was already far too exceptional in many other ways. If he became a master of swordsmanship too, it would be a huge headache, as it would easily drag him into the war for the throne. When training with Kaina, he had tried hard to play the part of the weak little brother. So, he couldn't let all that effort go to waste. He had to know his own limits. Aren knelt and thanked the Emperor for the gift. He said he was just a beginner at the sword, so he suggested giving the blade to Kaina instead. Kaina was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. Aren was as firm as a nail. Kaina was making incredible progress and had even mastered aura. By now, she was good enough to be considered one of the best in the kingdom. However, in the eyes of someone with as glorious a past as Aren, Kaina still had a long way to go. At this rate, her becoming an aura expert was only a matter of time. It was something only 30 people in the kingdom could do. Even the knights were surprised. That's why Aren felt Kaina deserved the sword. The Emperor understood what Aren was getting at. He beckoned Kaina over, saying, "Show me that your skills are worthy of this sword." Kaina and Aren both froze. Why did the old man suddenly say that? He almost forgot the Emperor used to be a swordsman himself, but the image of the Emperor holding a sword just felt a bit off. The Emperor told Kaina to just swing the sword, but she didn't dare. She stood there, flustered and unable to move. Aren whispered, encouraging her to seize the chance to show off. He desperately wanted Kaina to beat that muscle-headed Emperor. Kaina finally felt a little more confident. She took her stance. The Emperor watched her posture, noting it was slightly different from a typical knight's. Kaina steeled herself, gathered her energy, and swung. Aren watched her with eyes full of pride. Her natural strength, combined with her massive mana, had reached a speed hard to follow with the naked eye. Kaina swung the sword directly at the Emperor's head. The Emperor smiled in satisfaction and blocked it with one hand. A sword appeared in his hand from who knows where, and he easily pushed Kaina back. The Emperor started praising Kaina. Even the head of the knights didn't radiate that much aura when sparring with him. The Emperor turned to Aren and asked, "Are you the one who taught Kaina swordsmanship?" Aren flatly denied it. He just thought his theories were effective. From his observations, the current sword style wasn't a good fit for Kaina. She clearly had a talent for aura, so he just gave her a few pointers. The Emperor looked at him, deep in thought, musing that if it were just a theory, he could teach it to others too. Hearing that, Aren knew exactly why the Emperor had really come to train a whole squad of aura expert knights. By passing this method on to the knights, the Emperor surely wanted to create an invincible army that no other country could keep up with. Even though he felt a bit guilty, Aren didn't want to do it. He bowed his head and apologized, saying he couldn't do it because Kaina had shown potential since she was a child. Besides, they had always hung out together since they were little, so he had had plenty of time to observe each of Kaina's movements to achieve such progress. He was scared of the Emperor, but more importantly, Aren wasn't crazy enough to spend all day watching the muscles of sweaty men. He had to protect his precious eyes. But he couldn't let the Emperor feel disappointed, so he threw him a bone. Even if he couldn't make them improve instantly, he could provide appropriate training methods. Aren told the Emperor he would only instruct members of the royal family. Other nobles were just potential threats to the throne. If he revealed his secret method, It would cause quite a bit of trouble. He wasn't stupid enough to help them get stronger. The Emperor understood his point and agreed. When Aren thought about his training method being passed down through the royal family for generations, he felt like his secret was becoming a national treasure. The thought made him giddy. A few months later, the Emperor himself had practiced Aren method, and even he was surprised. He had reached the peak level of an expert. He still felt it was a pity that Aren should be the one using it, but he was just too frail. The Emperor made up his mind to take action immediately. Aren and Kana were eating when the Emperor's subordinates brought news that he would have his own personal knights. They handed Aren a huge stack of lists featuring talented knights from all over the country. Aren looked at it and felt overwhelmed. There were so many. Most of them came from noble families. A few years ago, they wouldn't even have glanced his way. Now, they were volunteering to stand before him. Aren didn't care. He calmly chewed his pastry. It seemed they had to be exceptional to be accepted. Honestly, with his own abilities, he didn't even need knights. Aren had no intention of showing off his power in the future, but more importantly, incidents like the last one would keep happening. Aren looked through the list and, surprisingly, found that recruiting might be fun after all. He had to evaluate their skills, personality, and other factors fairly. Aren smiled mischievously. There were both male and female knights on the list. If he had to choose between the two, choosing a female knight was the obvious move. Aren was thrilled, ready to start the interviews. The scenario sounded good, but when he faced the female knights in person, Aren broke out in a cold sweat. He was shaking. Every single one of them had a face as cold as ice. And these were muscular women who were several times larger than him. Aren was disillusioned. His dream of having a beautiful, gentle female knight was shattered. Even though they were all skilled knights, he just couldn't stomach it. Aren let out a long, heavy sigh. He couldn't be too demanding when expecting knights to fulfill his every wish. After all, they had to train tirelessly to become knights. Aren let out a long, heavy sigh. He couldn't really be too demanding when expecting the knights to fulfill every one of his wishes. After all, they had to train relentlessly to become knights. He had to put his personal feelings aside. Aren tapped the table and kicked off the interviews. A female knight stepped forward to explain why she wanted the job. Aren evaluated the others as well. There was one female knight with such intense energy, she had more muscle than the Emperor himself. A wild warrior type. Another girl carried herself with such noble grace that she stood out from the rest. Overall, there weren't any major issues. The knights answered all his questions without any trouble. He asked the knights to step outside so he could think. Once they were all gone, Aren used his sixth sense ability. This skill sharpened his mind and enhanced his perception beyond what would normally be possible. Only those who have trained for a long time, like the royal guards, could ever achieve such a skill. But for him, it was a piece of cake. Aren called the knights back in one by one. The reason he put so much heart into this was because, in this situation, there would be many people with dark intentions toward him. Aren could see the malice in the knights' hearts. He rejected one candidate after another. His sixth sense was like an eye that could see through the deepest thoughts of others. He couldn't literally read their minds, but he could perceive the color of their souls and their true emotions. Taking one last look, Aren spotted someone pure, Asa Fannin. Even though she was an excellent candidate, she had the most humble presence. Aren approved her and called the next person in. He pondered for a moment. Apart from Asa, no other knight was worth paying attention to. He needed to pick at least two. So should he choose that crazy woman from earlier? She seemed pure as well. Another person walked in. She immediately introduced herself as Sina Garen. She was incredibly pure too, and seemed to have a good personality and solid defensive experience. Aren looked her over and made his decision. He declared the interviews over and announced that Asa and Sena were hired. And just like that, new members joined the palace. Asa was easy to understand, but on the flip side, Sena was very serious and didn't joke around while on duty. Aren led the two new knights to an open field. He said that since he didn't fully understand their abilities yet, he wanted them to demonstrate them right there. Both of them were his knights now. If they remained at this level, it would be hard for them to protect him, so they both needed to get stronger. Aren asked them to spar. He poured fuel on the fire, dying to know who was stronger. Two girls, fueled by the pride of a knight, glared at each other with electric intensity. Aren had already prepared his glasses and popcorn to watch the show. He munched on his popcorn, thoroughly enjoying the drama. The two knights across from him readied their weapons. After he clapped to start the match, the girls lunged into a fierce solo. One analyzed the other. Sena rushed in to close the distance. Asa gritted her teeth and struck out with a kick. These two were being completely serious. Neither would yield to the other. A real shrew and a wild she-bear. Arn hurriedly shouted for them to stop. He had seen enough. He understood their skills now. Asa was too reckless, focusing only on speed, while Sena was a bit timid because she was only used to close-quarters combat. Since they were his guards now, he would train them to become stronger. Arn led them to another place, the classroom, to begin Chapter 1 of his special training plan. First, he would go over the theory. He pulled out a thick book, titled A Guide to Becoming a Knight for Everyone, and handed it to the girls, instructing them to study it. If this worked, he was even going to sell the book. Haha. Asa had looked through the book, but didn't quite understand a lot of parts. As for Sena, she didn't get it at all. Arn stepped in to guide them, pointing to the board to explain that everyone's mana capacity is different. Within every person, there exists a flow of mana. In the case of Aren and Sena, their mana flow had been blocked. Given this condition, if they kept blindly using their power to generate aura, it would be no different than a broken nozzle, not only wasting mana, but also putting their lives in danger. When mana doesn't circulate properly, forcing it can cause an explosion that would leave them unable to use anything ever again. The two of them needed to learn how to receive the immense energy flowing through their bodies, how to store it in their daily lives, and how to circulate it effectively. Arn took them to another location to perform Chapter 2 of his training plan. He told Sena to focus on her aura, instructing her to create it with her hands and both feet at the same time. According to his observations, Sena could only use it in one spot. She was constantly focusing on a single point. Her consumption rate was way too high, and she would soon be exhausted. Sena exerted herself for a while before collapsing, completely out of breath. She wanted to give up, claiming her intuition couldn't keep up with using aura simultaneously. Aren took Sena's hands, telling her it would be easier to focus if she could feel his body heat or touch. He told her to concentrate on his palms. Sena followed his lead and finally succeeded. She was overjoyed. After that extra lesson, Sena finally got it. Chapter 3. In Aren's special training plan, he had a heart-to-heart with Asa. She was too easy to provoke. In the previous fight with Sena, when Sena closed the distance, Asa kicked her out of reflex. That wouldn't do. When using a spear, the most important thing is to be calm. So, Aren made her carry him while holding a horse stance until she felt the weight of him. Somewhere else, the queen received a secret report about Aren actions. Before, she had ignored him, thinking there was no need to pay attention to a descendant of vermin, but now, it seemed she couldn't afford that anymore. She had to take care of him properly. Asa trained until late in the evening before stopping. She was dead tired, but she herself felt she had become much stronger. At first, she hadn't thought the training would be this difficult. She wondered if she was worthy of receiving so much attention from the prince. Asa was a member of the Penis family. This family wasn't very wealthy. They lived day to day in a small countryside village. Famine caused by monsters was the reason her family collapsed. Her family's estate was burned down. Her father sacrificed himself so her mother and siblings could escape. Afterward, even the nobles who had close ties to her family turned a blind eye. Eventually, Asa volunteered to join the knights just to make a living. Thanks to her talent for martial arts, she quickly awakened her aura and was sent to the royal capital. The 15th Knight Regiment of the kingdom was where the trashiest, most incompetent losers gathered. And the biggest piece of trash among them was their commander, who was both incompetent and lazy. Even though he was old, he was still only at the level of an aura apprentice. He got that position because of his connections. He tried to harass Asa and was beaten into a pulp by her. When she applied for the prince's guard position, she hadn't expected much. Who would have thought she'd actually get the job? But thanks to this, her family's life had become much better. She only needed a little more money to send her little brother to the academy. Meanwhile, Sena had just finished her training. Her family had been mercenaries for generations. She grew up in a mercenary tribe that didn't belong to any nation, as they were constantly on the move from place to place. Since their income was dwindling, her father told her to go out and explore the world to avoid starving to death later. Sena excitedly agreed. She didn't mind heading out at all. The night training program wasn't difficult for her. The only unexpected turn was that while Sena was traveling, her father, who had been in conflict with a corrupt noble, was killed. Enraged, Sena beat the noble to a pulp. Since then, she's had to move constantly, even through the most dangerous places. After wandering around, she applied to be a personal bodyguard and was lucky enough to be hired. For some reason, she had a good feeling about this. Aren was a bit lazy, but not arrogant at all. For some reason, every time she saw him, she just wanted to pat his head. Both girls promised themselves they would do everything in their power to protect Aren. Even though he wasn't as skilled in martial arts or magic, he displayed outstanding talent in his studies and created all sorts of goods that contributed to the national budget. Aren even helped the second princess, Kaina, reach the expert level of aura in a short time just through theory. That is exactly what made him such a great sage. At this moment, Aren was lounging comfortably. The Emperor and his courtiers were having a roundtable meeting discussing the fact that Aren would turn 14 next year, the age of his coming-of-age ceremony. Count Tenvest suggested that the coming-of-age ceremony was a good opportunity for Aren to prove himself. He meant that the Emperor should grant Aren his own territory. The Emperor knew exactly what these courtiers were up to. They were using the excuse of the coming-of-age ceremony to push Aren away. Count Tenvest didn't even know his place. He even proposed that the Emperor appoint Aren as the next king. The Emperor was furious, slamming the table, and insisted that the successor would be the crown prince. Aren had no interest in the throne. Duke Ji stood up to express his opinion. Aren's reputation had spread to neighboring countries, and the young nobles were secretly supporting him instead of the crown prince. Public opinion was wavering. The Emperor cut him off, not wanting to hear any more. Many nobles were concerned about the issue, which could potentially upend the royal order. The Emperor flipped through some reports. The courtiers were all requesting the same thing. They were determined to have him push Aren away. The Emperor sighed and said he would consider it. If there was a territory suitable for Aren, they should propose it. When Aren received the letter from the Emperor, he didn't really care. He chuckled, thinking he finally had his own territory. Who cared about the throne? Those nobles had the potential to be terrorists. Owning his own territory was 100 times better than having to deal with those people. Aren jumped for joy, finally escaping the life of working like a dog. His own territory, his beloved home. In northern Fahelia, a place covered in snow all year round. If you were unlucky enough to get lost there, you'd freeze to death. Aren looked at the situation and guessed those nobles were planning to push him to the limit. He closed his book and told his servants that since they only had 1 month until the coming-of-age ceremony, they needed to be fully prepared by then. Aren said that anyone who wanted to come with him could go, and for those who didn't, he would help them find new positions. Fortunately, the alchemist squad and most of the others wanted to follow him. Sina sighed, complaining, "Why Fahelia?" She had trained there for a year. It wasn't exactly dangerous, but it was cold. Cold enough to cut through the bone, making even her shiver uncontrollably. Aren thought it was still pretty good. He had expected them to send him somewhere worse, like a place full of fierce monsters or a place where you'd be roasted alive if you stumbled into a fire dragon's lair. It was lucky he wasn't being crushed to death yet. Asa and Sena were moved to tears, promising to protect him at any cost. Asa and Sena stood guard outside, whispering to each other. Sena said that Fahelia was horrifyingly cold, and there was nothing there. The reason the Night Order first chose to station there was to stop monsters that couldn't handle the cold. But Sena wasn't worried about that. Looking into Aren's eyes, she knew he must have already made a plan. She guessed that everything would be all right. After finishing the pile of paperwork, Aren had another headache. Even though his mother didn't say anything, she must be hurting deeply. Although he had asked his maid not to tell her what the territory looked like, he was worried about her safety while she had to stay alone in the concubine's palace. Ka could also be attacked, so he needed to ensure a line of communication. Aren thought about what to use to communicate. After thinking for a while, he got right to work. Step 1 in Aren's plan for independent living. He requested a capable mage. It turned out to be an acquaintance. He gave him the blueprints and asked him to manufacture an item. The mage looked through them and was extremely surprised. These were blueprints for creating a communication amulet, but the production cost for this was only 1/11 of what people usually created. Aren gave him a bag of money and asked him to keep the creation secret. He even provided the money to buy materials and hire workers. He was also extremely generous, promising him extra money for future transactions. The mage's eyes widened at the sight of the money. He hurriedly bowed and promised to complete the task. Aren was delighted. Money makes the world go round. With money, you can buy anything. He demanded they finish the item within this month, and the mage dared not complain. A few days later, the mage's group had finished the communication amulet as requested by Aren. He held the amulet, admiring it. He was quite surprised they could finish it in just 10 days. It showed that he must have been working his apprentices to the bone. Aren saw the quality was decent and requested mass production. He ordered 50 of them. Step 2, in Aren's plan for independent living. He and Asa dressed in black and went out at night. They went to the slave market. Asa was shocked and tried to stop Aren, telling him he shouldn't do that. Asa imagined Aren holding a whip, beating the slaves, forcing them to work in the freezing snowy weather, and endlessly cursing at them. Aren hurriedly defended himself. How could he do something like that? When people think of a slave market, they often think of a hell filled with nothing but screams, miserable people separated from their families. But the truth is, that's all wrong. This place was much cleaner than imagined. because the slave owners would face huge problems if their slaves caught some strange disease. So the management was very strict. The slave camp manager saw Aren coming and came out to greet him. His name was Jan. He led Aren on a tour, chattering away the whole time. Everything here followed legal procedures. You could buy or sell slaves freely. The people caught here were those who couldn't afford to pay taxes or were members of fallen clans. Most of them chose to become slaves because, at the very least, they wouldn't starve. Jan kept rambling on. Then he got straight to the point, asking about finding slaves. Aren told him he wanted to buy quite a few specifically, at least 150 people. The manager was shocked but promised he could handle it. Even if Aren wanted 3 times that amount, it wouldn't be a problem. He asked why Aren needed so many, and Aren assured him it wasn't for anything sinister. He told the slave trader manager to find him groups of 4 or 5 people, preferably neighbors or acquaintances from the same village. The manager gestured for an attendant to bring a list of slaves for Aren to review. Satisfied, Aren told the manager to help him select those who were at least literate. Seeing the deal was set, Aren had Asa throw a thick pouch of money onto the table. The slave trader's eyes lit up, and he promised to do his absolute best. Once finished, the two rode back in their carriage. Asa still didn't understand what Aren planned to do with all those slaves. He explained that he intended to make them citizens of his own territory. That place didn't have many inhabitants, and there was no point in being the lord of a desolate wasteland. He planned to give those items the wisdom-granting necklaces to the slaves. There were 50 necklaces in total. He would give them to individual families and teach them. He didn't intend to just live quietly there. He wanted to turn Fahilia into the greatest land while they were still there. That way, he could live an easy, comfortable life. Aren's determination boiled over at the thought. It was all for the sake of a life of leisure. He would train them and maximize their potential in Fahilia. The hardest part of preparing for independent living was having to say goodbye to the family and the home he had been attached to for so long. Aren was lying on his bed when his mother knocked and walked in. She hugged her son tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. She didn't want to be away from him. Aren comforted her, telling her not to worry. He would visit often and send gifts regularly. After consoling his overthinking mother, she finally left. He would tell her where he was settling once everything was stable. At the same time, Kaina couldn't accept that Aren had to leave. She flew into a rage and started sparring with the knights, each of them bearing the brunt of her fury. She understood Aren's situation, but she just couldn't accept it. And what she couldn't accept most of all was that after half a year of not saying a word to each other, this was the news Aren finally gave her. Kaina gripped her sword tightly. She wouldn't let him leave like this. According to the manual, if someone wanted to become Aren's knight, by pushing their emotions to the limit, the mana within the body would flow more naturally, but at a much faster pace, which was exactly the state Kaina was in right now. That very day, the youngest swordmaster and also the third-ranked swordmaster in the kingdom was born. It was all due to her obsession and anger toward her younger brother. One day, Aren suddenly reminisced about his first life. Before he enlisted in the military, time had flown by so quickly. From the day he got his draft notice to the day he entered, time had passed like a blur. Aren could only cry in silence. And now, it was the same. In the blink of an eye, Aren was 14. His birthday party and coming-of-age ceremony were all set. Now, he was just sitting there, listening to the sycophantic pleasantries of the nobles. Aren cursed 1,000 times in his heart, just wanting them to hurry up and vanish. Before, he could pretend to be sleepy, because he was still a child. Now, he couldn't pull that trick anymore. Even casual handshakes and greetings were incredibly boring. Not only did he have to sit here and listen to flattery, he had to keep a saintly, smiling face on, too. These nobles didn't have good intentions either. They were all secretly overjoyed that Aren was about to be shipped off. Aren was just about to decline all their fake greetings. When he saw his mother in the distance, smiling affectionately and waving at him, he had to swallow his anger and force himself to hold back. His mother was watching, so he had to behave politely. Aren tried to console himself that next month, he wouldn't have to see these hypocrites ever again. Just as he got rid of one crowd, the queen arrived. She put on a fake smile, pretending to sympathize with his departure. Aren stood up and gave a fake bow in return. The queen used the excuse that her son was grateful to Aren, so she wanted to give him a gift in return. It was a cloak made from the fur of a fox that lived in Fahilia. Aren understood immediately. This queen was the one behind everything. He had thought about it before. Crown Prince Gale wasn't the type to control his younger brother with such schemes. The only one with enough power to make all the nobles suggest and receive help to develop a territory was the queen. Her personality was truly rotten to the core. She gave him this cloak to humiliate him, but if he got angry now, he would be the one losing face. Aren had to concede and thank her with a smile. On the surface, they were both laughing and happy, but deep down, they both wished they could tear each other's faces off. Arn waited until nightfall. Finally, this tedious party ended. He felt like he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember what. He turned back to look at Kaina. She had been unusually quiet lately. Maybe she was mad at him for announcing his departure so late. Kaina, who had been sitting on a chair, suddenly stood up. She stormed off aggressively. Aren had a bad feeling. He felt like she was definitely going to cause some trouble. Sure enough, that was exactly what happened. Kaina marched up to the emperor and demanded to be heard, declaring that she would go with Aren next month. The nobles who heard this spat their drinks out through their noses. Aren just froze in place, looking over at Kaina's mother. She stood still, making no move to stop her daughter. Or rather, she couldn't stop Kaina anyway. The emperor's blood boiled, and he angrily asked Kaina, "Stop joking around. What are you trying to prove by following him?" Aren sighed. He was also curious why Kaina wanted to follow him. Kaina swallowed hard and boldly declared that she wanted to become Aren's knight. Aren heard that and just wanted to punch himself in the face. "I'm silent, I'm deaf, I'm blind." The emperor immediately dismissed the idea, but Kaina wouldn't back down. She directly retorted. She said that not long ago, she had reached the master level. The emperor didn't believe her. Kaina was only 19. The only person to have reached the master level at that age before was the former emperor. Kaina saw her father didn't believe her, so she immediately snatched a sword from a nearby guard. Determined to prove it, she gathered her strength and swung. The table and the birthday cake were split in two. Aren's jaw dropped. Regardless of the situation, she shouldn't have done that. The nobles who witnessed the scene were shocked, mouths agape. Kaina was truly a sword master. Kaina bowed her head and pleaded with the emperor. She had been thinking about this the whole time. Aren had been granted a territory and would be leaving soon. She, on the other hand, was expected to marry someone she hadn't even met. Therefore, she chose the path of becoming a knight. Aren was moved to tears. Usually, he would have rushed over to applaud. But this place didn't exactly seem like the right setting for that. Kay's actions were as if she were abandoning her status as a princess right in front of the entire nobility. The consequences would be impossible to predict. On the contrary, Ka was incredibly confident. She had chosen this place on purpose. Aren felt a throbbing headache coming on. Now that things had reached this point, there was no turning back. Who on earth taught Kaina such a trick? When he thought about it, the only person who could have possibly done that was him. Now wasn't the right time. Aren was just about to stop Kaina when she stepped forward, held her sword, and knelt before him. She began to recite her oath. "My sword, I will train until the day I die. My sword, I will train for the days to come. Here, I swear upon all my honor that I will dedicate myself entirely to you. I vow to stand by your side and overcome every obstacle in your path with my blade." Kaina took Aren's hand and kissed it. She had sworn to become his knight. Aren was still reeling from Kaina's intense knight's oath when he suddenly realized that a massive crowd was watching the drama unfold. Well, he was screwed. He had no choice but to accept the oath, because a knight's vow isn't some joke you can just brush off. Furthermore, the one reciting the oath was an aura master. Faced with this reckless daughter's stunt, both the emperor and her mother were left in complete shock. Her mother couldn't even stay on her feet. And, of course, the most livid person in the room was the empress, who had spent so much effort trying to get rid of Aren. Yet, the tables had completely turned. Normally, our protagonist would be laughing in her face, but now, he himself was trapped in a rather awkward situation. Despite the slight turmoil, time flew by in the blink of an eye. Finally, the day arrived for Aren to head to his territory. Before leaving, he said goodbye to his mother. The two of them were very close and moved to tears before parting. Even though his mother couldn't bear to leave her little boy, independence is a necessary separation between parent and child. Aren was determined to go. The journey to his new territory wasn't easy at all. It was in the middle of nowhere, located at the northernmost end of the kingdom, a frozen wasteland beneath snowy mountains that no one had ever cultivated. The wind there was strong enough to blow his soul away. But because he was so pissed off at those nobles for exiling him, his sharp tongue was still working at full capacity. "Just you wait and see. Even if you throw me into lava, I'll turn this place into my own paradise." He talked a big game, but he was still shivering. It was a good thing he had heat-generating magic tools, or he would have frozen to death. Looking over at Kea, he wondered how she could wear such normal dresses in such a freezing place. He used his keen eyes to check her out and discovered, oh, it turned out Kea was using mana for insulation. Even though he had never taught her this skill, it seemed she had mastered it through instinct. A genius is just on a different level. It was a world of difference compared to Aren's two other knights. Truly, there's no pain like comparing yourself to others. Kaina had decided to follow Aren as an apprentice knight. Even though everyone had tried to stop her, she insisted on going with him no matter what. Aren asked Ka if she regretted her decision, and, of course, Kaina didn't regret it one bit. On the contrary, she saw it as an opportunity. If she had stayed at the Diro palace, she would have had to marry someone she'd never even met. If he were handsome, that would be fine, but if he were ugly, then she'd be doomed. She had her standards, after all. After a long journey, Aren finally arrived at his territory's stronghold, with 1,000 soldiers, 200 slaves acting as residents, along with his attendants, alchemist, and servants. He was ready to confidently start building his own ideal paradise. The first step in developing Aren's territory was to command the troops of the entire Fahelia region, a task essentially handled by Asa and Sena. As for Kaina, as unfortunate as it was, Aren didn't intend to entrust her with any duties because he knew exactly what Kaina was like. If she took charge and accidentally blew up the knights' quarters one day, they'd all be screwed. But Ka didn't seem to mind that much. Now it was time for our protagonist to take matters into his own hands and get to work. If he just sat around giving orders, his subordinates would just call him a loudmouth. After inspecting the area, he saw that the total population of Phalia was about 10,000 households, split into 12 villages. Most of the people survived by hunting and gathering. Because no new residents had moved in for decades, the population continued to decline. So, Aren's territory was not only dirt poor, but on the brink of extinction. The fact that the royal family didn't even bother collecting taxes there told you everything you needed to know. When you're that broke, where are you supposed to get money for taxes? They didn't even know if they had enough to eat, let alone pay taxes. It couldn't get any worse. It seemed the previous landlord had tried to improve the land, but because the funding gap was so huge, he borrowed money from other territories and went bankrupt. In short, this place wasn't just broke and dying, it was drowning in debt. A total disaster. And to fix the issues here and the mess the previous landlord left behind, Aren came up with a plan to summon the village chiefs, the ones who actually held power in this place. The meeting took place quickly, with all the chiefs present. After they all bowed to Aren, he introduced himself and expressed his hope that he would be a leader they could rely on. On the surface, everyone bowed to him. But Aren knew full well that these old men looked down on him as just a kid with a bit of power. Our protagonist wasn't about to let himself be underestimated like that. It looked like he needed to put these old men in their place. By the way, he noticed one chief looked quite young. I'm sure I asked for all the village chiefs to come in person. His authoritative voice scared the young man so much he almost wet his pants. He quickly explained that his father had just passed away, so he had just been appointed. Aren pretended not to know, even though he'd known for a while. He did that just to mess with them. From now on, remember that I am the only one in power here. Don't make me lose my temper. Once I get serious, you'd better not test me. Afterward, he offered to treat everyone to a hearty meal, which confused them, but they didn't dare refuse Aren. As they sat at the table, everyone looked like they were sitting on needles. The heavy atmosphere made Aren fed up, but he endured it to get information. Finally, when the food was unveiled, everyone was surprised. It was as if it were a gourmet feast, even though, in reality, it was just grilled meat and bread. Aren apologized, saying he wanted to provide better dishes, but because the territory was so poor, he didn't have the budget. Even so, everyone was incredibly grateful to Aren and enjoyed the meal together. The tension had eased up significantly. While he was at it, Aren also made his stance clear. The previous landlord was completely useless, leaving everyone to suffer while the villagers were forced to keep hunting just to survive. If things keep going like this, he said, in 10 years, everyone will be done for, and this place will be ruined. So, from now on, I'm in charge. Please, put your trust in me. Confronted by Aren's powerful and persuasive speech, the village elders were quickly won over, placing their full faith in him as if they had suddenly become his devoted followers. Aren couldn't help but sigh at how easily they folded. His first order of business was quickly announced. He wanted everyone to accept the group of slaves he had brought with him so they could live and work in the village like everyone else, and he would compensate the village in other ways. In the end, through a mix of persuasion and intimidation, the village elders agreed. After leaving, the village elders discussed their new landlord, Aren. Even though he was quite young, they all felt he was completely different from the previous lords. He truly cared about the land and the people. Looking into his eyes, the village elder knew for a fact that he was an extraordinary person, and they decided to bet everything on Aren. Once the meeting ended, Aren was still dealing with the headache of the local population issue. Apparently, when he took power, there were 10,000 people, but now, upon checking again, there were only 9,651. Including the people he brought with him, That made about 9,800. Arn realized the biggest problem was the shockingly low birth rate. If he invested all his funds, he might be able to fix this issue within the next 50 years. Damn it. As if those noble bastards weren't enough, trying to let him rot away here, they even threw him into this economic quagmire. In such a harsh, desolate place where even the grass struggles to grow, agriculture didn't have a glimmer of hope. Learning from the mistakes of the previous deadbeat landlord, he finally chose commerce, and to develop trade, you obviously need roads. Shortly after, the announcement for the road construction project in Fahelia was quickly passed down to the people. Aren was hiring workers and offering fair pay. Even though the locals were a bit skeptical, they were still intrigued. At the construction site, the manager nervously told Aren that the scale of the work was quite large, but Aren couldn't care less. "I'm the one footing the bill here, just get it done. I'll pay everyone whatever they ask." Money really does talk. One word from him, and everyone obeyed without question. Everyone worked incredibly hard, they were top-notch. As some teacher once said, if you want to eat, you gotta work. If you don't work, you don't eat. That was the absolute truth. Building the road was only the first step. The second step in Aren's plan was to establish a merchants guild in Fahelia. Even though the manager was a bit of a chatterbox, there was nothing that couldn't be solved with enough money and power. Under pressure from the wealthy Aren, the second issue was resolved. The final step in his plan to revive this decaying territory was paper production. It might sound like Aren was high on something, but it was actually incredibly convincing. Since paper had to be imported from other countries, it was extremely expensive to acquire. Only those with high status could use it, so the paper business would bring in massive value, since no one else in the kingdom knew how to manufacture it. However, for a young man like Aren, who had lived 101, lives in various worlds, not knowing how to make paper would make him a total failure. But a problem arose. The blueprint for the paper-making machine that Aren gave to Diamond Laner involved parts that couldn't be manufactured by ordinary workers. Only dwarves could forge them. This group of dwarves was notoriously difficult to sway with money, so Diamond Laner had to consult a dwarf he knew. At a roaring forge, a grumpy old blacksmith was yelling at his apprentices. That was Master Blacksmith Awakens. While working, he received a letter from the alchemist Diamond. After opening and reading it, he suddenly stormed off, leaving his work for the manager to handle. What could possibly be in that letter to make Awakens react so strongly? After reading the letter from Diamond Laner, Awakens immediately summoned 35 blacksmiths from his forge to announce the design drafted by Aren and the request to create some equipment for Fahelia. Initially, Awakens thought this was just some arrogant little brat and was ready to refuse, but shortly after, he was completely stunned by Aren blueprints. He was so impressed that he had to show them to the other smiths, and just like Awakens, everyone there was overwhelmed. It was a blueprint for a paper-making machine, an idea and a level of technology they couldn't have achieved 5 years ago. Now, Aren was calling for help and needed them to send people. To those veteran blacksmiths, whose passion had long been in their blood, this blueprint was no different than finding buried treasure. When the bait is right in front of the cat, you'd have to be a fool not to bite. Spots were limited, but everyone wanted a chance at this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So, the old men started brawling to snag a spot on the project in Fahelia. The manager walked in, saw the chaos, couldn't help but sigh, and quietly closed the door to let them sort it out themselves. Meanwhile, Aren was waiting quite leisurely for a response from the blacksmith. He decided to treat himself to a comfortable sleep after working like a dog. However, just as he was about to doze off, Fi started making a huge racket. Aren felt extremely annoyed, but something felt wrong. How the hell could his pet even fly? This was the 8th floor, after all. It turned out his sister Kaina was playing with Fi by tossing him into the air, almost sending him out of the server entirely. Kaina seemed to be having fun, but in Aren's eyes, it was nothing short of animal abuse. Here is the whole situation. Since they were in a transition period for responsibilities, while everyone else was busy, the only one being useless and free was Kaina. She just spent her days training with her sword and sleeping. For an energetic person like Kaina, having to stay in one place made her extremely bored. At the same time, Fi, who was playing in the garden, accidentally landed in her sights, which was the beginning of his misery. In Kaina's eyes, this wasn't torture or abuse, she was training him to be a mount. Aren felt incredibly regretful. He should have taught his sister to develop her intuition instead of swordsmanship. He thought he should take responsibility and play with Kaina while everyone else was slammed with work, especially since he was just slacking off. He recalled his past lives. Sometimes he was an only child. Other times he didn't have a good relationship with his siblings. So, in this life, he didn't really know how to handle his sister, but he figured he would just try to be a model younger brother. In the end, the one who suffered the most was poor Phi. Instead of stopping them, Aren joined Kaina in launching him into the sky even faster. He must have owed these two sisters a lot in his past life, and now he was paying the price. They probably got bored of playing with Phi, so the two siblings switched to playing chess. But Kaina played so badly that Aren couldn't take it and flipped the whole table over. Aren was left speechless. It was his first time seeing someone flip a chessboard like that, then throw a tantrum just because they were losing. Well, as a good little brother, he decided to cut his sister some slack and gave her an artifact to boost her brain power. Since he was a veteran of 100 battles, a simple game of chess was nothing to him. Even with the artifact, Kay still lost miserably to her younger brother. Fuming, she grabbed her sword and slashed the chessboard into 4 pieces. She was so frustrated that they couldn't even finish the game. Thinking about it, Aren realized they had absolutely nothing in common. One was like a hyperactive monkey, and the other was a lazy cat. Just then, both their stomachs rumbled. Aren had the idea to cook with Kay, but seeing his clumsy sister who didn't know how to cook and was lazy to boot, he had to whip out his legendary silver-tongued tactics. Didn't she want to become a knight? Then, at the very least, she needed to know how to cook basic meals. What if she got into an unexpected accident while hunting monsters? She might go a whole week without a bite to eat, and then it would be death by starvation or eating something random and meeting her ancestors early. So, cooking was an essential skill for a knight. Finally, after her brother's incredibly persuasive words, Kay had to agree. Perhaps knowing Kay's nature, Aren chose to teach her how to make a stew. It was a simple dish made by adding meat and vegetables to a pot and boiling it. It was a standard menu in military camps, and most importantly, it was the dish with the lowest failure rate. At least things wouldn't end with a pair of siblings suffering from food poisoning after cooking for themselves. After working hard for a while, they finally finished the meal. It looked delicious, and Aren thought he could finally rest. But life had other plans. His butler ran in to report that a group of dwarves was outside, making threats. After hearing that, Aren got a massive headache. They should have sent a letter before coming, but they acted so arrogant, storming in like they were there to rob the place. Gosh, Aren was about to put on a show of authority, but the old blacksmith, Awakens, shut him up. Seeing her master being looked down upon, Asa immediately unleashed some basic moves to intimidate the old man. But who would have thought that not only was he unafraid, he even talked back to her. A girl who was as fierce as a tiger. If Aren hadn't been there to stop Asa, who knows if that old man would still be breathing. The dwarves knew exactly how human politics worked, but they didn't care at all. They were incredibly arrogant and didn't fear anyone, not even the emperor. Legend had it that the more skilled a dwarf was, the ruder they became. So, Aren needed Asa to behave properly toward them. The group of blacksmiths questioned Aren, asking who had designed the blueprints. But when he said he was the one who designed them, the old guys didn't believe him. They assumed a scrawny kid who couldn't even lift a hammer like Aren couldn't do anything useful. Damn it. He had lived for over 100 years in his previous life, and now he was being scolded like a child by these old men. Well, since they wanted to meet their maker early, he wouldn't hold back anymore. Asa, slice that jerk up. Aha, I've been waiting for this moment. You're dead meat. In the end, the servants had to stop Aren and Asa from turning them into sashimi. Otherwise, tonight's dinner would have had a dwarf sashimi side dish. After all the commotion, the old men finally started to believe Aren was the designer, which left him very annoyed with these geezers. If they had just written a letter first, he could have prepared a better welcome. Regardless, he really needed these dwarves for this task because he didn't have any blacksmiths skilled enough to craft this stuff. And, of course, the dwarves were always arrogant about their craftsmanship. How could human hands craft something so sophisticated? Although they were very prickly and all that, compared to Aren's own level of narcissism, it was nothing. Since they were that crazy, it was certain that he was the one who drew the blueprints. Genius-level people are never normal anyway. He thought they would have to negotiate for a long time, but before he could even start, the dwarves agreed immediately, which caught Aren by surprise, on the condition that he give them the rest of the blueprints. They didn't even blame Aren for using part of the blueprints to lure them. After all, technology is the lifeblood of an engineer. The aggressive old men from earlier were now acting all cute and sweet to butter him up for the rest of the plans. Aren was so disgusted he could barely look at them. What in the world was that? Of course, Aren would give them the rest of the plans. But he wasn't about to let them get the better of him. He wasn't stupid enough to give it to them up front. What if they got the full set and then bailed? So, Aren decided he would only hand it over once they finished the first part. Otherwise, no deal. Even though they were annoyed, the old men had no choice but to agree. Actually, he had intended to give them the whole thing at first, but seeing how rude these old geezers were, they needed to be taught a lesson. From now on, he would use this as bait to keep them motivated. After working for the capital, the blacksmiths, Aren had them finish each part of the machine one by one. Whether it was the middle of the night or while Aren was in the bath, they would sneak in to get the next part. In just 10 short days, they finished the paper manufacturing machine, and the resulting paper was of very high quality. So, he decided to produce more machines to increase productivity. The only thing left to do was to sell the paper. Aren chose a trustworthy person from his mother's Enrest family. That was his uncle, his mother's younger brother, Lechen Enrest. As soon as Aren introduced the paper he intended to sell to Lechen, he was shocked by the quality. The quality was far superior to high-end paper, yet the price was cheaper than regular paper. This could be the start of a business revolution in the kingdom, especially since foreign merchants were constantly making things difficult and cutting off paper imports. If you wanted to buy any, you had to pay exorbitant prices to the church or the royal court. Seizing the opportunity, Aren and Lechen immediately drafted a business plan and got to work on making their fortune. Everything seemed to be going quite smoothly. They found a way to distribute the paper. The factory was filled with the paper manufacturing machines built by the dwarves. However, right after finishing the job, the dwarves left immediately, even though Aren wanted to keep them for a meal. They refused because they were busy with other work, but said that whenever he needed them, they would be there to help. Soon after, Aren started the business. His paper product immediately caused a huge stir in the kingdom. Not only was it cheap, but the quality was better than high-end paper. Everyone everywhere was talking not just about the new paper, but also about Aren. The new landlord had revitalized the frozen land of Fahelia. His paper was so sought after that even his father, the emperor, heard about it and used it. He was also extremely surprised that Fahelia would start paying taxes from that day forward. In such a short time, Aren had turned the region's economy around. The emperor is extremely proud of everything he's accomplished lately and his unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, our hero is just lounging around, picking his nose and reading a comic. Since the business is doing great, he's definitely taking this time to slack off. Elsewhere, the queen is enjoying tea with Aren's older brother, the prince. She is absolutely furious to see that not only is Aren alive and well, but he's actually succeeding. It's like a slap in the face. Even though she tried to push Aren away, she still has to hear his name. What stings even more is that she's from the Pachi family, once the only clan with merchants who could import paper. There are two types of paper produced outside the kingdom. One is from the Momon Empire, and the other is from the Eastern continent. After a past conflict with the Momon Empire, paper from that empire was banned. Since then, the Pachi family got rich thanks to their exclusive trade route with the East. So, she's livid that Aren stole her family's monopoly on the paper trade. It looks like she's written a letter to someone and is plotting something to harm him. Back here, our Aren has no idea that danger is looming. A year and a half later, he's back at the slave market to buy more help. He's looking for people who can handle the cold and have good stamina to serve as soldiers to protect his territory. After all, Aren's fame now rivals that of a count, so he decides to buy another 5,000 slaves. It's nice to be rich and go shopping. The staff and the boss are catering to his every whim. Yeah, they're as obedient as puppies. When he returned to Fahelia, Aren trained the slaves he bought from Yan and asked the dwarves to help him craft weapons and equipment. Not long after, they finished the entire supply Aren needed for his 5,000 new soldiers. At first, when they arrived in Fahelia, the slaves seemed quite discouraged, but Aren treated them well and trained them, and they became real soldiers who are absolutely loyal to him. Looking at his handiwork, Aren is very satisfied, thinking he'll get a good night's sleep. But that very night, a group of mysterious men in black infiltrated Fahelia. It seems their goal was to destroy and loot the paper factory. The queen must have sent them. Since she can't have it, she's trying to ruin it. They probably thought Aren's territory would be an easy target, so they jumped right in. But these guys never expected that there would be nothing for them to take. On top of that, they were ambushed and captured. They're definitely meeting their end soon. Aren had already anticipated this and stationed soldiers there. He originally intended to let it slide because he didn't want the hassle. But there are things he cannot tolerate, and that is when people dare to touch his family, friends, and territory. In other words, he won't be lenient with anyone coveting what's his. If he has to deal with them, he doesn't fear anyone. Aren is fired up now. The queen is going to have a rough time with him. The intruders were interrogated and will be dealt with by the law. They might have to live as slaves for the rest of their lives. Even so, Aren couldn't squeeze any information out of them because they seemed to know nothing about their client. For now, the territory's finances aren't in any trouble. Aside from a few loose ends, Aren doesn't have to worry about anything else. Now, he can finally test his new invention, the teleportation magic circle. He entrusted Penn to finish it after pouring a ton of money into setting up the magical tools, maintaining efficiency, checking stability, and so on. It's finally complete. Aren starts placing the magic stone into the circle to power it up, and as soon as it's ready to teleport, Aren is super excited to return to the royal castle after such a long time. Ka, however, seems the opposite. She doesn't seem thrilled about going back. Turns out, Kaina hasn't argued with their mother in a while, so she feels awkward about seeing her again. Still, they both have to go back. Since it's her first time using the teleportation circle, Kay is pretty scared and has to grab onto her younger brother tightly. In the blink of an eye, both of them are teleported to the palace grounds. Perhaps because it's been so long, Aren really misses home, the place where he was born and raised with so many beautiful memories. The maid, Chaina, welcomes Aren and Ka back and informs them that their mother is waiting for them inside. Aren is incredibly eager to see his beloved mother again after being away for so long. He runs like the wind to her room and dives into his mother's arms the moment he sees her. Lady Livana is also thrilled to see her little boy again. Even though she heard about Aren from her younger brother, Le Chen, through letters, she still wanted to see him in person. It seems Le Chen still finds time to write letters to Livana, even while losing weight from working like a dog since they started the paper business. Aren really wants to tell his mother everything about his Philia territory and assure her that she doesn't have to worry about him anymore. He then tells her all sorts of stories about the animals living in Philia and how the people there live, which helps her relax. While they are chatting happily, Aren suddenly senses someone approaching. What the heck is this? We're in the middle of a conversation. Why are you interrupting? And the uninvited guest is none other than the queen. Could she be any more annoying? She knew perfectly well that Aren was back, yet she still pretended to be surprised and asked all sorts of questions. What a fake. If this lady likes to put on a show, he'll play along until the very end. If she wants to play fake, he's a master at it. He takes the opportunity to brag about his production achievements and the paper business. The people are incredibly happy thanks to the paper Aren developed. And naturally, this hits a sore spot for the queen. He's openly mocking her family right to her face. Even though she's furious, she still pretends to be calm, cares about Aren, and reminds him to take care of himself. Aren has lived 100 lifetimes. There's no way he's buying this woman's act. He suspects she'll move against him soon. If she's coming, he's ready. If she wants a fight, Aren will go all the way. He's not exactly an easy target anyway. Finally, it's time for Aren and Ka to say goodbye to their mother and return to the Philia territory. Before the magic circle starts, the cocky Aren still manages to tease Kaina, so his older sister punches him right in the gut. Immediately after, both of them are teleported back to Philia, ending their home visit. A few days after returning, Aren runs into a new problem. He needs to hire more mages. The reason is that it's safer to have mages operate the teleportation magic circle. Plus, having mages in the territory is definitely advantageous. They can use magic to grow crops instantly, especially since everyone in Philia has to cut down many trees to produce paper. So, mages are the perfect candidates to take on this work. On the other hand, when territory is under attack by monsters or enemies, the power of mages can be the deciding factor in the battle. The biggest reason is that Aren really needs a magic-using assistant. He's been dealing with a major headache, wondering if he should hire mages, since it isn't very common for a noble to hire exclusive mages. Money has never been an issue, but Aren doesn't want to draw any unnecessary attention by hiring them. Now, if he uses his territory as an excuse, he has plenty of reasons to justify hiring multiple mages. Another key point is that previous raid on the factory. Back then, it was carried out by regular soldiers. But what if the attackers had been mages? Sure, Aren knights are powerful, but that's only in a fair, head-on fight. If they had to go up against a mage, they would have been toast in no time. After some thought, Aren decided to hire mages to work under him and put out a notice. He considered asking the magic tower, but that would probably be way too expensive. Plus, the tower has so much influence, which would just be a huge hassle. The people gathering for Aren notice are outsiders, people not under the tower's influence. No interference, no drama, which is perfect. On the flip side, lower-level mages could apply, and Aren could train them and use them however he likes. Once the notice went out, the town was buzzing with interest, especially from the mages. Aren received tons of applications. This gave him quite a headache because he didn't know who to pick. After that, he gathered all the mages and held interviews. When it was all over, he had selected 12 people. On average, their skills were around level 3. Aren chose the talented ones after considering their age and background. To help these mages improve their skills, he's going to start assigning them missions and training them. First, Aren is going to pick one single level 4 mage. 2 people volunteered for the position. One is a bald, chubby, middle-aged guy named Moonkoi Brock, and the other is a pretty young woman named Jariki. Even though our guy Aren claimed looks didn't matter, he totally flipped and picked the girl instead of the old guy. What a fraud. Actually, there was another reason Aren chose Jariki. On the day of the interview, he asked her, given her skill level, she could work anywhere, so why choose a godforsaken, freezing place like Fahelia? And her answer was something Aren never expected. A normal person applies for a job for the salary or benefits, but this lady is working for the guy. She only applied because Aren is in Fahelia. Even though he was a bit taken aback, Aren didn't sense a shred of malice in her. He decided to give her a chance as his exclusive mage. Back to the present, Aren is explaining to the mages what they need to do and the perks they'll receive. Starting with the good stuff, he leads them to a high-class, luxurious library filled with magic books. Seeing this, they were all floored. Normally, magic books are incredibly precious. At the Magic Tower, you have to pay a fortune just to read, but at Aren Place, it's completely free. Since they get to read for free, they were so happy they might as well have called Aren Dad. Of course, Aren spent a ton of money, so he also needs to check the results of their training and how they use their power. Additionally, he will learn magic based on the research these mages conduct. Next, Aren took them to the logging forest, and their task was to manage the area by using their magic to boost the growth of the trees. He wanted them to keep making the trees bigger, but one mage explained that if a tree grows too fast, it will die. Trees need time to rest too. Since they usually grow every month, the forest needs half a year to recover. Having witnessed the disaster of environmental pollution in his previous life, Aren agreed with this point. Next, he assigned them to take care of the village fields, not just 1, but 12 villages. However, the main goal is to improve the environment so the villagers can grow their own crops, not to make the mages do the farming. He's not that stupid. So, Aren gave them an instruction manual so they could create magic tools. He started by demonstrating for everyone. By arranging these tools, they can create a magic barrier. They can keep out the freezing air outside while letting sunlight pass through so the crops can grow easily. These are mana greenhouses. Very quickly, they built these houses in all the villages. Once everything was finished, 2 mages were assigned to research magic tools, while 3 others were tasked with guarding the castle and the territory. The last one was Jariki. She was tasked with following and protecting Aren, as well as running errands. Now, he wants Jariki to cast a spell and improve her skills. Of course, Jariki is more than willing to follow his every request. This girl is so devoted to her man. From start to finish, Aren felt she was incredibly sincere. While wondering why, he suddenly noticed a book Jariki dropped. Isn't that the book he wrote? It's mainly about aura theory, but since no knight understood the contents, it wasn't very popular. Aren asked Jariki why she had this book. It turns out she happened to get it from an acquaintance. Depending on how much mana you absorb and circulate in nature, it changes your own limits. Jariki mentioned she realized the way knights use aura and the way mages recover mana are the same. To her, this was truly a brilliant book. Perhaps this is why Jariki idolizes Aren to the point where she's ready to serve him, through thick and thin. At this point, Aren is speechless, just a simple book, and it made such an impression. Oh, and another reason Jariki came to Fahelia is because the food is good. In some ways, Aren doesn't know whether to be happy or sad about Jariki's level of loyalty. He just hopes he picked the right person. Aren is studying in the library. After a while, he's finally able to use magic. At the capital of Erisea, Asa and Aren are at the wet smithy iron factory. Before even stepping inside, Asa was radiating pure killing intent, ready to fight anyone who steps out of line. Aren had to talk her down. He was afraid if this tigress went crazy, everything would be ruined. As soon as they entered, they felt the heat hitting their faces. An apprentice of the old blacksmith Akon came out to greet Aren and Asa. As soon as he met the old man again, they started bickering. Instead of greeting them with tea, Akon greeted them with vodka. Aren proposed that half of his blacksmiths sign an exclusive contract with him. And of course, the old man flatly refused. Aren didn't give up though. He kept trying to persuade him and promised to pay a huge sum. Yet, the old man couldn't care less, forcing Aren to pull out his trump card. If he agrees to work under Aren, he will be provided with new technology, Damascus steel. Hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up like car headlights. He started wondering whether he should reveal the truth to Aren or not. It turns out the dwarves from Smith City came to the kingdom in search of rare metals not found in their homeland. That's why they work and research in the capital and far-off lands, with the sole hope that one day they might be able to forge those rare metals. And Aren knows how to make Damascus steel. Not only that, if he agrees, he will be the first to see all the latest technologies. Since this deal was too good to pass up, the old man was in. After much haggling, both sides settled on a 5-year contract. Finally, Aren could rightfully rest after working like a dog for so long. At Fahelia territory, Kaina was extremely puzzled as to why no one had seen Aren leave his room, and no one knew what he was doing. Kaina couldn't take it anymore and decided to personally check if her younger brother was okay. But to her shock, she saw her damn brother lying in bed, being pampered by a beautiful girl, with Jiriki using magic to serve him, even for dressing and bathing. Kaina was dumbfounded. She didn't expect her brother to be so spoiled, and knew she had to set him straight. Right now, the accused, Aren and Jiriki, were being presented before the tribunal of Kaina, Asa, and Sina for the abuse of magic. The three of them looked quite tense regarding the magic use, especially Kaina, who was very worried about her younger brother. Because of that, Aren had to explain to them that it was just magic and there was no issue with Jiriki at all. She was simply taking her job seriously. But the real problem lay with Aren because he was too lazy to walk on his own, except when going to bathe. This made his sister very unhappy. Asa and Sina also complained about him. If it was just inside the castle, it would be fine. But if he went outside, Aren needing to be carried by Rai using magic would make others think he was paralyzed. It seems everyone underestimated his shamelessness, he thought. Who cares? I can handle these embarrassing things easily. Kaina was absolutely speechless. In the end, she gave an ultimatum, banning her brother from using magic and the woman Jiriki as well. Kaina believed that Aren being too dependent on magic instead of moving himself would make him sick. But Jiriki immediately rejected Kaina's opinion, because every time she moved Aren with magic, it also stimulated his muscles to a certain extent. Therefore, he wouldn't easily suffer from muscle atrophy. But this wasn't the only problem anymore. Jiriki couldn't take care of Aren like a child forever, and perhaps someone else should take over. Of course, the girl Jiriki vehemently refused. She had worked so hard to land such a sweet gig. She wasn't going to quit easily, and she was confident that she wasn't inferior to anyone else. Thus, she was absolutely worthy of her current position. Both Asa and Kaina wondered why Jiriki was so insistent on being Aren's personal mage bodyguard. But perhaps everyone had forgotten that the final decision rested with Aren. However, as his sister, Kaina was fully capable of testing the goods, Jiriki, for her little brother. Jiriki wasn't intimidated at all. If she wanted to test her, bring it on. The first trial was a paperwork test. Was that all? Jiriki used magic to handle it in a heartbeat. Next was the cooking challenge. With her superior level, cooking for Jiriki was easy as pie. Oh my god. The food she cooked wasn't just shockingly delicious, it was perfectly suited to Aren taste. Things had reached this point, but Kaina still didn't seem convinced. Aren was helpless with his sister. He asked the two knights, Asa and Sina, for their opinions. Why was his sister picking a fight to make things difficult for Jiriki? And why weren't they stopping her instead of just letting it happen? There must be something suspicious going on. Finally, the two revealed that Kaina was likely suspicious of Jiriki because of an incident that happened 2 days ago. The defense system, built from magic tools, was found in a severely damaged state, and the culprit hasn't been caught yet. Even though Asa and Sena didn't think Jiriki was the culprit, they still had to keep an eye on her for a while. In fact, they hadn't reported this to Aren yet, but they had found a letter. It seems the culprit intentionally left it for Aren to see. The content was, "Return Jiriki to the magic tower." What the heck is this? Asa and Sena showed the letter to Jiriki, but she didn't say a word. She didn't even show any abnormal expression. Even though Asa trusted her, she was acting way too suspiciously. Why be so devoted to Aren all of a sudden? There must be another reason. But he could trust Jiriki because previously, he had looked into her heart and knew for sure that this girl didn't have any dark intentions at all. Aren couldn't explain this to Kaina and the knights either. Perhaps because Kaina had been attacked by black mages in the past, she now felt uncomfortable with mages, and Aren could understand why his sister acted that way. However, before coming to a conclusion, he needed more time to find out, and needed the two, Asa and Sena, to hold Kaina back. Now was the time for Aren to seriously find the truth behind it and speak directly with Jiriki about this issue. In Jiriki's room, Aren apologized for putting her in a difficult situation, and Jiriki didn't seem to care much. Even so, she pretended to act hurt, saying she should have been stronger as his exclusive mage. Aren was speechless. He explained to her about Kaina. She didn't like having exclusive mages, and had opposed it when he said he would hire Jiriki. Jiriki also knew about the incidents involving the black mages. That case was quite famous at the Magic Tower. After that incident, nobles started losing trust in mages themselves. The tower even taught students how to log out a black mage without hesitation if they encountered one. Arn broke into a sweat hearing that. He reassured Jiriki not to worry about Kaina and that he would convince his sister later. But Jiriki didn't care at all. If anyone doubted her abilities, she would gladly prove them wrong. And what Aren was always curious about was why Jiriki was so loyal to him. Before that, he didn't know her at all. To answer her master's question, she told him her story. Jiriki was taken to the magic tower when she was young. The village she used to live in was wiped out in an epidemic. So, she wandered everywhere after losing her family. Jiriki was the only survivor, thanks to the help of the magic tower. It seems they took Jiriki away because they discovered her mana talent, and at the tower, she was taught magic. However, Jiriki couldn't meet their expectations. Therefore, she was treated unfairly, and had to run errands all day like a dog. Even though she was now a powerful mage, 4 years ago, she was still just a level 1 rookie. At first, Jiriki struggled to control mana, using only the theories from the tower. Just then, she accidentally got her hands on Aren's book. From that moment, Jiriki felt enlightened, as if she had been awakened by his wisdom. In just 2 years, she climbed the ranks, from a level 1 rookie to a level 4 mage. Even those who pay for VIP status couldn't keep up with her. It was clear that Aren's teachings were the perfect fit for Jiriki. Perhaps she was a genius who just needed that book to unlock her potential. If Aren hadn't published it, she might have spent her entire life as a servant in the magic tower, never even knowing her own talent. That's why, to Jiriki, Aren is the one who saved her life. Even though Aren insists that her success came from her own hard work, she remains incredibly grateful to her master. Right after reaching level 4, she left that wretched tower. Her self-proclaimed mentor was furious, but she felt no guilt, since she hadn't learned a single thing from him. Yet, that scumbag went around bragging as if her success was all thanks to him. That's why she hates that cursed tower so much. After leaving, she traveled everywhere to find Aren, and when she saw his recruitment notice in Fahilia, she signed up immediately, because it was Aren the one who made her a real mage, her true master. This is where she belongs. Aren was deeply moved by her devotion. On the other hand, Jiriki didn't want Aren to tell Kaina the truth because she wanted to be recognized for her skills, not out of pity. Aren promised to keep it a secret. That night, he looked into Jiriki's background. She was a pitiful girl. Apparently, her instructor wasn't a good person. She had developed her skills on her own and fled the tower while risking severe punishment. The punishment was a contract designed to protect the tower's secrets. If broken, it would forcefully shatter half of the opponent's magic circle, instantly reducing them to a low-level mage. Aren thought the tower was incredibly harsh. It seemed he really had to step in and do something for Jiriki. The next morning, the moment Aren feared most finally arrived. A fiery combat match between Kaina and Jiriki. At first glance, Jiriki seemed to be at a disadvantage, but it was too early to tell. They hadn't really gone all out yet. Aren was getting anxious, and ordered Asa and Sina to stop them. But no one wanted to jump into a fight between those two monsters and risk getting hurt. Jiriki started chanting a spell to strike at Kaina, but Kaina wasn't about to back down. She immediately parried with a few basic moves, deflecting the attack toward the wall. And it seemed some unfortunate lurker took the full force of the blast. Oh. It turned out to be Jiriki's fake mentor. Everyone present spotted him. He was the scumbag who had been lurking around Aren's castle. Aren was wondering what kind of trouble he was plotting, but the guy was caught before he could do anything. Even now, he was still shrieking, commanding Jiriki to return to the magic tower with an arrogant tone, calling her an ungrateful wretch. Fed up with his barking, Jiriki shut him up for good. He never taught her anything. He only used her for menial labor. She never considered a man who starved her as a teacher. Now that she had left, he still had the nerve to show up how annoying. But the guy clearly didn't understand how to act, still daring to bark orders for her to return. He must have been in a lot of trouble since she vanished. Aren guessed that his superiors were pressuring him to train a talented student like Jiriki, but he didn't have anyone who could compare to her because he was just an empty, incompetent shell. Seeing his expression, Aren knew he had hit a nerve. So, the old man tried to use force to drag Jiriki away. Trying to snatch someone away right in front of her master? Not happening. Aren stepped in, confirming that Jiriki was his exclusive mage under contract. Furthermore, he had already submitted an official request to the tower yesterday, and it had been approved. So, the old man had no right to force her back. If he kept being stubborn, Aren wasn't sure he'd be leaving in one piece. But the guy seemed to have lost his mind, daring to use magic right inside Aren's territory. He was asking for it. If he wanted to meet his end so badly, Aren wouldn't stop him. He let Kaina and the others handle him. The old man tried to ambush Aren, but before he could even touch a hair on his head, Jiriki jumped in with a lethal blow. He nearly met his maker. He was lucky to be alive, but he managed to pull out a treasure to escape. Asa was about to chase him, but Aren stopped her. It wasn't worth the effort to chase trash like him. He would just file a formal complaint with the magic tower. Jiriki felt terrible, thinking this happened because of her personal baggage, but everyone sympathized with her, knowing this was an unavoidable situation and not her fault at all. Everyone now knew the old man had been stalking them, and the fact that Jiriki turned against him proved her loyalty. Aren asked everyone to witness that. In the end, all suspicions against Jiriki were cleared. That very evening, in a forest near Fahelia, the old man was hiding like a rat. Unfortunately for him, Aren tracked him down. There was no way he was letting him walk away after causing such a mess in his territory. To a pathetic scumbag like him, Aren didn't waste words and sent him off to the afterlife. Try living a better life in the next one, old man. After that day, everything returned to normal. The relationship between Jiriki and Kaina was no longer tense. Jiriki's tendency to indulge Aren's laziness was also addressed after Kaina gave them a stern warning. Even so, Jiriki was still a bit hesitant and asked Aren if he was truly okay with keeping her on as his exclusive mage. Of course, to Aren, it wasn't her fault at all, so she didn't need to worry about it anymore. In Jiriki's eyes, Aren was such a generous and tolerant master that she absolutely adored him. Whether in the past or the present, he was the benefactor she truly respected. And for Aren, being respected by a talented mage felt pretty good. Perhaps in this life he should experience more amazing things like this. One fine day, Aren decided to test his new magic skills. As the protagonist, his buffs were insane. Jiriki took 2 years to reach level 4, but for him, it only took a month. Since training was getting boring, he decided to find a target to use as a punching bag for fun. As soon as he said it, he headed to the Elia family's castle that night. Ever since he transmigrated, that woman had always looked down on him and given him a hard time. Although Aren had been patient many times, she always pushed her luck, even showing attitude in front of his beloved mother. So, he wouldn't hold back anymore. This time, the Empress was in for it. Aren dealt with those magic barriers in a flash. Once inside, he saw that the place was even bigger than he imagined. Her family must be incredibly wealthy to build such a magnificent castle. But the bigger and more beautiful it was, the more satisfying it would be when Aren destroyed it. With that, he lit a fire that made the Empress's home the brightest thing in the night. The feeling of revenge against someone so hateful, let me tell you, it felt amazing. Inside, the servants reported the fire to Duke Pachi, the Empress's biological father. They all scrambled to escape the blaze like scared rats. Watching this scene, Aren was overjoyed. He wanted to burn down their warehouse to make them go bankrupt. Even the vassals living in Pachi's territory weren't safe from his schemes. He unleashed a plague curse after his attack. Finally, Aren managed to track down Pachi's treasure vault. It would be a shame to leave empty-handed. He had to strip the Empress of everything to truly satisfy his spite. Destroying the castle wasn't enough. Aren just gave the lock a squeeze, and it shattered into pieces. As expected of a wealthy family that held a monopoly on the paper trade, the vault was overflowing with endless gold, silver, and jewels. There was no way Aren would pass up such a delicious treat. He decided to pocket everything into his own secret stash. The Empress would surely cry her eyes out, which would just make it more interesting. He couldn't just leave without a trace. It wouldn't be fun without leaving something behind. As for the Duke, Pachi finally received Aren's letter after the evacuation. He guessed it was left by the perpetrator, but the content was strange. I will set your heart ablaze, based on the past of a heavenly child. What on earth was that supposed to mean? The first person to receive the news was the Empress, and she collapsed immediately, though thankfully there were no casualties in the fire. Even the Emperor was furious after hearing the news and ordered the capture of the culprit, not knowing it was his own troublesome son. The professors assessed the scale of the damage and the remaining mana, guessing the perpetrator was a level 6 mage or higher. They even suspected it was a group, at least 5 mages, because how could one person be that strong? They assumed it must be the dark mages. Just then, a servant ran in to report another shocking piece of news. An epidemic had broken out after the fire. Every noble of the Pachi family had caught the disease. They assumed the losses were mounting because of this. After the Pachi family faced one disaster after another, the Empress was now suffering from severe psychological trauma. She had to find the one responsible at any cost. A maid advised her to be careful, as she might be the next target. In the Fahelia territory, news of the Pachi family's tragedy had also spread. Even those who previously supported the family didn't bother helping with the reconstruction for fear of becoming the next target. Not only was the castle burned to the ground, but all their wealth had been snatched away. Still, Given the long-standing status of the Pachi family, they might not collapse entirely, but the damage was still devastating. Seeing the chaotic reports, Kay was extremely worried and advised Aren to be careful, but she didn't know the culprit behind the massive crime was her beloved younger brother. Meanwhile, Aren continued to play innocent as if he knew nothing. This little guy even sent a donation to Duke Pachi to express his condolences to the family head. Regardless, the Empress and her family had received their fair share of Aren's revenge. In the Fahelia territory, the Mana greenhouse was proving to be very effective. Now, the people there no longer had to worry about food. They were extremely grateful to Aren for everything he had done for them. Without him, they never would have had such a bumper harvest in a frozen land like this. Aren remained quite humble. He insisted that it was all thanks to the mages, those who had worked hard for months to adjust the magic tools, and that he had only paid them for their work. Now, the place was extremely peaceful because the Pachi family would no longer bother Aren. It would be great if things just kept going like this. Legend has it that 50 years after the Great War, 3 countries gained the upper hand and were called the 3 Great Empires: Domanion, Urnesia, and Em. Among them, the kingdom of Domanion was the weakest, but they gained an advantage by teaming up with another kingdom. In Domanion, the prime minister was happily hosting a party when suddenly, a noble presented him with a special gift. It was a precious elixir that was only sold in Urnesia. Even if someone had chronic baldness, this medicine would cure it. Naturally, the bald prime minister was very happy to receive the gift. To return the favor, he agreed to let the noble's son work in the Ministry of Interior next year. Recently, goods imported from Urnesia had become very popular in Domanion, and clearly, they were all smuggled. That year, during a royal conference in Domanion, the king was furious about the smuggling of Urnesia's goods. And with this trend, the balance of power would completely collapse within the next 5 years. For a long time, the economic gap between the 3 empires hadn't shifted, but the scales were finally tipping. This was clearly the work of our man. Who else? Even in the kingdom of Em, the people publicly protested against the paper production, and claimed the improved methods belonged to the people of Em. At this point, Duke Elgen, the king of Domanion's right-hand man, believed they could no longer delay this situation. They had to do something to stop it, even if they had to use force. But the emperor was hesitant. After all, their enemy was a powerful nation, and it wouldn't be easy to take them down. So, the duke proposed a plan to form an alliance with other nations to overthrow Urnesia. In a secret underground meeting room in Domanion, Duke Elgen gathered representatives from other kingdoms in the alliance, including the representative of Em, Duke Huin, and the representative of Sejapin, a young man named Merlin. Last but not least, there was the Holy Kingdom, a nation built on religion. But it seemed the representative of the Holy Kingdom was absent. The goal of these nations was to stop Urnesia. Judging by the money Urnesia had been making lately, they couldn't just ignore it any longer. However, the representative Merlin was worried about whether they could actually defeat a superpower. If they lost, there would be no way back. But Duke Elgen argued that this was exactly why they had to form an alliance. No matter how powerful Urnesia was, it would be difficult to resist a full-scale attack from a 4-nation coalition. Furthermore, if they applied pressure through war, Urnesia wouldn't be able to produce those useless goods for a while. Especially with recent rumors about an extraordinary young prince, only 8 years old, who not only discusses and solves national issues but also develops new goods and products. At just 14, he even revived a dead territory. And if they just leave this prince be, Nessia's glorious reign will never end. Meanwhile, they will be stepped on forever, so they must do whatever it takes to make Eresia fall in war or cut that prince's throat. It seems all the representatives agree to deal with the prince to avoid unnecessary losses. Back in the kingdom, the emperor also sensed something unusual upon learning that 3 other countries were secretly in contact. Their motives surely aren't simple, so Eresia must prepare quickly. In recent years, the kingdom has grown immensely powerful and well-resourced to fight against anyone foolish enough to invade. The emperor quickly issued a dispatch to every territory. Naturally, the Fahelia Aren territory received one too. He started to wonder if he had gone too far. He used to keep everything under control, but now he might have played a bit too big. At only 15, Aren has already stirred up the 5 kingdoms. He found this quite a headache, and decided to meet with Kaina to prepare for the storms ahead. Aren summarized the current situation for Kaina. The thing is, the kingdom of Domanion is jealous that Urnesia is making so much money, so they roped in 2 other kingdoms to form an alliance to stop and topple Urnesia, while also preparing for war, ready to fight to the death with Urnesia. And of course, that little troublemaker Aren played no small part in this. After hearing the situation, Kaina was confused. She didn't know about M, but the other two kingdoms had a pretty good relationship with Nessia. Now they are acting so suspiciously. Should Nessia strike first? It sounds like an easy win, but they are meeting in secret. It's very difficult to gather clear evidence, and they aren't stupid enough to leave any behind. So, Aren was actually glad to have heard whispers of the current situation. Even though he had been preparing for these scenarios for the next 5 years, he still found it ridiculous that humans can change things so easily, yet choose to drag each other into war. It seems like killing people isn't a big deal to them. Aren feels it's such a hassle that war is the solution to everything. After all, this news hasn't been verified. He asked Kaina for her thoughts on the matter. This could be a chance for her to return to the palace temporarily, because their father, the emperor, has been extremely worried about his beloved daughter, even writing letters to check on her. As for his troublemaking son, he couldn't care less. He only asked him not to let his beloved daughter fight anymore. Fearing Kaina might misunderstand, Aren explained to his sister that this wasn't an order to run away, just to take refuge at the palace until the threat passes. Naturally, Kaina refused to return. Aren insisted this wasn't a joke. In a war, she might have to go to the front lines. Is she okay with that? And with her combative nature, Kaina has never feared anyone. She doesn't want to hide in a safe place just because she is a princess. On the contrary, Kaina feels that, as a member of the royal family, she should be the one leading the charge. Feeling that his delinquent older sister has finally matured, Aren was touched to the point of tears, so he decided he would write to their father about Kaina's wishes, saying he couldn't do anything about it. Inside the Fahelia castle parlor, everyone was still carefree. Sina had participated in small skirmishes before, but they couldn't compare to the coming war. Sina suddenly asked Asa if she would go home. Hearing that Asa's younger brother just started the academy this year, it would be great if she went back to see him. However, because they still don't know what might happen, Asa knows her brother would understand if she saw him later. Anyway, everyone was very relaxed, drinking to their heart's content, and not giving a damn about the world. At this moment, Aren was buried in research papers for the upcoming war. Is there any chance of Wello winning if he stands alone against those three kingdoms? From his professional transmigrator experience, Aren calculates they could send an army of approximately 600,000 to 700,000 soldiers to invade Erisea. Assuming Aren Kingdom only focuses on defense, they would have at most about 600,000 soldiers. He couldn't even say for sure what would happen in the war. In the worst-case scenario, Aren would have to intervene secretly. His primary goal was to live an easy life, but life isn't a fairy tale. He has to work his fingers to the bone to solve the impending war. Especially, he will never forgive anyone who dares to touch his kingdom. To prepare thoroughly, Aren sought help from the old blacksmith Akon. He had just moved to Fahelia under contract. It seems he was quite dissatisfied with the location, but at least the facilities were high-end and fancy. Besides, he was extremely angry about the incompetence of the blacksmiths here. They had only been working for 2 days without sleep before passing out. Back to the main point, Aren wanted him to craft some weapons right away. But when Akon asked for the quantity, well, it wasn't much, just enough for 20,000 people. Luckily, his apprentice stopped him. Otherwise, Aren would have been in trouble with the old man. Next, Aren headed to the slave market. Being a VIP, the owner was overjoyed to welcome him. This time he came to buy a large number of slaves. The owner might not have that many on hand, so Aren told him to prepare quickly. The owner broke out in a cold sweat, not knowing how many he needed this time. Well, not much, just 10 times more than before. A staggering 50,000 slaves the owner turned to stone upon hearing that. He was extremely shocked by Aren's order. He revealed some important information to him, that the number of nobles wanting to do business with the slave market has been increasing lately. They often want a large number of slaves to serve as soldiers, so he asked Aren directly if he was also going to use the 50,000 slaves for the same purpose. Of course, not all of them, just like before. That number would include their family members. But it could be said that what he was thinking was correct. It seems the man had sniffed out an opportunity to make money. Indeed, if he kept trading, there was no way he wouldn't notice the signs of war. Surely this slippery guy had already hiked his prices higher than the market rate for his customers. Honestly, if they kept doing business, there was no way he wouldn't notice the signs of war. That shady guy had definitely jacked up the prices for his customers. After finalizing the order, he offered to ship the goods to the territory, but he refused and said he'd come back to pick them up in 5 days. After Aren returned, there was surely a lot to do to prepare for the war. So, before he had to work himself to the bone like a dog, he decided to spend these 5 days living it up. Even so, Kaina still felt uneasy. With everyone in the territory working their fingers to the bone, how could they just go off and have fun? Right then, Aren threw out the bait. Kaina, "Aren't you interested in the royal capital?" Because she was a princess and had other duties as a mage, Kana had spent most of her time in the royal palace. She must have been very curious about the outside world. Aren even said he'd let the others handle the important parts first, so when they got back, Kana wouldn't have to do much. At first, Kana was going to ask Aren to return to the territory together, but since the deal was too good, she changed her mind. The streets in the capital were incredibly lively. Seeing this for the first time, Kana was thrilled, and they both had a great time. Suddenly, Kana noticed a sign claiming the wise, young, and brilliant products were made by the third prince. It turned out to be Aren's shop. Having his sister discover it made Aren so embarrassed he wanted to crawl into a hole. When they went inside to look around, the staff was very eager to make a sale, but one glance from Aren was enough to spot the knockoff. While the employee was still trying to deny it, Aren told Kana to test it with mana. The sword couldn't handle it, and snapped in two. How could goods supposedly crafted by dwarves be this shoddy? To punish that swindler, he snatched a high-quality dagger from him. Even though the guy didn't want to, he was so terrified by Aren's threats that he didn't dare make a peep. Kana thought her brother really liked the dagger, but in reality, it was an authentic piece made by dwarves. He ended up gifting it to his sister. Is there any girl who doesn't like receiving gifts? And naturally, Kana was no exception. She truly loved this gift from Aren. It seemed like the relationship between brother and sister was becoming much closer. How wonderful that was. A few days later, Aren returned to pick up the slaves. At first, Kana was quite worried seeing such a large number. But Aren reassured her and told her to imagine how awesome it would be to lead an army of over 20,000 soldiers. As soon as Sana and Jariki came to welcome Aren back, they were shocked by the number of people he brought. Asa advised him that even though they had to prepare for war, he shouldn't bring in so many people without verifying their backgrounds. She feared there would be risks in the war if they took in people with unknown identities. But Aren knew for a fact that the war was inevitable. Fahelia might be the second or third place to be destroyed, and he asked everyone to trust him. It seemed everyone believed in Aren. And Asa also said she would no longer question his decisions. Aren was happy that everyone understood him, and the help from Asa and the others was absolutely essential for what they were about to do. Of course, Aren would train the new recruits to be strong enough to protect Fahelia. After selecting the capable individuals from that group, Aren would train them first to become unit commanders, and then have them train the rest of the soldiers. He would prepare basic training guides, so Asa and Sina would be in charge of general supervision. It looked like Aren was going to be buried in work soon. It was all because of the leaders of that three-nation alliance. He didn't even know what those losers looked like, yet they dared to make him work his ass off like this. And once he got involved, they shouldn't expect any peace. This was going to be a long story with Aren. To prepare properly for the upcoming war, Aren and Jariki had to head up to the China Mountains to find a certain mage. They were greeted by a rather seasoned mage. In truth, Aren came there to buy some items, but the goods Aren wanted were a bit troublesome magic stones containing mana. Moreover, he wanted to buy a large quantity of high-purity stones. The shopkeeper was suspicious upon hearing Aren's request because that fell under the jurisdiction of the magic tower. Why would he ask him? Simply put, Aren knew the tower wouldn't sell them to him. The man guessed that he would use the magic stones for war, based on how they were used. Magic was nothing less than a weapon of mass destruction, especially during wartime. Aren explained to the owner that he only intended to use them to protect his own territory. The man seemed to understand his situation, but why look for this place? Aren knew full well the old man was playing dumb. With the man's network, gathering enough magic stones would be easy as pie. Although the owner looked like a stiff old man, he was actually very good at business and keeping secrets. Finally, he agreed to Aren's request. However, it would take some time. He was very pleased with the deal. With this, other issues would be solved smoothly. He discussed with Jariki his plan to treat himself to another vacation. But before he could finish his sentence, Jariki suddenly slumped down because she couldn't stand straight, which scared the living daylights out of Aren. It turned out she was shocked to see such an unimaginable amount of money. He thought it was something serious. But to a big shot like Aren, this was nothing. Seeing Jariki take the matter so seriously, he revealed his current assets to her. After hearing that, Jariki stood frozen for 5 seconds. Aren was just teasing her a little because that amount didn't even include the wealth he had dug up from the queen, so Jariki had nothing to worry about. Not long after that, back in Fahelia, Aren assigned the mages an important task, and they had to finish it before the war began. Because this was top secret, they had to do it themselves. It was time for capitalist Aren to exploit the labor of the mages. He would make them taste what it was like to work overtime and be buried in work during their holiday. After all, he paid them quite well, so he couldn't let them be idle forever. As for Aren himself, Today he would take a trip to the royal capital, and accompanying him was Asa. She was quite curious about whether there was something very important that made them have to come here. But in truth, this was just a personal matter. Aren thought she must have misunderstood, as they had been dealing with so much while preparing for the war. Soon after, he led Asa to the Royal Academy. It turned out he had heard that her younger brother was studying there, so she must have really wanted to see him at least once. The Royal Academy was an educational institution of the royal family, where nobles sent their children to study. Meanwhile, upper-class families would not send their kids here unless they can afford the exorbitant tuition. Zip it. This is a place where nobles come to learn. Aren even offered Asa some time off, but she refused because she was too busy with work. So, he paved the way for her and secured an entry permit. As they walked into the academy, they ran into some snobby noble kids. Thinking back, Aren still didn't know much about Asa's younger brother. He had asked her about his whereabouts, but it seemed like even Asa didn't know exactly where he was. While walking, the two of them suddenly ran into a boy who looked exactly like Asa. It turned out the younger brother's name was Isaac, but it looked like Isaac was in some trouble. He was surrounded by a group of girls. One girl was questioning Isaac about some kind of proposal, which made him incredibly awkward, and he refused her. Aren thought this might be bullying and intended to help Isaac, but Asa stopped him. Only when the girls left did the two of them approach the boy. Isaac was very surprised to see his sister and wondered why she was there. Asa didn't pay any attention to that. To her, what mattered more was who those girls were that had just been bullying her brother. But Isaac didn't really want to tell his sister, so he snapped at her. This left Asa completely stunned. At this point, Aren had to step in to break the awkward tension between the two siblings. He led Isaac to the side and introduced himself as the third prince of the empire, the one currently being looked after by Isaac's sister. Aren asked the boy quietly what was going on. Was he being bullied by those girls? And to gain his trust, he crossed his heart and promised the kid he wouldn't tell Asa. Only then did Isaac dare to tell the story. The girl from earlier was Ha Karet, the youngest daughter of Marquis Karet. The name sounded familiar. Aren felt like he had met her at his previous birthday party. And Isaac wasn't actually being bullied by that girl. He was being forced to go on a date with her. Because he was so shy, the kid had refused and ran away as fast as he could. It turned out the whole story was that simple, and the kid was just overreacting. After that, no matter how many times he rejected Ha, she still stuck to him like glue, demanding to go out with him. There were even other girls starting to flirt with Isaac, which made him extremely anxious. It wasn't about being bullied at all. After hearing that, Aren was speechless. This kid was so clueless that he didn't even realize how popular he was. It seemed this little guy was still quite green and inexperienced. Isaac then confided that he didn't know how to face Ha. So, Aren told him to just ask her directly. She was right behind him, anyway. This made the kid terrified. Seeing a stranger, Ha asked who Aren and Asa were. So, Aren took the opportunity to let her introduce herself. He introduced Asa as Isaac's sister, and also his future sister-in-law. Asa was completely bewildered. Why was she suddenly being called a sister-in-law? Aren then explained the whole story to her. Even though he had promised not to tell anyone, Aren had flipped the script and told Asa everything. It was quite the bluff. But Ha was bold. As soon as she heard her future sister-in-law was visiting, she rushed over to introduce herself and asked for permission to date her brother. Kids these days were so bold. Asa was still processing everything when she heard the girl say that. She was completely confused and asked Aren what she should do. Of course, the best thing was to give the two kids some private space and support the young couple. What else could they do? Unless Asa didn't like the girl from the Karet family. But Ha had never forced Isaac, and he hadn't said he disliked her either. It seemed the kid was just too surprised and flustered to know what to do. Seriously speaking, Aren felt that the Karet family had incredible profit potential with their appropriate investment plans. If Isaac had a good relationship with their daughter, it would be very beneficial for Asa's family. This was the true meaning of securing one's future through one's in-laws. Seeing Asa still worried, Aren reassured her. After all, the two kids liked each other. As an older sister, she should trust and watch over her brother. But if Isaac didn't hate the girl, why did he refuse? Aren felt it might be due to a man's pride or perhaps some other reason. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Another boy quickly wedged himself between Ha and Isaac. It turned out this kid's name was Luen, and he was also pursuing Ha. So he saw Isaac as a romantic rival. Seeing his beloved being bullied, Ha rushed out to protect her dear. The kid Luen saw the girl he liked defending someone else, so he was furious but couldn't do anything. Aren and Asa were completely exhausted by this middle school love triangle. How old were they to be playing at love like this? The other kid probably felt he had to act like the head of a family to take care of her, so he questioned Ha. Why did she like someone like Isaac? His family was bankrupt, and his sister had to work in the countryside. If she continued to be so stubborn, she would bring shame to the Carrot family. Aren, who was living in the countryside, started to get angry upon hearing that. Even though he was scared, once his family was insulted and with a girl to protect, he stepped forward to shield Ha. At the same time, he demanded that the kid take back those nasty remarks immediately. This blue-haired brat wasn't a pushover either. He was about to get physical with Isaac, but Aren grabbed his hand. However, the brat was smart. Realizing he couldn't win, he started shouting loudly. Right after that, the kid's support arrived. It turned out to be his older brother. Judging by his appearance, Aren guessed that he might be a teacher rather than a student. Before the man could speak, Aren introduced himself first. Greetings, I am the third prince of the Ernesia Empire, and also the lord of the Fahelia region. The brat, upon hearing that his rival had the third prince backing him, almost wet his pants, so he knew fear after all. The boy's brother, seeing the situation becoming complicated, suggested that Aren move to a different place to talk. Aren, of course, agreed and followed him to a study. The man politely apologized on behalf of his younger brother. The Luen family would also send a formal apology regarding the incident. This person was Gadel Luen, the eldest son of the Luen family, who was currently a swordsmanship instructor at the academy. But Aren argued that the person who deserved an apology wasn't him, but Isaac. Gadel immediately dismissed this and made accusations. Conversely, he claimed that Isaac was the one who provoked the conflict, so Asa's Pin family should be the ones to apologize. Initially, Aren hadn't understood why elementary school kids were involved in a love triangle, but now he somewhat understood the reason. Although the Royal Academy was an educational environment, it wasn't just for studying. It was also a place where young nobles who hadn't yet entered society could build connections. Aren was sure that the blue-haired kid approached that girl because of family demands. Even if that wasn't the initial reason, over time, the pure intentions could have been corrupted. At this point, Gadel arrogantly claimed that the Carrot and Luen families had a long-standing, deep-rooted relationship. Therefore, the Pin family had no right to interfere in this matter. An instructor at the academy acting like this, and to treat the Pin family as an obstacle to their goals, made Aren extremely furious. He couldn't hold it in any longer, and started to tear into Gadel Luen. Why bring family politics into the relationships of children? Gadel was being incredibly arrogant, claiming that the Carrot and Luen families had an ancient bond, so the Pin family had no right to interfere. An academy instructor acting like that, and on top of it, treating the Pin family like an obstacle to their goals, made Aren absolutely furious. He couldn't hold back anymore, and started roasting Gadel Luen. Why bring family politics into the kids' relationships? Is that how they teach students to be so discriminatory? Gadel was still being stubborn, insisting that class differences can't be overlooked because they're the standard. He claimed it's a noble's duty to keep relationships within the same class. Aren snapped back at him instantly. Asa is a knight under his command. Yet, Gadel dared to call a royal guard knight lowly. That's a direct insult to the royal family. It looked like he was speechless and trying to brush it off to make a run for it. But suddenly, Aren got intense. He thought, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" That jerk was so scared he nearly wet himself. Just when things seemed settled, it turned out Aren only wanted to say that Ha likes Izzy, and his younger brother was meddling. So, let's settle everything right here. Aren meant to use the traditional method for nobles caught in messy romantic disputes. That means a duel. A duel between the eldest daughter and eldest son of the Pin family against the Luen family, as well as the two boys directly involved in this. Gadel Luen was about to object, but Aren proposed a condition. If the Luen side wins, not only will Aren withdraw, but he will also personally help with the Luen family's food supply situation, which was already terrible due to a bad harvest. And one more condition. For the Pin side, both Asa and I must win for it to count. For the Luen side, Gadel just needs to win once. Gadel thought it was such a great deal and an easy win, so he agreed without hesitation. Aren was also extremely happy, and gave his word of honor to Gadel Luen. In the end, the only one with a headache was Asa. Asa would usually just let things slide, so she thought Aren had gone too far this time, but Aren didn't think so. Even though he knew there was no reason to interfere, would Asa really be okay letting that jerk go? He didn't just mock her family, he also looked down on I. He treated both sisters like trash on the side of the road, and she was just going to let him go like that? But as Aren's royal guard knight, Asa didn't allow herself to act on emotion. He understood that. However, precisely because she is his knight, she doesn't have to take crap from anyone. Looking down on Aren's knight is no different from looking down on him. Most of all, Aren won't forgive anyone who disrespects him or his people. So, Asa should use every trick Aren taught her to teach that jerk a lesson he'll never forget. Aren knew for sure that she really wanted to beat that guy up. And more importantly, this might be a great opportunity to show her little brother what an amazing knight his sister is. Finally, convinced and encouraged by him, Asa decided to take the bet. However, as for he didn't dare fight Luen for fear of losing. Aren had to do his best to convince him. Isaac must have been bullied by that green-haired guy for a long time. Aren asked, "Aren't you angry about that?" Of course, the boy was very sad. But thinking of his sister working so hard for the family, he endured it and had no choice but to patiently keep honing his skills during this time. That could be one way. However, when will I be able to escape his current situation? Whether he studies hard and graduates or trains to become stronger, it will all be too late by then. If he wants to decide his own path, he needs to hurry and stop hesitating. And if he keeps waiting for an opportunity to come to him, he'll be waiting his whole life. This is Ai's chance to show them the price of touching his family, to let everyone know that he doesn't fear anyone who dares to mess with him. Of course, getting kicked around is normal if he recklessly rushes into a fight. But remember one thing, his backing is the third prince of the empire, so there's no need to be scared of anyone. If they act out, hit them back. From now on, Aren will teach him the secrets to winning the upcoming fight. A duel sounds cool, but in reality, there is nothing more brutal. Because this is a mutual agreement to perform violence in front of everyone. And of course, the most fun thing is watching others fight. Right now, Aren was sitting back in his chair, completely relaxed, preparing to enjoy the show. Meanwhile, Ha was quite dissatisfied because he hadn't asked her opinion. He apologized for forgetting to tell her sooner, but he really wanted to teach them a lesson. Ha wanted this too, but she was really worried because I wasn't good at swordsmanship. However, that didn't mean anything, because this is a duel. The important thing that decides victory is not technique, but trickery. Even if Aren didn't explain this, Ha would understand soon enough. It's just that he wondered why she liked him. Considering his background and everything, that green-haired guy was still better than IZ. But for her, the simple reason was that IZ is cuter than the other guy. Every time she pinched I's cheeks, he looked like he was about to cry. So, she just wanted to keep him and poke at I's chubby cheeks, or even bite them. Just thinking about it made Ha extremely excited. Aren was terrified hearing that. This girl is still so young but already this creepy. It's definitely going to be dangerous later on. Poor I. The boy is being targeted by this girl. Maybe Aren should stop the match and tell her to go hide. Just then, the referee announced the match had begun. As soon as he finished speaking, the green-haired guy charged in, drooling everywhere. Aren, watching from the side, whispered to Isaac, "Are you ready? Take half a step to the right." Isaac followed Aren's advice and quickly dodged the blow. Just like that, with one giving orders and the other executing, Isaac finally defeated the other kid to everyone's surprise. Only Asa and Aren knew the secret behind it. It was thanks to the exclusive micro-communication device from Fahelia. Children only move in the ways they are taught. Their movements are very predictable, so it's easy to read how they move. Perhaps seeing that I was hard to handle, the green-haired guy started getting annoyed. As he swung his sword to deliver a lethal blow, I immediately followed Aren's advice and gave the kid an even more lethal blow right in the crotch. The singing stopped, and the guy was in so much pain he fainted and lost. Naturally, the victory belonged to I, even though he was still stunned and wondering, why did I win? Gadil saw his brother lose due to Aren's tricks and was furious, but he still stubbornly declared he would defeat Asa and win. At that moment, I happily returned to the stands with Aren and Ha, and she immediately rushed to grab his hand. Just as I predicted. "I knew you would win." She lied without blinking, which made Aren feel horrified. Even though he had won and returned, I was still worried about his sister Asa, because her opponent was Gadil Luen. He was a former captain of the 13th Imperial Knights. Must be strong, right? Aren thought so too. But so what? Asa was still going to win. Now, watch this match closely. As soon as it started, Gadil gave it his all, launching an attack at Asa. But before he could even touch a single hair on her head, she slammed him so hard he flew right through the wall. So much for looking down on women when you can't even hold your own against the queen, Asa. Why talk so much? Just to end up losing so pathetically? After winning the match and wrapping up the visit to Isaac, both Asa and Aren headed home. Thanks to everything Aren did, Asa earned a lot of admiration and respect from her younger brother. He even said he wants to grow up to be strong, just like his big sister Asa. More importantly, after this, he won't be bullied anymore. As for the Luen family, they'll surely stay quiet about this. During this trip, Asa not only got to see her brother, but also helped him resolve his trouble at the academy. It was all thanks to Aren, so she was incredibly grateful to her master. When people face the worst-case scenario, they tend to be in denial. When news broke that the third prince of Amnesia was recruiting and training soldiers to prepare for war, the nobles had a pretty negative reaction. Their reasoning was, what if war doesn't break out after all that hard work and effort? All those supplies and weapons they ordered would just end up gathering dust in storage. What a hassle. That was probably why so many people blamed Aren. People who had been so determined to prepare thoroughly were called impulsive. But to hell with all the gossiping, Aren stood his ground, stating he just wanted to be prepared for the worst possible outcome. Meanwhile, the nobles and so-called experts insisted war wouldn't happen and didn't lift a finger. They stayed completely complacent until, one day, they got hit with shocking news, a reality check that slapped everyone awake. The Emperor of M declared war, claiming that Ernest Nessia had been meddling in M's economy, causing heavy losses. Furthermore, M allied with two other kingdoms, Demonian and Sejapin, to take down Ernest Nessia. They were incredibly brazen, sending a letter threatening the Emperor of Amnesia to surrender quickly if he didn't want bloodshed. They even had the audacity to make ridiculous demands: stop paper production, destroy all manufacturing facilities, and share the secret methods for their exclusive products. They also had to return all profits made from trade to the three kingdoms, and, finally, send Prince Aren over to study and serve them with his talents. Naturally, the Emperor was absolutely livid. He decided to fight to the bitter end to show those invaders who they were dealing with. He'd rather shed blood than give up an inch of land. He was determined to fight to the end, to protect his people, rather than surrender. At the edge of Ernesia's territory, at the fortress, the Three-Kingdom Alliance finally launched their assault. Arn's brother, Prince Je, urgently asked for intelligence reports. It was confirmed that the enemy had an army of 100,000 attacking from the northeast. The situation sounded dire, but as the future ruler, he had to stop them at any cost. A full-scale war had begun. Meanwhile, in the Fahelia territory, although mobilization orders hadn't been issued yet, everyone was on high alert, maintaining strict defensive measures just in case the enemy broke through. While everyone else was stressed and swamped, our favorite guy was just chilling and cooking with Jiriki. Both of them couldn't care less about the world, enjoying a hearty meal in the kitchen. However, Aren felt he wasn't quite satisfied yet, so he started whipping up a dessert under Jiriki's surprised gaze. Very soon, Aren's delicious, hot pastries were ready. Jiriki enjoyed the treat while praising his cooking skills. Aren even prepped dried rations for the soldiers, so they could eat quickly on the battlefield. Part of it was because the current army rations tasted like trash, and he realized, what if he had to eat that stuff himself one day? Might as well make better food himself. Jiriki was surprised, since Aren hadn't received orders to mobilize yet. But regardless, Aren just wanted to be as prepared as possible for the worst-case scenario. Back on the battlefield, the fighting was becoming incredibly fierce. The prince's side was trying their best to hold the line and keep the enemy from breaching the fortress. But if this continued, the Ernisia army definitely wouldn't hold out much longer. Just when things were reaching a boiling point, the prince received an update. The main enemy force was closing in with 21,000 additional troops, making the situation even more difficult. In the royal conference room, the nobles and officials were arguing so intensely it was giving the emperor a massive headache. One side advised the emperor to surrender and concede, while the others urged them to mobilize and reorganize the army. Most importantly, everyone was worried about the safety of the prince on the front lines. Finally, the emperor had to order a retreat for the front lines, inform the public about the current situation, and issue a national mobilization order for all lords and nobles capable of fighting to lead the charge. The decree finally arrived. But there was one thing Aren didn't expect. His brother Je had joined the war to gain glory. Usually members of the royal family didn't have to go to the battlefield. And as he predicted, it was a suicide mission only a fool would throw themselves into a fight against an overwhelming enemy force. In the end, everything would have to fall on Aren's shoulders. He would return to be the war hero right now. Following that, he prepared to depart for the battlefield, leaving only a small force behind to protect his territory. Of course, he couldn't leave Phi and his sister Kana behind. If he didn't take her, she would throw a massive tantrum. Even though Kay was a master of swordsmanship, he really didn't want to bring his family to the battlefield at all. Kay was very grateful to his younger brother for worrying about her. However, as his older sister, she couldn't let Aren go to the battlefield alone. She had a responsibility to go with him and protect her younger brother. It seemed like his immature sister had finally grown up. He decided to give her the sword of Lady Fanelia, Ka's biological mother. This was the legendary sword, Kaina Tia, passed down through generations in the Kaina family. As for the quality of the sword, it was top tier. something even master dwarven blacksmiths would struggle to craft. Kana was incredibly happy and honored to receive the heirloom sword from her maternal family. However, Aren still couldn't bring himself to relax. From now on, he needed to minimize casualties as much as possible. He would reward those who fought bravely and take care of the families of the fallen soldiers. To achieve this, Aren first had to hide his own anxiety. Standing before the entire Fahelia army, Aren announced the Emperor's mobilization decree, rallied everyone's fighting spirit, and set off for the battlefield. At the northeast battlefield of Fort Daria, the situation for the Ernestia army was bleak and miserable. Wounded soldiers were everywhere. Aren and his group finally arrived. First, he and his sister went to greet his older brother, which left Aren quite surprised. His brother apologized for not being able to lead the army properly, which was why his two younger siblings had to come all the way to the battlefield. Even though it wasn't entirely his fault, Aren felt that his brother was a person of good character, unlike their mother, the queen. Gale told his siblings about the unfavorable war situation. The fort's border had collapsed under the enemy's hands and had become their stronghold. Furthermore, 320,000 enemy troops were attacking this place. They had temporarily retreated and would resume their attack tomorrow. Aren saw that everything here was not looking good at all. He had only arrived a few days late, and things had already escalated to this point. Gale intended to use the soldiers Aren brought to hold out until other nobles provided reinforcements. Of course, Aren wasn't foolish enough to use the troops he had worked so hard to train as human shields. Therefore, he suggested that his brother didn't need to just wait and defend anymore. Instead, they should turn the tables. If they hesitated any longer, they would all be doomed. To prove their capabilities to his brother, Aren showed off his top-notch weapons and equipment. First was the mobile observation deck. He planned to station archers and mages there. Since it was prefabricated, it could be disassembled and transported easily. The second item Aren called the Blade Wall Blockade. This was often used in siege warfare for defense, and it was even further improved with magic and dwarven technology. Aren had prepared plenty of these, and he would take full responsibility for the defense. So, his brother could focus on attacking with peace of mind. This made Gale very happy to receive help from his younger brother. It seemed those bastards from the Alliance thought they could still attack. But now it was time to serve them a taste of their own medicine. This time, it was all-out war with Aren. At that moment, the leaders of the Three Kingdom Alliance were also discussing the war situation. They knew that the person leading the Nessia reinforcements had arrived and was changing the tide. It was Aren. He was the reason the kingdom had become prosperous and also the cause of the war. When the leader first heard that the person behind all these impossible inventions was just a child, he thought it was ridiculous and intended to ignore it. But now, the chance to verify these rumors had arrived, and they were determined to knock out Anesia. The next battle quickly erupted, and this time it was different from the previous ones because of Aren tactical troop deployment. The enemy charged in, arrogant in their numbers and thinking it would be an easy win, but they were immediately met with a barrage of arrows. They looked like hedgehogs. During the head-on collision, because Essia's defensive shields were so sturdy, the enemy couldn't do anything. Just then, Aren troops pushed out the blade wall weapons, forcing most of the enemy to retreat and meet their end. Finally, the Alliance couldn't just watch the situation unfold like that, so they brought out their secret weapon. These were the mages intended for the attack, but before they could do anything, they were shut down. It turned out that the mages under Aren had used dispelling magic, making the enemy unable to channel their power. Who would have thought? The Isia army not only had mages, but also completely outclassed those amateurs from the Alliance. The commander saw this and was furious, starting to scream at his subordinates. One soldier argued that since the Isia side used anti-magic barriers, even though both sides couldn't use magic, the Isia mages would quickly lose stamina and run out of mana, so there was nothing to worry about. He couldn't have been more wrong. He was immediately slapped back into reality. The Anesia side unleashed lightning magic, nearly wiping them all out. It turned out the mages on this side were pay-to-win players, investing in high-quality magic stones. Very quickly after that, the entire enemy force of the Three Kingdom Alliance was completely annihilated. The bloody scene was absolutely terrifying. Even though they won, Aren pondered over this many times. War was no joke, because they had to kill and sacrifice so many lives pointlessly. On this side, Sina asked Aren what to do with the fleeing enemies. He simply told everyone not to chase after them. Instead, they should rest while staying vigilant and capturing the wounded soldiers left behind. After this victory, Gale was as happy as could be. After being beaten up so many times, he could finally dish it back out to the enemy. All of this was thanks to his younger brother Aren, so he now admired his brother immensely. But to live a comfortable life, sitting around doing nothing, Aren was supposed to be useless in this war. Meanwhile, his older brother, who would inherit the throne and work himself to the bone for the rest of his life, should be the one gaining credit and achieving great success. Strike while the iron is hot. Gale wanted to take the army to wipe out the enemy completely, not giving them a chance to regroup. And naturally, Aren fully supported his brother. If he did that, he would have time to rest, and being lazy would be such a joy. At this moment, Gale had led his army into enemy territory. Thanks to the arrival of the troops from the Fahelia territory, they needed time to recover. Therefore, they divided the defensive force into thirds and launched an attack to counter the overwhelming numbers of the Three Kingdom Alliance. The Easiya side prioritized attrition and surprise attacks from the flanks, rather than a direct, all-out confrontation. While on the battlefield, his brother was leading the army in a bloody fight against the enemy. The younger brother was over here having a feast, thanks to the mobile observation deck and the blade walls. The Filia Territory army was considered a powerful defensive force, slow, but very dangerous. They were ready for anything that came their way. Furthermore, because of yesterday's offensive, the Three Kingdom Alliance was much more cautious, so they wouldn't be foolish enough to poke this hornet's nest a second time. This means Aren can finally get some well-deserved rest today. Meanwhile, Jariki is still fast asleep. Perhaps because she fought with everything she had yesterday, she devoured her meal like a starving beast and passed out cold on the chair. Well, that's fine too. She needs to eat well and rest up to be ready for an even busier day tomorrow. Having been beaten repeatedly, the Alliance commander is fuming. He assumes the first prince is just an amateur, so the mastermind behind these victories must be none other than the third prince, Aren. He thought Aren only knew about business, so he never expected him to be able to wipe out 30,000 men from a 50,000-strong army with only 23,000 soldiers. More importantly, war requires experience. One's personal expertise is needed to grasp the enemy's moves, not just drawing up plans. But for a 1-6-year-old youth like Aren to have, the ability to create such a spectacular situation is truly unthinkable. Next, Aren's side led his troops to join the unit under his command and began moving to reclaim the occupied parts of the fortress. He ordered the troops to move as slowly as possible, which puzzled Kay. So, he explained to his sister that the enemy is likely waiting for them. They want to confront Phi one last time after suffering such heavy losses. They aren't brainless enough to fall for the same Ernezia pincer attack twice. Furthermore, Aren's side will soon pass through this area, and when that happens, this will be the perfect place for them to stage an ambush. There is no way those bastards will miss such a great opportunity. If they went to the trouble of preparing to trap Aren's side, why not just go head-to-head with those jerks? And just as Aren predicted, the enemy had deployed their forces on both sides of the road, waiting for the Erezia troops to pass by to ambush them, convinced they would win this battle. However, after waiting and not seeing the army arrive, the commander feared Aren had turned back. But just then, they arrived. He immediately ordered his archers to fire at the wagon train, but it was completely useless because of the protective barrier. Perhaps the commander had already guessed this. The Erezia army had definitely been prepared from the start. It wasn't the opponent who fell into the trap, but them. He immediately ordered a retreat as quickly as possible, not expecting the traps Aren had ordered to be placed right along their escape route. Right then, Sina suddenly counterattacked them and prepared to teach them a lesson they'd never forget. Even at this point, the commander was still being stubborn. He declared he wouldn't lose to enemy knights, especially not women. Sina didn't bother talking to these trash-talking thugs and gave them a mana-infused punch. In just a moment, both Asa and Sina cleared out those who couldn't run away in time. To achieve this current situation, it was largely thanks to Aren's method. Show the enemy how fiercely our temper can react. After that, they will surely avoid crossing our path like the plague out of fear. Instead of blindly charging into direct combat, become an ant colony so dangerous they wouldn't dare touch you. The Alliance's surprise attack was quickly wiped out by Aren's army. Afterward, the Nesia side successfully reclaimed the previously occupied fortresses. It seemed the enemy had no intention of giving up, so they attacked the fortresses many times. But the rising morale of the kingdom's army could not be easily crushed. Above all, the one who stopped them was Cain, all by himself, taking on the entire squad alone and sending them all to their graves. From then on, the Three Kingdom Alliance army gradually lost their will to fight. It had been a few months since the war began. Now, the overwhelming victory clearly belonged to the Empire. That was indisputable. But in summary, there were 121 casualties, 142 seriously injured cases, and 192 cases with minor injuries. Unlike the other lords who suffered half their force as casualties, Aren's army showed an absolutely lopsided result. On the enemy side, the commanders were assessing the situation to find a solution to destroy the northeast fortress. Finally, they made an important decision. Perhaps they would use some kind of secret weapon. At the northeast fortress where Aren was stationed, the enemy suddenly became strangely quiet after consecutive attacks, while Aren's side continued to defend. At the same time, the forces of other lords launched continuous attacks on the enemy. Because of this, both sides suffered heavy losses, with many casualties on the Isia side. The leaders of the alliance had launched the war of aggression only for their own personal gain and to prevent Ernesia's prosperity. And while fighting them, there were also people on the Isia side fighting for their own interests. Because the situation had improved, the other lords proactively encouraged their soldiers, saying each person should kill at least one enemy. Even the first prince participated in the war to secure his claim to the throne. Ultimately, whether the intentions are good or bad, all these wars stem from human greed. Human nature is inherently greedy and will not miss anything to satisfy their bottomless desires. Whether it be money, power, or the corpses of their own kind, people can trample over everything just to climb higher. Aren himself has no right to speak on this, because he is also a greedy person. But he wonders if, even if others knew that no matter what they trampled on, once they lie in the ground, the only sight to be seen is the sky, a thing that will never change. Aren was lost in thought when suddenly Asa came over to nag him. The lower-ranking soldiers are all watching him, so he should behave properly as a lord. Asa also felt that in the past few days, the enemy hadn't dared to attack again. She felt it would be great if the war just ended like this. Aren initially thought these bastards had finally made up their minds. Immediately, he summoned Phi to scout the situation despite Asa's protests. If you don't go, fine. But going was a shock. Aren then contacted Asa to gather the others, including Sina, so he could announce the upcoming situation. Just as he predicted, the war couldn't end that soon. Upon returning, Aren explained everything so everyone understood that this war started when the Three Kingdom Alliance declared war. So, even if the situation gets worse, they won't turn back. Especially after labeling the kingdom as devils and committing countless other outrageous acts, they can't just come here to back down and say it was all a misunderstanding. If they withdrew just because they were attacked, public opinion would be even worse. That is why the war may never end. Now, all they can do is issue a mobilization order, and the Three Kingdom Alliance will soon do just that. Hearing this, Sena was deeply shocked. Isn't that incredibly dangerous? But regardless of the danger, setting the other two kingdoms aside, it is certain that Kingdom M has a very high slave ratio, and they will be able to gather even more troops than they have now. And when that happens, they will sweep through the Arisian army, like a tsunami in a matter of seconds. But there is no way he, their master, will let them have an easy win. At any cost, Aren will definitely stop them. A professional reincarnator never loses their cool, even when a million soldiers come charging in. Aren informed both Asa and Sina that he had prepared a top-secret weapon that only he, Old Akon, and the Emperor knew about. Now, the two of them would get to witness Aren's divine crossbow. Its main unit can fire 100 arrows per minute, and the arrows themselves were specially crafted at the forge in Fahelia. Aren bets this is the most advanced weapon currently in existence. Even the Imperial research experts aren't skilled enough to make it. Actually, this crossbow was also upgraded to resemble modern weaponry. He wouldn't want to use such things if he could avoid it, but given the current situation, it is a last resort. After all, aren't those bastards in the Alliance coveting his property? Bring it on, then. This time, he'll make them taste the consequences of daring to eye what belongs to someone else. Near the kingdom's defensive line, the army was gathering to hold their ground, but the commander was impatient to charge into battle and earn glory. However, before they could even prepare to fight, the front lines were rocked by the sheer, overwhelming number of enemy troops. Seeing this, if you don't run, you're dead for sure. The Three Kingdom Alliance had finally mustered all their forces and launched a total offensive against the Nisia defensive line. Even so, the eldest prince, Jay, was determined to hold the line, refusing to let them achieve their goal. Very quickly, the battle became brutal, with mages from both sides joining the fray. Soldiers clashed in a desperate fight. But what the Alliance didn't expect was that what awaited them wasn't victory, but a storm of hundreds of thousands of arrows, skewering nearly their entire force. While they stood there, stunned and unable to believe what was happening before their eyes, the Alliance was suddenly ambushed from the rear by cavalry led by the eldest prince. At this moment, Aren was riding on the back of Phi, observing everything from high up, seeing that the crossbows were working quite effectively. Because the enemy was busy trying to shield themselves from the rain of arrows, they couldn't move easily, and even if their shields could block for a moment, they couldn't do anything else. Afterward, Aren contacted the people below. Thankfully, there were still enough arrows left to attack. Now, the soldiers were quickly loading more arrows into the crossbows. Aren hadn't even had a chance to breathe before receiving a report from Jariki. She said that while they still had plenty of magic stones, the mages were running out of mana. If things kept going like this, they wouldn't be able to hold on. He asked Jariki how many stones she needed to attack. She estimated that about 80% of the stones would be enough for her to handle it alone. Just then, the cavalry began to retreat, and it was time for Jariki to step up. She first cast a magic barrier to protect her side, and then unleashed a destructive power that swept across the battlefield. Just one blow from Jariki sent all the enemy troops running for their lives in terror. Not stopping there, Aren ordered word to be sent to his brother Gale and the other units to press their advantage, quickly exploit this leverage, and launch a total offensive against the Three Kingdom Alliance forces. This time, those old geezers in the Alliance are going to pay for messing with Aren. On this side, the Arisian army continued to reap victory after victory, completely reversing the situation from when the war first began. Naturally, the leaders of the Alliance were not at all pleased with the situation, especially the Emperor of Kingdom M. So, he began to blame his commander, Count Seppendachi. But the Count was helpless. What else could he do? Afterward, he presented his opinion on how the battle should proceed. Their army had been nearly defeated. Half of their soldiers were wiped out, and everyone had lost the will to fight. Even when their allies used every ounce of their remaining strength to counterattack, they couldn't stand up to the weapons of the Nessian kingdom. At this moment, Emperor M remembered this. "Are you talking about that crossbow created by the brat named Aren? One of our master craftsmen once said that the person who designed that thing must be a monster." Even the Domanian kingdom tried to copy the divine crossbow of Nessia, but they didn't know its exact structure. Just then, a servant rushed in to report that the Alliance was in big trouble because of Princess Kaina of Eresia. The leader of the Arisian army was about to strike directly at their kingdom. Outside the city gates, Aren had led his sister Kaina there to let her wreak havoc today. Simple iron gates and guards were handled by Kaina in a heartbeat. Immediately after, the Nessian army poured into the city at the Emperor's request, engaging in a chaotic battle with the Alliance soldiers. Given this situation, Aren guessed that his father must be furious over the Alliance's previous cowardly provocations. Regardless, their urgent mission now was to quickly take down the center of their capital. So, after a long period of fighting, the Aresian army not only reclaimed their entire border, but also seized the enemy's citadel. Even Asa and Sina could not believe that they were capable of turning the tables and achieving such great victories. Aren guessed that, given the current situation, the three emperors of the Alliance would no longer be able to sit still. Just then, Asa didn't see Kaina and asked Aren about her. Actually, Kaina was currently an idol among the youth in the army because of her peerless swordsmanship, so he had left his sister there for a while. Besides, their next plan needed to be carried out very carefully, slow and steady. At the same time, Aren also wanted to slowly torture them mentally, making them feel the pressure as their doomsday approached. When it comes to bullying those who act tough, that's his specialty. Furthermore, with this pace, he predicted that in 3 years, they would capture about 20% of the Alliance's territory. Within 5 years, they definitely wouldn't be able to hold on anymore. This means their enemies would be completely wiped out in 5 years. To be precise, within 3 years, the majority of the population in the 3 allied nations will have to move their residency to the afterlife, while their economy faces severe collapse. And once the enemy dominates the commercial market, they will gradually be isolated from the rest of the continent. From there, the people will fall into misery, extreme poverty, and if this misery continues, riots will surely erupt against their kingdom. That is the entire future scenario that Aren foresees. Although he himself does not want to indirectly cause such terrible things, in the end, he still chooses to fight to the bitter end because those are exactly the things the enemy is trying to do to the kingdom. In Aren's view, the leaders of the Alliance must be prepared to face the consequences when launching a war of aggression against them. And if they aren't prepared for this, it would be better if they hadn't started everything in the first place. Heaven helps those who help themselves, so he feels no need to hold back or pity those people. Besides, his father, the Emperor, also wrote in the letter that unless the 3 allied nations surrender, he will continue to fight them to the death. Of course, the Chaina scenario only happens when the Alliance falls, and if those leaders are smart enough, they will try to prevent that future. Regardless, all the Eresia side needs to do now is wait for their news. At the same time, the Emperor of M is furious because their first fortress has been defeated, It is clear that the course of the war is becoming increasingly worse, but the problem is, this guy refuses to surrender, even though the ministers under his command try to advise him otherwise. But in the end, the emperor does not change his initial decision. Actually, he can understand the concern this minister has for the innocent people, so he will not punish him. But he does not trust the emperor and does not know how they will be treated when they fall into the enemy's hands. Or what if after they surrender, the emperor turns out to be a liar and executes the whole bunch, leaving them with nothing? In the end, the Emperor of M has decided to be ready to sacrifice everything to fight the Eresia side to the death. Later, the Eresia side received news that the alliance refused to surrender and decided to fight against the army of Eresia to the end. Upon hearing this, he was initially a bit surprised because he did not expect the leaders of the alliance to be so foolish. In fact, he had planned to arrange for them not to lose their lives even if they surrendered. But he did not expect the leaders of the alliance to be so stubborn. With the current situation, they have absolutely no chance of winning, especially after losing so many soldiers. Therefore, the final agreement of the three-nation alliance has failed. They lost all will to fight against the mighty military power of Eresia and suffered continuous, heavy defeats on the battlefield. Even Aren himself could not help but personally write a letter to the Emperor of M to persuade him to surrender quickly, avoid useless bloodshed, and promised that if the alliance showed their sincerity, he would ensure to help them after the war. Finally, the alliance accepted unconditional surrender and sent a letter to the emperor. And right after receiving this news on the battlefield, Aren cried tears of joy because he could finally go home to rest, while saying goodbye to those alliance jerks. Everything after that seemed to be handled quite smoothly. While some lords still remained here, Aren and Ka's units received orders to withdraw and were escorted back to the castle safely. After many days of struggling on the front lines, working like a dog, Aren finally made it back to the Fahilia territory, breathing in the cold air and preparing to enjoy the good life ahead. Elsewhere, the emperor is discussing with his courtiers how to handle the three-nation alliance after the war. But first, he wants to acknowledge and reward those who contributed to protecting the territorial borders. For the nobles, the emperor will reward them with gold and allow them to keep prisoners as slaves. However, when it was Aren's turn, some nobles accused him of trying to keep weapons for himself in the territory instead of mentioning his contributions in the war. Naturally, the emperor, who was also Aren's father, was very unhappy to hear his son criticized by these guys, so he brushed aside their opinions and directly promoted him to duke. Besides that, he also agreed to award additional barren lands around Fahilia as he requested. Later, at Fahilia Castle, Aren received the reward approval from his father. It seems he guessed correctly that he would get what he wanted, the barren land around his territory, so he was very pleased. More importantly, there were still many accompanying rewards that he needed to consolidate. First is gold. Because Aren is now a wealthy man, he has no interest in such trivial material things, so he decided to contribute to the military fund for soldiers and compensation for the wounded and fallen. Besides gold, he was also rewarded with slaves by his father, although this did not really feel like a reward. The Eresia side really wanted to transfer them to Fahilia, so he had to accept. Among the slaves awarded were many prisoners of war who were not ransomed by the three-nation alliance, and thus became slaves of Eresia. And just when everyone was getting a headache, trying to figure out how to handle the large number of slaves, Aren appeared to solve the problem. Because there is a lot of empty land in Fahilia, and he has a lot of money on hand, all that needed to be done was simply to stabilize housing for those slaves. From there, Aren territory took in half of the prisoners of war, meaning Aren is gradually expanding his power. Just thinking about the near future, he was incredibly happy. If the nobles in the capital knew about this, they would probably be furious. At the same time, at the Domanion Kingdom Palace, the old emperor was extremely bitter after knowing the demands from Fahilia. Damn those devils. How the hell could they demand 2 million gold coins as war reparations? Why not just go rob someone? Because he knows that even if he scraped the entire kingdom clean, he could not collect such a large amount of money in a short time. Even after paying Eresia, the economy of M will have to endure financial challenges for many years, perhaps even decades, just to recover to what it was. But to save his life, and with no other choice, the old emperor has to grit his teeth and accept. By now, the subordinates who previously boasted confidently, promising a quick and easy war, are kneeling and begging for forgiveness. Who told them to brag so early, only to end up with nothing now? However, punishment at this time is useless. What is important is that they must quickly outline a plan for the future. On the other side, the situation of Count CP does not seem much better, as the old emperor is trying to blame the consequences of the war on his arbitrary and dictatorial actions. Perhaps the old emperor is afraid he cannot carry everything, so he turned around and told him to handle it himself. On the other hand, the 3 counts of Seppendachi must compensate them with a total of 800,000 gold coins and 40,000 slaves. So, they must be in deep trouble in the coming time. However, the most miserable person in the three-nation alliance is probably the Emperor of M, because he not only failed miserably but is also being protested against by the people and cursed at like a dog while he just hides in the palace. Actually, he had already anticipated this when he sent the letter of surrender. Furthermore, he realized his own grave mistake for starting the war, so he has no right to be angry at the people. Not long after that, news that the reigning Emperor of M had abdicated in favor of his eldest son due to health reasons was reported to the people and neighboring kingdoms. At Fahelia Castle, Kaina suddenly received a letter requesting her return to the royal palace after spending some time away. At first, she wasn't very keen, but since both her father and mother had sent letters, she couldn't refuse. Actually, when hearing her sister talk about this issue, Aren also understood part of the parents' mentality back home. After all, she had shown herself too much during the war. Moreover, all the nobles in the kingdom know that Kaina has reached the level of a master swordsman. Just imagining a princess who acts all girly, wearing pastel dresses, and brandishing a boar spear and a longsword is hard to accept. Therefore, the nobles might deny and reject Kaina's skills with extreme rumors. However, from Aren perspective, everyone should know that her strength contributed significantly to the recent war. While some people say that Kaina has too much power in a border territory, other people in power are beginning to be wary of her strength. For that reason, Aren really wants his sister to return to the capital to consolidate her power, while not forgetting to remind her. When she looks at all the master swordsmen working for our kingdom, she will realize that the power of a master swordsman is something not easily dismissed. Afterwards, Aren convinced Kaina that, "You followed me here because you didn't want to live a life arranged and dependent on others, right? But you should know that you can't keep going on like this forever. You have the potential to become stronger by learning many things from me, but if you keep staying by my side, you will only stop right here. In other words, you will never be able to grow further." Because of this, Aren hopes his sister Kaina will return to the capital and create a new environment for her own development. It could be challenging and defeating knights or doing anything else to broaden her horizons and acquire more knowledge. Only then can she be truly independent and become a real adult. Even though he had lectured her 49 times and was tired of convincing her, after a long time, Kaina was still clueless and didn't understand a damn thing. Aren saw this and just had to give up on his sister. "Kaina, don't you want to become a knight? Then hurry up and prove your abilities. Please think it over carefully for me." After that, Kaina ended the conversation with Aren in a rather unhappy mood. In her private room, she caught 2 maids gossiping about the candidates for the princess's fiancé. But she really didn't understand why these 2 were so excited and happy just by seeing that guy's flashy appearance. To her, that was just a spoiled brat of noble birth with nothing but looks. Kaina even tore up the photo of that guy right after seeing it, because she wouldn't accept an arranged marriage just because she is a princess and has reached a marriageable age. Even though she had just argued with Aren, she couldn't deny that she paid close attention to her younger brother's advice. On the other hand, she tried putting herself in his shoes and realized that the way he approached things was very different from her. Perhaps he had been extremely serious about this. Especially when Aren was granted the Fahelia territory, she was very curious, wondering if he thought he had been kicked out to such a godforsaken place, or if he considered it an opportunity. And reality confirmed all her suspicions. Instead of accepting a predestined fate, Aren tried to decide to take control of his own destiny. So Kaina extremely admired her younger brother and wished that one day she would become as talented as him. But after thinking it over carefully, struggling with her thoughts, and looking at things objectively, Kaina remembered her original purpose when she first came here. That was independence and not depending on anyone at all. So she realized she couldn't continue like this forever, as she didn't want to become a useless sister who relied on her brother all the time. So, the very next morning, Kaina broke down the door to Aren's office to inform him that she would return to the royal palace. Of course, he was very happy to see that his sister had thought it through. But really, why did you have to break the door, woman? Very soon after, Aren sent his sister off to return to the palace, while reminding her to be careful and not break things at every turn, because from now on, he wouldn't pay for repairs anymore. Regardless, Aren felt that this trip would help his immature sister grow up and learn many more things. After finishing Kaina's business, he immediately started working on the territory's affairs. At this moment, he began thinking about getting his hands on the economy. Although he had no interest in politics and power, he had a burning passion for wealth. Only an idiot would reject more money. And besides, this time Aren decided to play big, which was to manipulate and control the global cash flow, because he clearly knew that in a civilized society, money is the most powerful weapon. Furthermore, his future plans would require a lot of money and influence. First, Aren intended to open a bank and begin the reform of currency, because currently most kingdoms mainly use many different types of gold, silver, copper, and other coins. Besides, the prices and designs of money in each country are very diverse and different. Saying is doing. He immediately drew up a specific, detailed plan to conquer this economy. Just then, Aren received an unexpected call from his mother. At first, the young man was very happy, but when he heard his mother mention his age, he knew there was something up. It turns out the parents are looking for a fiancé for Aren. Although to Aren, this is no different from his 82nd tribulation. Everyone around him was enthusiastically congratulating him. So, it wasn't just Kana. Aren also had to return to the royal palace for a matchmaking event, with candidates handpicked by their parents. Thinking about having to get married while still in his prime, he was stressed out of his mind. Anyway, as for Aren, he finally understood how his sister Kaina felt about being pressured into marriage. Luckily, they still respected his input by sending over the profiles of 10 young women for him to choose from. Because of this, Aren wanted to call Sina, and Jiriki over to help him pick the best option. After all, he couldn't possibly make a final decision in such a short time with all these documents, so asking for others' opinions seemed like a good way to handle it. But he never expected that the 3 girls would be just as clueless as he was. None of them had any experience with this kind of thing, and none of them had even been engaged before. To put it accurately, they were all certified, long-time members of the singles club. Since time was running short, Aren had no choice but to ask for their thoughts on the candidates. However, he was incredibly picky and hard to please. After a long while, he finally chose a potential candidate to be his fiancée. Seeing his mother's expression, he guessed she was very pleased that he had chosen a young lady from an ordinary noble family who wouldn't cause any trouble. She even mentioned that his father also approved of this girl. Soon after, Aren was set up to meet her in person, and as the door opened, his eyes were met by a beautiful, gentle, noble lady with a soft, soothing voice. "My name is Saria Karis, the second daughter of the Karis family. It is a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness." The Karis family owned a territory on the southwestern border of the kingdom, and the reason he chose them was that they weren't wealthy and had a very good reputation. Aren then responded to the young lady with great courtesy. Afterward, his mother and the girl's brother quickly left to give the young couple some privacy. While chatting with Saria, Aren noticed that not only was she beautiful, but she was also very polite. Saria was a typical noble lady in short. She was flawless. There was nothing to complain about. Plus, she even loved to read. Just as Aren had predicted, a girl who was both talented and beautiful, kind-hearted, well-educated, and virtuous was just not a match for him. He was just a money-grubbing fraud. If she knew his true colors and the things he'd done, she probably would have hitched up her dress and ran for the hills. Afterward, the two went for a walk and had some snacks in the garden. At this moment, Aren was feeling troubled, not knowing what to do. It seemed his parents were quite fond of this young lady. Although she didn't show it, his mother only needed one glance to see right through her son's thoughts. So, she told him not to worry too much about it, because they would respect his decision. Besides, his father had learned his lesson from the previous incident. At this point, he had to confess to his mother that he needed more time to think about this, and then asked to take a walk to calm his mind. Honestly, Aren had so many plans for the future and wanted to enjoy life, so he just wanted to push the marriage thing aside. Just then, he noticed something moving in the bushes. The next second, a salamander darted out and jumped right onto Aren's face, catching him completely by surprise. Then, a girl covered in dirt emerged from the bushes, claiming to be the owner of the creature. Aren immediately recognized the true identity of the girl in front of him. It turned out she was Peña Amarjano, a princess of the M Kingdom. After the war ended, she came here to study abroad, but in reality, she was a hostage. He only knew a bit about Peña from his documents, but he never expected to meet her in person like this, and it seemed she didn't recognize him, so her attitude felt quite cold and casual. "You can call me Miss or Lady Peña, whichever you prefer." Immediately after, she took the salamander from Aren's hands. She gave a simple thanks and turned to leave. But he still wanted to ask her one more question, so he blurted out, asking if that salamander was actually a spirit. Hearing that, she panicked and immediately denied it. "I don't know what you're talking about. This is just a normal lizard I'm raising." She even held her pet up to prove it to Aren, but to her surprise, it breathed fire right at that moment. "Oh, I didn't know normal lizards had the ability to breathe fire. Pena immediately lunged at him to cover his mouth, promising to reward him as long as he forgot about what happened today. You could say this was the biggest shock of young Aren life, being pinned to the ground by a girl like that. He was completely stunned. A moment later, he regained his composure and assured her that he wouldn't tell anyone about this. After all, he wouldn't gain anything from doing that anyway. On the contrary, Aren was quite annoyed to see this girl handling things so carelessly. If she didn't want others to find out, she should have kept a better eye on her pet, for heaven's sake. Pena felt quite hurt after being scolded. In reality, she didn't want it to be like that, but she couldn't control her spirit. It always wandered off on its own without paying any attention to her commands. Hearing this, Aren somewhat understood the situation and suggested a few tricks for Pena to tame the spirit. Actually, taming a spirit is much like taming a pet. You have to try interacting with it with a clear purpose. At first, Pena Amarjano didn't think this was very reliable. It sounded a bit sketchy, but in the end, she decided to try following Aren advice. Surprisingly, the spirit obediently listened to her, just like a puppy, which left her completely amazed. Following that, Pena told it to roll around on the ground and then stand up. How on earth did the spirit follow her instructions so perfectly? Naturally, she was thrilled by this change. Only then did Pena realize she hadn't even asked for his name to thank him. Aren just felt helpless with this girl. Afterward, he introduced himself as Aren. He actually thought about lying with a fake name at first, but he reconsidered and decided to tell her the truth. After all, the relationship between the two kingdoms was quite delicate. On the other hand, he was very curious to see how Pena would react when she realized who had indirectly turned her into a hostage. Would she feel resentment or hostility? But contrary to Aren assumptions, Pena was completely oblivious, thinking he was just a member of the royal family. She didn't even recognize the name Aren. What the heck? And here Aren had been thinking he was so famous, or perhaps it was just that she didn't care about politics. Not only that, Pena Amarjano even pitied Aren because she thought he had been isolated and kicked out to this remote countryside. Seeing what was happening in front of him, he was completely speechless. As expected, everyone thought he was living like a vagabond in the middle of nowhere, but he was already used to people pitying or hating him, so he didn't want to explain or make a scene with her. He then told her to ask the servants if she needed any help, as they would get in touch with him, and then he left right away. Honestly, Aren didn't think they would meet again, and he figured Pena Amarjano would forget about him quickly, so he didn't pay it much mind. Even though the war had ended quite a while ago, the aftermath wasn't easy to deal with at all, especially in the battlefield areas, where death energy and the corpses of unfortunate soldiers who lost their lives were rampant. You could say this was an ideal spot for dark mages to absorb resentment and grow stronger. On another note, Aren was feeling very relieved since he had managed to delay the marriage. So, he immediately started working on establishing a bank. Soon enough, Aren found a prime location he wanted to rent, and the person who greeted him was none other than the head of the Carrot family. Hosine Carrot, the father of his younger brother's girlfriend, was very happy to welcome him. More importantly, the location he was eyeing belonged to the Carrot territory. So, he wanted to use the kid's connection to negotiate the business deal. Aren then made it clear why he was there. He wanted to collaborate with the Carrot family and laid out his plan to open a bank under his influence in Ernesia. Seeing that Herzine had no intention of refusing, Aren went into detail about his plan. To be precise, what they would be doing in the future was controlling and circulating currency. Besides, he had already checked with his father the king about this major project, so they had nothing to worry about. Aren even showed him the inefficiencies of current coin minting and expressed that he already possessed advanced dwarf technology. This deal is in the bag, you can trust me. Herzine quickly grasped the core of the issue, but he didn't understand why Aren wanted to partner with him. It was simply because he couldn't step out directly, which was why he came looking for an outstanding individual to work with him in the coming time. And that person was none other than Herzine Carrot. Aren even stated bluntly that he wanted him to be the chairman of his bank. Hearing Aren talk, it sounded very sincere and heartfelt, but in reality, it was all BS. He just needed someone to handle all the messy bank work for him. Who would have the time to slave away when they could be the boss? Of course, when proposing the partnership to Herzine Carrot, Aren would definitely offer him as much profit and benefits as possible. As he predicted, a rational and intelligent man like Herzine wasn't blinded by money and agreed. Instead, he began asking him about the risks involved in the plan. Afterward, Aren explained all his concerns, while also showing his ambition. He didn't just want to control the kingdom's finances. He wanted to hold the entire continents by opening a transnational bank. Even though he saw the potential in the bank project, Herzine Carrot still hesitated. Of course, our male lead wouldn't just give up on his goal that easily. He remained calm and explained why he wanted to proceed with this plan so seriously. To Aren, the bank was just a tool to control cash flow, and everything he was doing was for the great city to be built in Fahelia, with the determination to turn that backwater place, which the nobles looked down on, into a paradise on earth. He continued to explain that building a city was no easy feat, even with the king's guidance. That's why preparation was crucial, and in his view, the bank was one of the key foundations for building a city. Hussein Karat was an extremely wise and quick-witted man when it came to opportunities. So, as soon as Aren explained the plan clearly, he shook hands and agreed to the deal. Thus, the first step in Aren's quest to conquer the financial world was complete. Next, he returned to the countryside with Sina to her hometown in a border mountain region, looking for a village called Nachpanen to execute the second step. This time, Aren had to personally go to Nachpanen to recruit the villagers as bank security and guards. Actually, at first, he had asked the local, Sina, to convince everyone, but they had refused. Out of options, Aren had to show up himself to try and talk some sense into them. Just then, Jiriki suddenly sensed danger nearby, so she told everyone to step back and cast a lightning spell to defeat the enemy. Sure enough, there were people hiding in the bushes. Sina immediately recognized them and felt like she could die of embarrassment, so she had to ask her master for a little time to deal with these creeps first. As soon as Aren agreed, Sena stepped forward and started throwing hands with those guys. The two sides went back and forth, but since they were using the local dialect, Aren and his group didn't understand a damn thing. After beating the three lurkers to a pulp, Sena led everyone to meet the village chief to talk. Once they met him, Aren realized that Sena was actually his granddaughter. No wonder they talked to each other without any restraint. The granddaughter called him old man every other sentence, and the old man was no different, constantly complaining about his granddaughter's disrespectful attitude. After some back and forth, the old man stood by his initial decision and invited Aren group to leave. At this moment, Jiriki whispered to him that she felt the atmosphere here was different from before. Back when she was at the Magic Tower, she had once gotten lost and stopped at this village. So now, she felt something was off. It was as if the villagers were overly cautious of outsiders. Hearing Jiriki say that, Aren guessed there must be something abnormal going on. Therefore, he asked the village chief directly and expressed his desire to help them. After some hesitation, he finally told them the truth. Recently, corpses had been appearing constantly in the border regions, including their village. And even more terrifyingly, the number of corpses was estimated to be around 1,000. Aren's face went blank when he heard that. He was completely stunned, never expecting the corpses to be as numerous as an army. But one thing really bothered him. With the severity of this situation, the imperial court must have known about it for a long time, right? So why had he never heard of it? Moreover, why hadn't the court come up with any solutions? After that, Aren asked the village chief who the lord of this land was. He replied that the previous lord had passed away recently, so his nephew had taken over, Count Lubet. And the reason why the lord didn't report this to the royal court was because only his village, Naanin, was affected by this disaster, so he couldn't be bothered. Furthermore, a few years ago, Count Lubet had raised taxes unreasonably, to a point that the people of Naanin village couldn't pay, so he had abandoned them ever since. Hearing this, Aren was absolutely furious. But hold your horses, things got even worse than that. The village chief went on to say that the one who actually stopped the disaster back then was his own son, none other than Sena's biological father. And the moment Sena's father found out what was really going on, he fought back hard and demanded relief for his people, only to have his request flatly rejected. The previous lord, however, wouldn't let it go. He framed Sena's father, tortured him brutally, and drove him to an unjust death. Even though the guy finally got what was coming to him 2 years ago when his corruption was exposed, his grandson is the one running things now, leaving them feeling completely helpless. By the time the chief finished, Aren understood the whole situation and offered to help, but the village chief turned him down immediately. He said they were already planning to leave. Their tribe has a tradition of migrating from place to place over generations, so moving isn't a problem for them. The real nightmare right now is the local lord just letting them rot, literally by ignoring the undead swarming everywhere. Since the village of Nakpanan is mostly made up of mercenaries who make a living by protecting clients, they can't hold out like this forever. Aren soon realized the village chief planned to move the tribe to another kingdom to settle down. So, he immediately warned him that, given the current, post-war climate, it would be nearly impossible for other kingdoms to accept refugees like them, and moving now would only lead to more conflict. The chief actually knew that already, but they were out of options and had no choice but to take the risk. Right then, Aren proposed that they all work together to deal with the undead problem. The chief was obviously stunned. He probably thought Aren was high or delusional, since there were thousands of them, not just a few. But he was perfectly sober, no drugs or stimulants involved. He reassured the old man to relax, saying he had his own methods, and like he mentioned before, he just needed their cooperation. Aren also reminded the chief to weigh his options carefully. Even if they managed to migrate to another country, there was no guarantee of a good life there either. But if they helped him take care of the undead, he was ready to pay them a hefty sum to work for him. It looked like the chief was starting to waver, so he told Aren he needed a little more time to think. Of course, Aren agreed. Afterward, Aren went to chat with Sina. During that time, he caught a glimpse of blue lightning when the two kids were sparring. He guessed that the people of this tribe likely possessed the bloodline to naturally awaken their aura. It would be a waste to let such talented people suffer under that idiot lord. Aren's mind started racing, calculating how he could put them to use once he successfully convinced them. Even though Aren's heart was darker than a bottomless pit, to Sina, he looked like he was wearing a perfection filter. You really have to hand it to this girl, she's incredibly loyal to her man. After a long time, the chief finally accepted the deal. However, it was on the condition that the undead problem be completely wiped out. Otherwise, the whole village was packing up and leaving. Still, how could mere zombies trouble Aren? If he couldn't handle this, he might as well have wasted his last 100 lifetimes. Right away, the trio Aren, Asa, and Sina headed to the area where the undead usually appeared and kicked things off by taking down the first one. Sina gathered some intel from the villagers that most of the undead were hanging out in the forest near the village. Since there was very little wildlife there, they usually targeted the humans living nearby. They soon encountered a whole bunch of them lurking around. After some thought, Aren figured a direct frontal assault wouldn't clear them all out, so he decided to round them all up and take them out in one go to save time. Man, these things are a pain. But to pull that off, he needed holy water from the sanctuary, an item that's incredibly expensive and hard to find in Isia. So, Aren had to count on their level 6 mage. Jiriki was about to step up. That evening, Aren laid out a mat to rest and sipped some tea to save his energy for tomorrow's plan. He even had the mood to look at the stars, while Senna beside him was burning with anxiety, terrified they'd become dinner for the zombies in the forest. That morning, Aren noticed the Chief Sina's grandfather seemed to have a bias against nobles, so he wanted to earn his trust. And one more thing had him wondering. What did Sina plan to do if her village actually moved to another kingdom? Aren figured that, given her personality, she would never turn her back on her people, so it was highly likely she'd resign as a knight and go with them. He spoke up then and there, saying he would support her decision and wouldn't stop her if she wanted to leave, even though he'd hate to lose an asset as strong as Sina. Suddenly, the undead swarmed them in massive numbers, but it seemed like everything was still going according to plan, so Aren stayed calm and asked Sina to carry him so they could move quickly. At the same time, on the other side of the forest, Jiriki was casting a firewall spell to draw their attention. Sure enough, the trick worked, and the undead rushed toward that spot in a frenzy. At this rate, Aren figured they'd be halfway to their goal by sunrise if they just kept repeating this. Just as Aren predicted, by the next morning, the three of them had worked together and successfully wiped out a massive number of undead. However, the thing that bugged Aren the most now were the strange signs on these zombies, like residual mana, and the armor and weapons they were wearing. It was military issue, not just regular gear. Because of that, he suspected these zombies came from the battlefield near the border. After finishing them off, they decided to head back to the village. But who would have guessed that, upon returning, they were so stinky they had to go shower first, probably from getting too close to those rotting corpses. After cleaning up, Aren went to talk to the chief, and didn't forget to have Jiriki show proof that they'd wiped out the horde. Naturally, the chief was stunned to see this, as he never expected things to be resolved so quickly. After that, Aren pressed him on his initial proposal. He wanted to hire the young people from the Penchapo mercenary village to serve as professional security for his bank. Aren was certain that no thief in their right mind would dare to target the bank as long as the people of Penchapel were guarding it. As for the conditions, he had clearly spelled them out in the contract, and he could assure the village chief that the old man wouldn't be disappointed, because he would make sure everyone was treated with the utmost care. The chief finally agreed to sign the partnership contract with Aren. That left only one final step in his plan. In the royal castle's conference room, Aren presented his plan to establish a bank in the kingdom's name to the high ministers and his father, the king. Although there were some dissenting opinions and questions about the bank's security, he had already anticipated those concerns. He then clarified his objective: to create a bank with such absolute security that no thief could ever get their hands on a single coin. To achieve this, He had recruited a professional security force, much like his own knights, and built a security system powered by proprietary technology. Of course, storage wasn't the bank's only goal. The most important part was lending money. Specifically, the bank would lend money to those who needed it and had the capacity to repay, earning a percentage from the interest. In other words, this was the typical interest-based lending model used in the modern world. Suddenly, someone asked him what he would do if a borrower refused to pay. Aren had already thought about that long ago. It wasn't exactly a big deal. For these kinds of deadbeats, he had hundreds of ways to make them cough up the money. After all, there would be massive cash flow in the empire in the future, and the bank would be the tool to manage that flow. So, once the bank was established, Aren intended to issue a new currency to replace gold coins. Some people still seemed strongly opposed to this, so he continued to explain the potential of opening the bank, while also staking the royal family's honor as a guarantee against any risks. In the end, everyone was convinced and gave their approval to Aren. Outsiders only saw his eloquent arguments, but no one knew that he had already pulled strings behind the scenes with the high ministers. All things considered, everything was ready to open an official bank in Indonesia. However, some of Aren's rivals, specifically those from the Pachi family, the queen's maternal kin, were deeply dissatisfied to see his success skyrocket. They were furious, but there was absolutely nothing they could do to stop Aren. Because these were the rights and duties of a feudal lord, no one could interfere. Since there was no further opposition, the bank was quickly completed in just 1 month and was located in China, the most prime spot in the capital. But that wasn't all. Aren also planned to build a series of branches in many cities and trading hubs across the kingdom in the future. The only unfortunate thing was that the branch in Fahilia would take a bit longer to start construction. On its opening day, the bank attracted massive interest from the public. Sure enough, they were extremely keen on the idea of borrowing money and paying interest. Naturally, opening the bank also meant moving a large amount of cash from other places to the capital. This would inevitably attract those with ill intentions. However, Aren had already foreseen these minor inconveniences, which was why he had gone to the trouble of traveling to the village of Penchapel to hire high-quality mercenaries to deal with these pests. Very quickly, Aren sidetracked down the mastermind behind the robbery attempt, Count Rubet. Of course, he would be severely punished according to the kingdom's laws. Immediately, news that Aren had hired a top-tier security team, ensuring absolute safety for customers' pockets, spread far and wide, attracting the attention of the upper class to deposit their money. After successfully establishing the bank's operating system, Aren went to ask his father for permission to build a city in Fahilia. He was confident that Fahilia was a territory with great future potential, and to achieve that, he needed to build a developed city with large-scale infrastructure. His father understood what he was saying, of course, but what he cared about was how to maintain it, because Fahilia was a land with a climate far too harsh and cold for humans to live in. Even once the city was completed, very few people would visit Fahilia, aside from the locals. Not only that, he was worried about Aren, thinking his son was living a very difficult life there. Little did he know, his son was actually living in luxury. Suddenly, his father walked over and whispered to Aren that because the situation had changed, he was planning to help him escape Fahilia in a few years and wanted to give him a place with better conditions. Hearing this, Aren was very surprised. He knew full well that this was an extremely difficult decision and could cause a fierce backlash among the nobility. Yet his father was still willing to do this for him. He didn't want his father to face criticism from the opposition, and besides, he really had no intention of leaving Fahilia, so he expressed his thoughts frankly to him. Hearing his beloved son refuse, he initially disagreed, but seeing Aren's immense determination to transform the territory, to turn the impossible into the possible, he had to accept his idea and gave him permission to build the city in Fahilia. Immediately after, Aren returned to his territory and set to work on his plan. The city construction went quite smoothly, thanks to the fact that he had consulted the locals beforehand. Additionally, Aren invited many talented people in the construction field to help out. First, he wanted to build a safe zone so the residents could live in peace. It would be best to have a solid defensive wall surrounding it because there were many monsters in the area. The locals were already so used to absurd, wild sights like rabbits as tall as 3 meters appearing in residential areas. Surely, migrants from other regions would be scared out of their wits seeing that. Therefore, he focused heavily on regional security, and he had already prepared the appropriate building materials. He then showed everyone a stone of exceptionally high quality and led them all the way to the stone cave itself. With this much, it should be enough to build the city walls. He even thought about building a stone statue of himself to honor his own immense contributions. Geez, what a narcissist. At that moment, someone asked why Aren wanted to build a city, because he could see that he clearly didn't just want to build a safe place for residents to live. That was true. He didn't just want to make the place safer, he also wanted to turn it into a tourist and entertainment destination. From then on, he could freely enjoy himself to his heart's content. Afterward, Aren presented his construction plan in detail to the experts. It took quite a long time for him and everyone else to finish their discussion. Finally, it was time for him to get some rest. Time to blow off some steam. That feeling after work, taking a big gulp of beer, man, it feels so good. However, he still felt like something was missing. Beer alone wasn't enough to satisfy him. The truth is, this place has so few forms of entertainment compared to the modern world that it's easy to get bored. People in this world usually read books for fun, but most of them are boring novels meant for nobles. At this moment, he really wanted to read some colorful manga. Thinking is doing, he immediately decided that his next business plan would be to produce manga, and fast. But before he could do anything, Aren suddenly received an urgent call from his subordinate, and it seemed like something serious had happened. At the same time, near the border, the Black Necromancer had used dark power and forbidden arts to summon a massive number of corpses to rise from the earth. Then, he began manipulating them to attack the kingdom of Nessia. Shortly after, a letter sent from the royal palace reached Aren, informing him that corpses had appeared in great numbers at the northern and southern borders. Moreover, the estimated number had reached hundreds of thousands by now. They were even trying to break through the defensive line to flood into the Ernesia territory and the 3 allied nations as well. Right then, at the office in Fahelia Castle, the 3 of them, Aren, and Sina, were discussing the appearance of these corpses. They guessed that they were all victims of the war, turned into corpses. Jariki was quite worried about Sina's village, and she was convinced this was a sinister plot by the Black Necromancers. In any case, the number of corpses was increasing at a dizzying rate, and to make matters worse, they were trying to cross the borders to flood into neighboring kingdoms like Domanion. On the other hand, Aren felt quite confused, not knowing whether to send troops to handle it because the court hadn't replied about this yet. Perhaps they were struggling and at their wits' end. Given this situation, he couldn't just sit still. Furthermore, because of the appearance of these corpses, his business had to be put on hold. This meant that the transportation of construction materials for the city would be delayed. What a bunch of bastards. Not only that, the corpses could very well infiltrate the territory of Fahelia, so Aren had to order his soldiers to increase security. After considering and calculating for a while, Aren finally came up with an idea to solve the problem. He even started thinking about profiting from this. Meanwhile, at a border fortress of the kingdom, the situation didn't look very optimistic because the corpses were still relentlessly trying to overcome the castle walls. And the soldiers in Chena were also helpless, unable to do anything but try their best to defend and wait for further instructions from the court. At the palace in the capital, the emperor was having a huge headache because of the appearance of the corpses. Fortunately, Aren had warned him beforehand, so he had had people prepare some things in advance. Thanks to that, the kingdom had managed to hold out until now, or else there would be nothing left but ruins. However, they still suffered heavy losses. Just then, someone suggested seeking help from the holy nation of Senion, a kingdom specializing in handling cases related to magical forces, spirituality, charms, and curses. It sounded like a feasible approach, but the important thing was whether they would agree to help, because the holy nation of Zen had officially denied all outside existence and only cared about spreading their ideology to future generations. On the other hand, the kingdom of Nessia was a place where many different races lived together in harmony. Therefore, based on the distinct differences between the two kingdoms, they were often friendly on the surface while being insincere. To put it bluntly, both sides wore masks of courtesy toward each other and didn't want to expose their disdain, even though they hated each other. The emperor believed that even if the holy nation of Senion agreed to help, they would demand certain conditions from Nessia. They might require the deportation or exclusion of citizens of other races from the territory. Of course, this was difficult for the Wacht emperor and the citizens to accept. So, requesting help from the holy nation would be their last resort. Just when everyone was racking their brains for a solution, a servant suddenly brought a letter from Aren to the emperor, and right after reading the contents of the letter, he happily announced that Aren had found a way to handle it without needing help from the holy nation. He was like, "That's my boy." Meanwhile, in the kingdom of the corpses had infiltrated the territory, starting to attack the people and causing a state of alarm. The citizens who were attacked first were those from the border villages. Afterward, they had to flee to the capital to beg the court for help. Faced with such a chaotic situation, the incumbent emperor of Men, Amr Jano, was also very helpless, as he had to clean up the consequences of the war while trying to restore the people's trust in the royalty, and now he had to face a corpse disaster attacking all over the China kingdom. What a streak of bad luck. Besides, it was difficult for them to ask for aid from allied countries, because most of the neighboring kingdoms had fallen into a similar state. At this point, someone suggested asking for the help of the holy nation and meeting the conditions they set. Only then could their kingdom survive this ordeal, and if they delayed any longer, there would be nothing left but crumbs. Although the emperor himself did not want to cooperate with the holy nation, given the current urgent situation, he had to accept this plan. The main reason the holy nation had become a trending topic recently was that they could create holy water, an item that could repel and purify unclean things like corpses. Because of this value of holy water, many kingdoms had tried to study the secret of creating it, but all had failed. The holy nation used this to help other kingdoms on the condition that they meet all their requirements. Elsewhere, the kingdom of Domanion was also having a headache because of the corpse disaster. On the other hand, the emperor and the officials of Domanion were very puzzled as to why Nisia was staying quiet at the moment, while the M side had sent a request for help to the holy nation. Speak of the devil, and he appears. The emperor of Domanion actually received a letter from Nisia, informing them that they had found a way to destroy the corpses at a much cheaper price than the holy nation. It turned out that not long before, in Fahilia, Aren had discovered the secret method to create holy water. Beyond solving the disaster, he also wanted to seize the business opportunity to get rich. In fact, in one of his 45th or 46th lives, Aren had met the saintess of that world, and heard her express a desire to create a large amount of holy water to serve everyone. At the beautiful lady's request for help, a young man who was quite chivalrous back then, like him, agreed immediately. And because he had worked with the saintess in a past life, he was able to create holy water in his current life. Of course, he definitely wouldn't tell anyone this secret. So, his assistant was extremely shocked to see his master, capable of creating holy water in such a short time. However, Aren explained to him that there was still a difference between the genuine holy water from the Holy Kingdom and the mass-produced holy water he created. The mass-produced holy water could be manufactured in large quantities as much as anyone wanted. Plus, it was as cheap as bottled water. Aren then got straight to work. First, he would send the first batch of holy water to the border fortresses to wipe out the zombies. Just as Aren expected, the effect of the mass-produced holy water was not inferior to the genuine one from the Holy Kingdom. The zombies withered wherever it touched them. Naturally, there were some people extremely bitter about this news, most notably the Empire of Mu, as they had decided to pay a huge price to the Holy Kingdom to obtain holy water. But they never expected that a knockoff would be this effective. The Emperor of Mu couldn't do anything but curse out loud at those guys from Ernesia. However, at the same time, letters from the Emperor were sent to all the kingdoms suffering from the zombie disaster to announce that his son, the third Prince Aren, had found a way to create holy water and guaranteed that it was just as effective as the genuine product. If anyone was interested, they could contact Ernesia to place an order. Aren even requested that a letter be sent to the Holy Kingdom as well. This was basically a slap in their face, a blatant provocation, declaring that he was stealing the Holy Kingdom's business. Sure enough, all the kingdoms that received the letter were extremely excited. Upon hearing this, and quickly responded with requests to meet Aren as soon as possible, including the Holy Kingdom. Facing this, Jiriki only felt rather surprised that this time, Aren revealed his identity to the public. It was quite different from previous times, where he always stayed hidden to ensure his own safety. Aren explained to her that the reason he did this wasn't just to let people know about his business, but for far more profound reasons. First, it was to make everyone owe him a favor. That way, he could leverage this to have them help him later. Second, he wanted to show a bit of warmth and humanity to everyone, because there was a rumor that he was a talented jerk who was extremely cold-hearted toward the world around him. Although the rumors were somewhat true, our protagonist is a very feisty person who loves an eye for an eye, so he would use this opportunity to show everyone the price of messing with him. Even the slightest provocation wouldn't be tolerated. And finally, he wanted to drain the world's pockets to make himself rich. Very soon, the day for Aren to officially debut to the public arrived. Everything went exactly as he had predicted. Representatives from many different kingdoms attended. Only the Empire of Mu was absent, having already allied with the Holy Kingdom faction. However, upon seeing the third Prince of Ernesia for the first time, Aren Ernesia, the legendary young genius making waves across the continent only to find a kid who was just 16 or 17 years old, everyone in the hall was suspicious and whispering, looking quite skeptical. Facing their attitude, Aren felt a bit uncomfortable. So, he had no choice but to prove his ability in front of everyone. He had Cena bring a zombie into the hall and then use the mass-produced holy water he had created to pour it over the creature. Immediately, the zombie screamed like a pig being slaughtered and perished. Everyone present witnessed this and was absolutely horrified. They never expected Aren to go this far. On the other hand, they were also fearful of his calm and expressionless demeanor. Afterward, representatives from the kingdom scrambled to order Aren holy water. Although the price of the knockoff holy water was much cheaper than the genuine article, most people wanted to buy in large quantities, so the total cost was still very high. Therefore, Aren decided not to collect the full amount up front, allowing them to owe a portion to be paid later. Actually, our genius boy had calculated everything, because that was the only way he could collect interest from the other kingdoms later. Right at that moment, someone asked Aren directly if there was any difference between the two types of holy water. Aren didn't hide anything and explained to everyone the 2 points of difference between them. The first difference was that the official name of the mass-produced knockoff he created was artificial mana neutralizer. It sounds impressive, but it's still a knockoff. He added that even though the effects were the same, the composition and formula were completely different. The second difference was that while the genuine holy water from the Holy Kingdom could only be produced in limited quantities over a long time, his product could be manufactured in large quantities in a much shorter time. In other words, they could have as much as they wanted. Buying from him was trustworthy, high quality, and included a money-back guarantee if the product didn't work. With his sharp tongue and the smooth sales pitch of Aren, the marketing genius, the show-off king, the master salesman, all the representatives immediately placed massive orders for his mass-produced holy water. Very soon, they were shipped at high speed to the border fortresses to destroy the zombies trying to break through. Afterward, the situation on the battlefield, which had been extremely tense, became much more optimistic. All of this was thanks to Aren, so the vast majority of people were deeply grateful to him, except for the Empire of Mu. After receiving Aren mass-produced holy water, the other kingdoms began using it in various ways to eliminate the zombies more effectively. Naturally, Ernesia also kept up with their neighbors by investing in specialized weapons, combined with the mass-produced holy water to deal with the zombies. This was both less strenuous and faster than conventional methods. Facing this situation, the mastermind behind the zombie disaster was seething with rage. In particular, he was extremely bitter toward Aren because he was the source of all his failures. However, he didn't give up. Instead, he was determined to continue creating chaos by returning to the Magic Tower to usher in the era of the Dark Church. I have to admit, this guy is persistent, and by some miracle, he has managed to survive from the beginning of the story until now. But the end of this dark mage scumbag is near, because on this side, Aren and his team had received important intelligence. The remaining corpses had suddenly gathered in one place, so they guessed that they were being manipulated to protect the one pulling the strings. However, in Aren's eyes, this move was nothing more than a final struggle before kicking the bucket, so he didn't give a damn. He didn't even bother sending more troops to the royal court to take him down. After that, he asked Jiriki for her perspective on the matter. As a mage, she felt that they should capture the bastard as soon as possible. Of course, that wouldn't be easy at all, because he was also strong enough to control hundreds of thousands of corpses. Although she didn't specialize in necromancy, she had read in a book that a 7th-level mage could control 30,000 corpses. On the other hand, there are many different spells for necromancy, so Jiriki didn't know which one he was using, but it seemed he had exhausted his energy and reached his own limit. At the same time, in a forest on the border, the army and the mages of Erisea were trying to hunt down that dark mage. Even though he was nearly exhausted, this guy was incredibly tough, holding off the whole army by himself. Zamba, you think this trashy power is enough to take me down? Damn you all. After a long while, he finally felt genuine danger because his body had to endure too much pressure from using a large amount of mana in such a short time. With no other choice, he had to create a smokescreen and quickly retreat to his base. Moreover, he guessed the troops would surely find this place, so he immediately packed his belongings and important items to leave. But he didn't expect that Aren already knew his hiding spot, and was even calmly waiting for his return. The guy was about to have a really bad day with Aren. At this moment, he was very bewildered, not understanding how anyone could have found this place. It turned out Aren had relied on scouts to track his position. Then he got straight to the point of why he had come here to see him privately. First, he was very curious about the Dark Mage system, so he came all the way here to see if there was anything interesting. But unfortunately, everything in here was useless. Second, he wanted to ask him a question, because lately, He had not only awakened hundreds of thousands of corpses, but also manipulated them to attack everywhere and spread fear among the people. So his question was, what on earth is going on in that head of yours to dare to do such disgusting things? He couldn't understand the mindset of such a beast, so he really wanted to hear an explanation. At this point, the joking was over. Aren was serious. However, this guy kept trying to provoke Aren, hoping to land a sneak attack on him. But before he could even finish casting his spell, he fell down first. Damn you, you piece of trash. What did you do to me? Because his mouth was so foul, he had used a trick to shut him up. Let's see. In short, your plan is to create a giant undead army to invade the surrounding kingdoms. Right? But even now, he was still stubborn and refused to admit his faults, which made Aren laugh his head off. So he had to perform his brain-fixing technique. So, let's assume human armies are weaker than those corpses. What will you do after invading the kingdoms? Do you really want to become the emperor of a world filled with rotting corpses? Once you sit on the throne, you'll realize you have absolutely nothing in your hands. He had said everything he could, but the moron still refused to understand. So, Aren had no choice but to send him off to meet the god of death. However, he was still stubbornly resisting and unleashed his final protection spell, a massive, supersized corpse to deal with Aren. But he didn't know that Aren could handle mere corpses in a flash. He didn't even bother lifting a finger and directly used a purification spell on it. Seeing the scene before him, the dark mage was so shocked he nearly pissed his pants. How can you use a purification spell that only the priests of the Holy Empire can use? At this moment, Aren was too tired of hearing his nonsense, so he didn't bother explaining. For someone like this dog-brained guy who loves to go around creating karma, even Buddha couldn't save him, so he decided to end him right there. In your next life, try to live properly, old man. It took a long time for the soldiers to find this place, but when they stormed in, they only found the corpse of the dark mage along with an anonymous letter from a mysterious person called the 100 Trial Master. Perhaps Aren, after finishing the job, had left early to avoid any trouble. Very quickly, news about the dark mage who masterminded the undead disaster, having died in a small house in the forest, was widely announced to the public. Of course, no one would ever know what Aren had done beforehand. Although all the problems were resolved smoothly, he still didn't feel very satisfied with this result, because he hadn't been able to find any information about the force pulling the strings behind him. At the same time, in the Holy Empire of Jion, the priest was furious because his business deal had been blatantly snatched away. He started complaining to Saintess Nelvinia about this. However, she couldn't do anything at the moment. More accurately, she couldn't be bothered with these power struggles between kingdoms. Nelvinia even reprimanded him, teaching the priest that their duty was to pray to God for good things to happen to the people. So, he should stop talking nonsense and keep his mouth shut. It was clear that the Saintess's power and words in the Holy Empire held a lot of weight, so even though he was scolded, to his face, he could only bow his head and obey. At this time, Saintess Nelvinia seemed to be contemplating recent events, from the undead disaster to the fact that Erisea was the first kingdom to ask for their help. It seemed most of the events were related, to some extent, to the third prince of Erisea, Aren Ernestia. That's why she felt that meeting him in person was an absolute must. After the undead catastrophe, everything seemed to have finally returned to its proper track. Before long, Aren reached the age of 17, the age when life is all about having fun and being reckless. Over the past year, aside from issues related to the undead, some wonderful things happened. Like Aren Pet, Phi got married and had a child, while the dwarf blacksmith Akon and his apprentice were still hard at work researching titanium. But all in all, the thing that changed the most was his city of Fahelia. The structures, infrastructure, and facilities were all complete, brand new, and incredibly high-end. Even the local residents, who had lived there for a long time, were stunned when they saw the view before them, unable to believe that this was the same old Fahelia. Of course, with such happy news, they had to throw a party to celebrate the rebirth of Fahelia. But when he told her about it, her first expression was shock, followed by suspicion that her master might be running a fever or perhaps overindulged in some substance to suggest throwing a party at a time like this, partly because Aren frequently complained about and refused to attend noble gatherings. She mistakenly thought he was becoming a loner, content to keep to himself. Aren was absolutely speechless after hearing that, but all things considered, he didn't think it was that important. After all, he just wanted everyone to get the news before the city officially opened. If they just left it as it was, not a single soul would show up. Besides, if they held a party now and people weren't interested in the city, they could invite those who were interested in Aren, basically leveraging his reputation as a big shot to promote Fahelia. Furthermore, he wanted to hear Ah's opinion as well. At first, Ah looked a bit lost, but he immediately explained that the reason he wanted to hear her input was because she was the only noble among his subordinates, while the others were commoners and amateurs, so he was sure she had at least some experience in planning and organizing banquets. In reality, even Asa had never tried her hand at this, but seeing him ask for help like that, she finally agreed and promised she would do her absolute best to make sure everything went perfectly. But she didn't expect that a second later, Aren would tell her that the party would include high-ranking nobles, and even his father, the emperor, in attendance. Ah immediately went into deathmatch mode, determined to complete this noble mission. If you didn't know better, you'd think this girl was heading off to the battlefield. Then came the part about sending out invitations. Aren had to think it through and make the list himself. But all this brain-draining, time-consuming busy work wasn't his style. So he ended up just inviting everyone to the party to keep things simple. Next were the odd jobs behind the scenes to make the party as seamless as possible. After a while of meticulous directing, Aren finally got everything finished. Time flew by like a streak of lightning. The day of the party finally arrived. Many prominent nobles personally traveled to the cold region of Fahelia to attend the banquet hosted by the third prince, Aren. It's no exaggeration to say the carriages were packed like sardines. Seeing this, Aren knew full well that everyone was there because they were interested in his reputation, but the way they showed it was way too obvious. Clearly, since they were that enthusiastic, he would have to treat them to a feast. At the same time, most of the guests had already made it inside Fahelia. Initially, when they saw the scene inside, they were astonished. They never expected a place notoriously remote and impoverished like Fahelia to develop so quickly into such a beautiful and amazing city. Not only that, but it also wasn't affected by the harsh weather outside. Some had regretted wearing too many layers, and now they were sweating buckets. Long story short, it was truly hard to believe. Perhaps this was the surprise Aren wanted to spring on them. He was actually feeling a bit impatient to see the guests' reactions once they discovered the truth behind all of this. Just then, Ah came to inform Aren that everything from the venue and security to the sound and lighting had been double-checked and there were no issues. Initially, A intended to keep preparing, but he unexpectedly told her to leave the chores to the servants and join the party for fun. The beauty was completely frozen in place. Obviously, she had no intention of joining the party. It wasn't until he told her that everyone, including Sina, Jariki, and herself, would be there that she realized what was going on. Before Ah could even react, she was dragged away by two maids to get dressed, looking completely baffled and stunned. Everything seemed perfect. The only thing was that his royal family couldn't all be present due to some matters they had to attend to. First, his eldest brother Joe was busy handling the aftermath of the undead disaster and calming the public's anxiety. As for his sister Kana, she had left Izia to challenge swordmasters from other kingdoms. It seemed she had won many battles and learned a lot of useful things. Although it was a bit disappointing, luckily the most important person to him, his mother, arrived in Fahelia just in time, thanks to a teleportation gate. Mother and son hugged each other joyfully after such a long time apart. At the same time, his mother comforted him, saying his father would arrive as soon as he finished his work. Actually, Aren had already anticipated this, so he wasn't too surprised. Besides, he could empathize with his father, since he was, after all, the emperor with a million things on his plate. He then led his mother to the party venue. Meanwhile, in the city square, the guests had been brought here early, but they were quite confused by the dark and quiet scene before them. This didn't look like a noble banquet at all. No flowers, no lights, no music. So, everyone was disappointed and let down after making the trip all the way there just to butter up Aren. But just then, the lights suddenly flickered on, shining brilliantly everywhere. Naturally, everyone quickly regained their composure, especially when Aren announced over the loudspeaker that the special surprise was still to come. At this moment, Sina, Ah, and Jariki had finished getting dressed and ready, and normally these beauties looked quite simple, but once they were dolled up, I'm telling you, they looked absolutely stunning. Everyone was totally slaying it. Even Aren looked incredibly dashing that day. Seeing such a spectacular group show up at the party, everyone was bound to be dazzled. While the party was going extremely well, with guests enjoying the fine food and wine, suddenly a massive statue was unexpectedly revealed by the system right in the middle of the hall. Just as the party was in full swing, with guests enjoying the fine food and drinks, a massive statue suddenly rose from a mechanism in the center of the hall. This left everyone present there completely stunned, especially since the statue's face was modeled after Aren, but it had this hilariously absurd expression. He really is the king of being flashy. After that, Aren stepped out to the main hall and gave a brief self-introduction to the guests. At the same time, he didn't forget to express his gratitude and hospitality, thanking everyone for not minding the long journey to attend the banquet today. Next, he solemnly introduced and welcomed a highly esteemed figure of the kingdom. The emperor, who is his own father, had arrived at the banquet. And finally, once everyone had gathered, Aren announced the reveal of all the new technology in Fahelia, just as everyone can see on the screen now. This is the commercial and residential district of our city, Fahelia. These status windows will handle all of Fahelia's transactions in the future, and it will also become an ideal living space for our citizens. Besides that, the security system in this place is also extremely guaranteed and robust. First and foremost is the incredibly solid defensive wall. It is made from a special ultra-hard stone found only in Fahelia, so it's more than enough to handle native monsters, enemy troops, and even 7th-level mages. Additionally, I also focus on maintaining the defensive barrier to ensure security for the area. Just then, someone asked, Aren, if the harsh weather here would affect daily life at all? As if that were difficult. Aside from these 3 questions, Aren had prepared the answers long ago. He immediately asked everyone if they felt anything strange when entering the city. In reality, they were all inside the famously freezing Fahelia region, but the outdoor temperature was very warm right now. That is thanks to a special magic device installed behind the city. But before he could finish explaining, a certain overly eager guest interrupted Aren. Is this an upgraded version of the Mana agricultural greenhouse, Your Highness? Ah, I see it looks a bit larger, doesn't it? He had to continue explaining to address their questions. Indeed, this device is a more pro-VIP version of a greenhouse. However, the efficiency between them is completely different. This pro-VIP version can control the temperature, wind, and even snowfall right inside the city, according to the needs and desires of the vast majority of residents here. No matter how cold it is outside, people can still live as comfortably as possible, thanks to this device. Witnessing this unbelievable display left everyone present there completely shocked, unable to believe that humans could actually manipulate the weather like this. Of course, everything Aren said just now was 100% the truth, not just bluffing. He was dead serious because he had poured a ton of money into this project and had the Fahelia mage team working like dogs, day and night, just to meet the deadline for today. Very quickly, this created a buzz among the entire noble class. Many people started scrambling for the first slots in Fahelia City for business and trade. Others even asked if Aren would sell the weather control magic device to other territories. They were all clamoring and making such a ruckus that it made him feel completely exhausted. But for the prosperity of Fahelia, he just had to endure it. On the other side of the banquet, our beautiful girls were getting a lot of attention from the men. Some even took the initiative to go up and ask Asa to dance, but she politely declined them. However, things didn't stop there. Because besides Isaac, Aren was also the #1 target in the hearts of the noble ladies. So, taking advantage of this opportunity, they hurriedly rushed over to grab a dance slot with him. Before Aren could even react to this situation, a lady had already approached him to ask for a dance. He initially intended to refuse, but under his mother's scorching gaze, which basically said, "Go for it, my son," he immediately abandoned that intention. With no other choice, our guy Aren had to obediently accept the lady's invitation. Before they both started dancing, he mentioned to her that he wasn't very good at dancing and hoped she would be patient with him. He said it politely, but once he got into it, it was like Aren was possessed by a pro. His dancing skills were absolutely top tier, to the point where that dainty girl was stunned, while the other girls stood watching and drooling, only able to wish it were them. Until the music ended, she still couldn't come back to her senses. After that, Aren politely asked if anyone else wanted to dance with him next. Good bait offered to the mouth. If you don't bite, you're a fool. So all the girls there immediately swarmed him. Then followed a series of beautiful dances between Aren and them. A long time later, he was finally able to escape the clutches of those girls. Aren only had enough time to catch his breath before turning back to count how many people were still waiting to dance. But the moment he looked, he was horrified, because there was still a long line waiting. He was totally screwed. With no other choice, he had to ask Asa to help him escape this ordeal by asking her to dance with him, so those girls would give up hope. Of course, Asa had no reason to refuse this request from her master, so she readily agreed. When the two stood together, they looked like a perfect match, like a golden boy and a jade girl. They even chatted in perfect sync while they danced. This made the other girls standing on the side green with envy, bitter but unable to do anything. Anyone who didn't know would think Aren and Asa were a couple. A long time later, the dancing segment finally concluded. However, Aren ordeal was far from over, because right after that, he noticed some strangers appearing at the banquet. By then, Jiriki had also picked up the scent, so he leaned in and whispered to him that the number of guests had increased unusually. Asa and Sena asked him what they should do to avoid alerting the enemy, but after a moment of thought, Aren decided to let the three of them continue, to keep an eye on these uninvited guests. At the same time, he wanted to have a private conversation with them for a moment. Hearing this, Asa, Sena, and Jiriki were very surprised, not understanding why he would do that. What if these people caused danger to the guests? But Aren reassured them that nothing of the sort would happen, because he had already realized the identity of one of them. Afterwards, he chose to walk to a quiet corner of the banquet to let the uninvited guest reveal himself. It turned out to be the master of the magic tower, the mage Helman Melia. At this point, he was a bit surprised, not expecting Aren to be able to recognize his true identity even though they had never met before. Aren didn't hide anything and directly stated his own deduction. It turned out that from the moment Helman asked about the mana-powered weather control device, he had realized his interest in magic and had a hunch about who he was. To be honest, Aren was a bit surprised that a big shot like Helman actually accepted his party invitation. Hearing that, he spoke politely, insisting he wasn't really that amazing. But the very next second, Aren did a complete 180, switching from being friendly to calling the other guy out. I think you have a bias against me and hate me because you received letters from the Holy Empire. However, Helman just calmly explained that it was a misunderstanding, because the magic tower had no reason to accept those demands from the Holy Empire. After that, Aren seemed to understand the situation a bit better. At first, he was a bit skeptical about the appearance of the magic tower's master. He'd expected an old man with a thick beard, wearing the traditional robes of a mage. Who would have thought? It turned out to be a young guy like this, but when he saw the massive amount of mana the man possessed, he was convinced that this guy was the real deal. Helman then expressed that, as a fellow mage, he was very interested in Fahelia's magical devices. Actually, all those achievements were thanks to Aren's the absolute dedication of the mages. Furthermore, the man had another question. If Aren had something to say, they could have just said it over there. So why were they here? He explained that he wanted to talk in a quiet place, away from prying eyes. Plus, he needed to handle a few other things, like those three mysterious mages. Aren had actually been watching them since the party started, and they didn't seem to be on Helman's side. He could feel a dark, sinister energy coming from them. At this point, they stopped hiding and stated bluntly that they were there because Aren had interfered with their plans. And Helman, the magic tower's master, would only hinder their future actions. So, in short, they had to take both of them out right there. Aren was completely stunned. He probably hadn't anticipated that someone would come after him for exposing their counterfeit holy water scam. The next second, the three of them teamed up to attack. Seeing their power level, Aren guessed they were probably level 7 dark mages. No wonder they managed to evade the knight's pursuit. Helman remained calm and dashing, and with just a few simple movements, he finished off all three in the blink of an eye. He really lived up to his reputation as the head of the magic tower. Although he didn't take their lives, he used gravity magic to attack, and you could tell just by looking that it hurt like hell. Even after such a brutal move, Helman remained composed, chatting with Aren without skipping a beat. Afterward, the two discussed collaborating to develop a mana-controlled weather device. Aren lacked manpower, and Helman was genuinely interested in the tech, so it was a win-win situation. They sealed the deal right there. However, before leaving, Helman vaguely hinted to Aren about the dark mages. Based on his words, it was clear their days were numbered. A while later, Aren returned to the party to meet his father, as it seemed he had something very important to discuss. The two of them moved to a more private area to talk. His father expressed how surprised and proud he was to see what Aren had done to transform Fahelia from a harsh wasteland into such a magnificent city. But deep down, he still wanted his son to return to the royal palace, so he asked him one last time. Aren straight up told his father that he still had so much to do right here. This meant he was sticking to his original choice and refused to go back. His father couldn't help but sigh at his stubborn son. Still, he respected Aren's decision. As long as he felt comfortable and could develop freely, that was enough. Actually, it wasn't just his father who wanted him back. His older brother, Gale, wanted it too. Hearing this, Aren finally understood his father's unusual mood earlier that day. It turned out to be about the succession to the throne. Right now was the perfect time to decide this crucial matter. His brother was at the right age and had the support of the nobility. Furthermore, his reputation was highly regarded throughout the war. So, Aren guessed that his brother wanted him to return and take an official position to help him, because, To be serious, he never felt that Gale was anything like his biological mother, that evil queen. In the end, he promised his father he would contact his brother later. After the city inauguration party in Fahelia, the residents started settling in the eastern part of the city, while the nobles acted quickly to jump on the bandwagon. Just like that, Fahelia was officially opened as a grand city. Only a month later, everything was running almost exactly as planned. Residents, merchants, and skilled workers from many places moved in and were very happy to settle in Fahelia. Looking at the bustling city, Arn predicted that it could grow even more in the future. After a quick tour, he felt like everything was in place, but thinking it over, he still felt like something was missing. Just then, the shouting of a shopkeeper caught his attention. It looked like a branch of a company specializing in importing and exporting goods from the kingdom of Fenzen. Previously, Aren had heard that their main business was importing goods and cosmetics by sea. The reason this stood out to him was that ship technology in this world wasn't very advanced. Since he was near the coast, he decided to step inside and check it out. As soon as Aren walked in, the owner immediately sized him up. High-end accessories, a high-quality coat, clean shoes. It was obvious he was a wealthy VIP. The shopkeeper tried to hard sell to Aren, but he didn't care much and just focused on examining the goods. After browsing for a while, he finally found what he was looking for: cocoa beans. Finding such a rare item here made him super excited. He immediately told the shopkeeper to bring out every single cocoa bean in the shop so he could buy them all. Very quickly, back at the Lord's castle, Aren brought the beans home and, together with the mages, successfully planted the cocoa saplings in the greenhouse. Because the freezing weather in Fahelia wasn't suitable for cocoa tree growth, half of the initial seeds ended up spoiled. But thanks to everyone's effort, after only one short month, they grew their first cocoa tree. Immediately, Aren turned and asked Jariki to finally grind the beans and process them. It might sound like he was wasting the talent of Fahelia's #1 mage, but only Jariki had the skill to handle such complex steps. A little while later, she finished everything just as Aren had instructed. "Great job, Jariki. I'll let you be the first one to taste this treat once it's finished." Hearing about food, Jariki started drooling and worked with 100% effort. The next step, seasoning and adding spices, were handled by Aren himself. Finally, his chocolate was finished. It had been so long since he last had chocolate that he couldn't wait any longer and started eating it while it was still fresh. I have to say, this feeling is better than any high. It's absolutely divine. Something this delicious definitely has to be shared with the crew. Immediately after, Aren personally whipped up a bunch of chocolate desserts for everyone to enjoy. First up were the chocolate cookies. It seems these treats really hit the spot for Isaac. Next was the chocolate fountain for Sina, and finally, the chocolate liqueur for Old Man Akon. In the end, they all thoroughly enjoyed the feast. But things didn't stop there, because Aren had prepared dozens more chocolate dishes for them to suffer through. Because they had already eaten so much earlier, both Sina and Old Man Akon were pretty fed up seeing yet another pile of chocolate. But that devil, Aren, forced them to finish it all, which was the real pain. I'm sure after this, all three of them will be sick of chocolate for life. After that, it became an endless cycle of chocolate for everyone in the Fahelia estate. They ate so much that I even had to beg Aren to stop. Big eaters like Sena and Jariki had already thrown in the towel, and Old Man Akon had run off a long time ago. By this point, Aren realized he'd been pushing everyone a bit too hard lately, so he decided to take a break. The whole group was just waiting for that to run away. But how could his love for chocolate end there? Just a few days later, he launched chocolate products onto the market. Since it was such a novel and delicious sweet, it was quickly embraced and eagerly sought after by the people. Kids, men, and women alike all loved it. Some people even loved chocolate so much that they ate until they became round. A prime example was Aren uncle, Le Chen. From a fit young man, Le Chen en rest turned into a diamond laner, to the point where Aren didn't even recognize his uncle at first. Afterward, they discussed selling high-end chocolate to nobles, which was very successful and brought in huge profits for them. Le Chen suggested that they should produce even more products to sell in larger quantities. That way, they would make even more money. However, Aren felt this was difficult to execute because the amount of cacao trees grown in the Fahelia territory was very limited. On the other hand, he wanted to expand the fields, but land suitable for cacao trees to grow was also very scarce. Furthermore, they needed more greenhouses and mages to take care of them. Long story short, there were so many issues that they couldn't produce much more chocolate. At this moment, Le Chen asked him about doing business with that import company, but he refused immediately because he knew exactly what they were aiming for: his secret chocolate recipe. Besides, Aren felt that the current level of business was just fine. Because, after all, his initial goal was just to eat chocolate, not to make money, especially since his previous paper production and business venture had directly caused a war. That disaster caused so many people to suffer. He was a bit timid now. Therefore, the best thing Aren could do at this time was sit tight and watch the situation unfold. In another turn of events, the lady of the Cares family was introducing and enjoying the chocolate that Aren had gifted along with other noble ladies, and it seemed like everyone really liked it. Just then, an unexpected character appeared to greet everyone during Lady Cares's afternoon tea. At first, she didn't know this woman at all. Only after being introduced by her friends did she learn that this was Senin Go, the president of the G Import-Export Company. And the reason she was there was to introduce her company's goods and ask a few ladies to connect her with Aren's Asen Company, which was the company that had been producing the chocolate recently. However, this connection attempt by Miss Senin was not easy to achieve, so, after the afternoon tea ended, she had to leave. Actually, their G company had been eyeing the chocolate product ever since it was first launched on the market, but unfortunately, they hadn't had a chance to contact Aren's side because almost all of G's letters were ignored by him, so they assumed he had no interest in this business. Besides, Senin had also vaguely guessed the conditions on Aren's side, like the land, magical equipment, and the mages growing the cacao, but she still didn't believe that Aren would refuse to partner with them just because he wasn't interested. What a naive person who hadn't seen the world. She didn't understand that everything Aren had done up until now was just to satisfy his own needs. Afterward, the G company didn't give up, continuously sending letters to Aren. They sent so many that Aren couldn't take it anymore and had to agree to meet President Senin. Very soon, the day came for the two sides to meet, and there was no beating around the bush. After a simple greeting, Senin directly expressed that her G company wanted to cooperate and do business with Aren's side. In particular, she emphasized their advantage, their power to transport goods by sea. Before Senin's eloquent arguments, Aren remained completely unmoved from beginning to end. Immediately after, he countered her. It would indeed be great to have such a big business deal, and I'm sure it would bring a lot of money and profit. But in this business, the fact that your side is the sole supplier of raw materials doesn't mean you have the right to control my company. Hearing that, Senin was silenced immediately because he had hit the nail on the head. Actually, from the very beginning, Aren had sensed the danger when G Company sent the cooperation letter. He knew full well that they intended to leverage their maritime strength to provide raw materials, then gradually manipulate things to make his side dependent, and ultimately seize control of the entire battlefield that is the marketplace. So, Aren had to stay sharp in this business deal to avoid being led by the nose. At this point, Senin still wanted to explain, but Aren didn't have the patience to listen to superfluous words, so he directly called her out on the spot. If your purpose for coming here was to negotiate a partnership, then I think we should end this conversation here. Sure enough, under Aren's strict words and logic, Senin was caught off guard. Finally, she could only ask if he really had no plans to expand his chocolate business, and Aren's answer of course was a hard no. Seeing this, she fell into deep thought. After a while, noticing Senin hadn't reacted, Aren used his clairvoyant eye skill to see what was going on. Although he was a bit surprised by her reaction, in the end, neither side could reach an agreement. After Senin left, Lechen and Rest asked him why he wouldn't cooperate with the Jitho company. Honestly, Aren thought the contract terms were pretty good, and their reputation in the business world was solid. However, he just felt that Senin wasn't the kind of person he should be partnering with. His intuition told him that this woman was not simple at all. Afterwards, Aren asked Lechen and Rest to look into the Goth Trading Company's shops and the goods they sold to the nobility. At the same time, Senin returned to her mansion in a rage because she hadn't reached a partnership agreement with Aren. It could be said that throughout her entire career as a merchant, this was the first time she had failed so miserably in a business deal. Even while negotiating with Aren, she couldn't counter a single thing he said. A servant tried to offer a well-meaning word of caution to Senin, but she warned him to shut his mouth if he valued his life. Then she went back to puffing on her opium pipe, but Senin still wasn't ready to give up on the chocolate business. She was even plotting a scheme to corner Aren, determined to force him to turn around and beg for a partnership with the Goth Company. Meanwhile, Aren remained completely unaware, leisurely enjoying life with his pets. Suddenly, he realized something wasn't right. It seemed like Phi and his partner had been getting along so well lately that they had ended up with 5 babies. This was just too many. How was he supposed to raise all these little beasts? Aren didn't know how to handle the situation. He couldn't bear to sell them, but keeping them wasn't an option either. Out of ideas, he had to ask others for advice. First was Ah. She advised him to release the griffins into the wild, but he felt that wasn't a good idea, because what if they turned savage and started attacking people? Furthermore, he couldn't trust their survival skills because they had been carefully raised and nurtured indoors for so long. In Aren's eyes, these griffins were no different from winged cats with bird heads. Later, he jokingly suggested that she take one in to liven up her home. But of course, she refused immediately. She had no room to raise one, and besides, her younger brother was terrified of large monsters like griffins. The boy would probably wet himself if he saw one. So Aren went to the second person, Sina, to convince her to raise one. But she didn't agree either, because the cost of food for a griffin was too high. Since they only ate horse meat, there was no way a salaryman like Sina could afford to feed one. Next was Jiriki, but all that little girl had on her mind was food and drink. So, to ensure the safety of his pets, Aren decided to count her out. Finally, he went to Akon's workshop to complain. The old man suggested using them to pull carts, but Aren felt that traveling by land would be safer. Just then, Aren realized he could have his pets deliver goods to the nobility. For items that weren't too large, like jewelry or gemstones, they were more than capable, or even using them as messengers seemed like a pretty solid idea. More importantly, it was incredibly cool. And so, the overpopulation problem of Phi and his partner was solved. However, Aren couldn't rest yet, because shortly after, a servant rushed over and handed him an urgent letter. And the moment Aren read the contents of the letter, he couldn't keep his cool and tore it to shreds right then and there. I thought she was going to do something impressive. Turns out her tiny brain could only come up with these kinds of pathetic tricks. Cocoa is a heretical fruit. What the hell? This isn't funny. Aren was livid. This time, that woman Senin was going to have to deal with Aren directly. At the same time, the Holy Kingdom of Jonan was issuing a ban, prohibiting clergy and citizens from using cocoa. They claimed that cocoa was a pagan fruit used in evil rituals. Anyone who consumed it would be branded a heretic, and God would punish them. Very quickly, Arnside received news that the Holy Kingdom of Jonan had banned the use of cocoa and chocolate. Although he knew they had a grudge against him, he didn't expect them to make such a big scene just over chocolate. Arn knew without needing an investigation that the real culprit behind this was the Goth Trading Company, and that woman had likely contacted the Holy Kingdom to stir up this dirty trouble. Lechen and Rest was quite surprised when he heard this, not understanding why the Holy Kingdom would take the side of a trading company like that. Arn explained that it was likely because the nobles in the Holy Kingdom didn't like them anyway, so with a little bribery, they would strike immediately. On the other hand, chocolate was currently only distributed within the Kingdom of Nessia, so this wouldn't affect them. But the important issue was that their exports had been blocked. Because about half of the countries trusted the Holy Kingdom, they would surely be forced to reluctantly take their side. Although Aren didn't have a specific plan for exports yet, thanks to this, he saw the true colors of that woman. If she couldn't have it, she'd destroy it. Clearly, her intention was that if he wanted to export, he had to partner with her, or else she would stir up negative public opinion. Lechen on Rest suggested writing a response letter, but Aren immediately refused because his side had no basis to object, and they certainly wouldn't admit it anyway. However, the Goth Trading Company would never know that Aren had actually been waiting for the moment they acted foolishly like this, so he could catch them in the act. The reason he had spent so long waiting was that he didn't want to attack an innocent party, but now that they had officially pulled this kind of garbage, he was excited to prepare to crush them. Or rather, he was planning to take over the entire Goth Trading Company. Why partner with them when he could just seize it? It turned out he had been harboring his devious plan from the very beginning, when the woman proposed a partnership. Aren had even laid out a specific plan to lure her into his trap. In another development, the High Priest of the Holy Kingdom was feeling smug about how easily he could deceive the devout followers. In his eyes, they were no different from a bunch of stupid pigs, believing everything he said without question. Just then, the High Priest unexpectedly encountered the Saintess, Nelvinia, who was also on her way to attend the ceremony. After the previous king passed away, there should have been a prophecy regarding the next ruler. However, the goddess didn't reveal anything about it. As a result, Saintess Nelvinia managed everything in the kingdom, including politics and diplomacy. The high priest acted respectful on the outside, but inside, he held the Saintess in deep contempt. Prophecy, my ass. Everyone knew that even if she received a prophecy, she wouldn't say anything anyway. After the king passed away, she seized the entire kingdom without breaking a sweat. Regardless, that was why he followed her. Moreover, the current Saintess's power surpassed all her predecessors, and she was the only one in the kingdom capable of turning ordinary water into holy water. Water that could neutralize all types of mana in this world, so he felt it was better to silently follow her orders than to oppose her openly. Anyway, he wasn't interested in ruling this kingdom. Just holding his current position and raking in the cash was more than enough for him. The priest assumed there was nothing left to discuss, but the saintess suddenly asked about the cacao fruit he had preached about earlier, which took him by surprise. "Oh, by the way, Penzin, your sermon was quite impressive. I heard that's the fruit used to make the popular snacks in Arnesia. And now you've made everyone think Arnesia is full of heretics. Isn't the heresy issue supposed to be a headache? Is there a problem, my lady?" "I didn't say that. What I mean is, where did you get that information?" Hearing this, the priest started to feel guilty, but he tried to remain calm and gave a vague, evasive explanation to brush it off. Seeing this, the saintess didn't ask further, but as soon as she left, she immediately asked her maid about the priest's recent activities and learned that he had met with people from the Jitho Trading Guild shortly before. Obviously, she never believed his bullshit from the start, and the moment she found out he dared to pull such shady stunts behind her back, she was furious. "I told you, don't touch the kingdom of Nessia right now. Is he planning to start a war with them now? Does he dare do something he can't handle? What a pig." How much did he actually take, anyway? Perhaps sensing the saintess's rage, the maid suggested eliminating the priest. However, the saintess felt that wasn't necessary yet. After all, everything had just begun, and there hadn't been any response yet. Instead of sending that snake of a priest to the afterlife, the saintess decided to have her maid run some errands to draw a clear line and avoid dragging the Holy Kingdom into this. Meanwhile, Aren and his crew had disguised themselves as bandits and were lying in wait by the side of the road. Unlike previous times, Chen tagged along with Aren on this trip. The old guy is over 30 years old, but he never expected that one day he'd have to dress up like a common dog thief, just to keep an eye on his reckless nephew. Their targets were the transport carriages of the Jitho Trading Guild. Although he didn't know if this investigation would yield any results, there was one thing Aren could confirm. They were smuggling, and this time he decided to just take a little bit of evidence. Afterward, Aren told everyone they needed to create as many alibis as possible, and he even found a real gang of bandits to take the fall for it. Chen was left completely speechless after hearing his nephew's plan. And yet, his sister Aren's mother still insists that he is such a well-behaved boy at home. Very quickly, upon seeing the Jitho caravan approaching the road, Aren immediately ordered his crew to move. As for the Jitho Trading Guild, when they saw the bandits attacking, they tried to fight back, but it was useless. Especially when standing before the overwhelming strength of the elite mercenaries from Sina's village. They obviously didn't have a chance, and were quickly rounded up. Seeing this scene, even Aren had to question reality, because the villagers from Sina's village looked even more professional than actual bandits. After that, he quickly approached the wagons to inspect them. At first glance, they looked like ordinary carts carrying fruit and fur. But upon closer inspection, he quickly discovered something unusual and immediately asked Sina to destroy the bottom of the wagon. And just as Aren had suspected, the Jitho Trading Guild was indeed hiding secret cargo to smuggle. But he didn't expect that they were transporting salt and prohibited imports like hallucinogenic drugs. If caught, they would definitely face heavy penalties. This meant Aren now had the Jitho Trading Guild by the throat. However, he didn't plan to report it immediately. He wanted to think it through carefully first, because he knew for a fact that several lords were likely involved in this scheme. And if he was lucky, he might even be able to weed out quite a few corrupt elements within the kingdom of Nessia. In the end, he decided to keep it quiet for now and stay in the shadows a bit longer to gather more evidence before taking everyone down. At the same time, he also resolved that he must teach that Jitho woman a lesson. At a branch office of the Go Trading Guild, the manager was checking the ledgers and sales figures when he discovered something abnormal and immediately reported it to Senin. The Nin Trading Guild was buying exactly the same goods as them, and even offering higher prices, and this situation was happening in many places where they had branches. Currently, there were no major issues, but if it continued, their operations would definitely be disrupted. Without a doubt, Senin guessed that Aren was behind this, because it was clear he was brazenly attacking them. Even though they had to suffer losses, this made her wonder just how wealthy the Nin Trading Guild was to resort to such tactics. Or perhaps Aren had decided to go all out against her. The branch manager saw the situation wasn't looking good and suggested to Senin that they make Aren stop. However, saying it is easier than doing it, she knew well that the third prince of Nessia was a genius. There was no way he wouldn't know his actions could be criticized for unfair business practices. So if he went ahead with it, it meant he had enough ground to stand on. At this point, Senin seemed to have realized something and asked the manager about the carriages that had been stolen not long ago. At first, I thought it was just a normal robbery, but when I think back and look at the current situation, I suspect Aren was responsible. On the other hand, up to this point, Aren still hadn't sent any formal complaints about the cacao, so she felt this was probably a message of retaliation. Finally, Senin could no longer just sit still. Immediately, she decided to go in person to meet and speak directly with Aren. Of course, meeting such a big shot who could shake up the world like Aren was not simple or easy at all. After arriving at the Fahilia mansion, she had to wait for 2 hours before she could finally meet Aren as he sauntered over. To make matters worse, he deliberately asked about the purpose of her visit. Seeing this, Senin was furious, so she went straight to the point. "I think your highness knows why I am here." "Well, I didn't think you would come here, because I thought you had already packed your bags and cleared out of this kingdom." An expert meets a challenger. As expected, when facing a tough cookie like Aren, a seasoned business fox like her couldn't do a thing. With no other choice, she had to back down, admitting that giving up business was no different from death for her, and she demanded to know why he was retaliating against the Jitho Trading Guild. Aren remained perfectly calm. Instead of giving her a straight answer, he intentionally dodged the core of her question, claiming it was just a small prank, not revenge. Of course, Senin wasn't stupid enough to buy that, so she stubbornly kept grilling him, her attitude aggressive. Seeing her complete lack of remorse, Aren was beyond fed up. He was speechless, so he simply handed over detailed records of everything she had done, while emphasizing that he'd obtained these from a reliable source in the Holy Kingdom. He told her that what he was doing wasn't revenge for some minor incident, but rather teaching her the consequences of crossing the line. She was obsessed with money, willing to do absolutely anything for it. Looking at the mountain of evidence, Senin knew she was cornered, but instead of apologizing, she doubled down. She had the audacity to argue that a merchant's job was to make money at any cost. Realizing this greedy woman was beyond saving, Aren stopped playing games and stated his true goal directly. He wanted her to hand over the entire Gel trading company. Only then would he let her off the hook. As soon as she heard that, she was, naturally, furious and refused to compromise. "This joke has gone too far. Why on earth would I do that? Father, is smuggling not enough of a charge? How about bribery? That's on here too, right? And what about this? I could even have you charged with treason. And supplying weapons to rebels? You must have made a fortune selling arms, huh? Do you really do everything just for money? Isn't this list of crimes long enough for you?" Aren said as he pulled out even more evidence of the Gel Trading Company's illegal activities. Senin turned pale with fear, frantically wondering how Aren had managed to get his hands on this information. Of course, Aren wasn't foolish enough to tell her that the Saintess was his source. Instead, he continued to threaten to leak everything to the public. If he did that, not only the nobles who took bribes, but also the ones helping smuggle weapons to the rebels, would come after the head of Gel Trading, Senin herself, for revenge. Hearing this, she completely lost her composure, started begging Aren, and promised she would personally handle the misunderstandings with the Holy Kingdom. But that had nothing to do with Aren, so he didn't care in the slightest. "Why would I even bother myself with that? The Holy Kingdom will handle their own internal affairs, so you don't need to worry. Instead of worrying about the world, you should be smart and choose between your company and your life, see which is worth more." In the end, Senin had no choice but to surrender to Aren's sharp logic and undeniable evidence. And that is how the Gel Trading Company changed hands. All branches across the continent were transferred to the new owner, Lechen and Rest. Initially, the staff at Gel were incredibly anxious, fearing they would lose their jobs. However, the change in power only happened at the executive level. Only the leadership changed, while the operations remained exactly the same, so not a single employee was fired. On another note, after seeing Aren take care of Senin and the former owner of Gel Trading, the Saintess immediately moved to deal with the High Priest. The reason was that Senin had confessed to bribing him. At first, the old man tried to make excuses to get a lighter sentence, but the Saintess had long been sick of this restless old man, so there was no way she was going to let him off that easily. She didn't even give him a chance to explain. She sentenced him to death on the spot, ending his life before walking away with the confidence of an agent of justice. Back to Aren. After taking over the Gel Trading Company, he had acquired many large ships and a full crew, so he had to work hard to stabilize the organization. On top of that, the chocolate business was going extremely well, making the company's future look very bright. From here, Aren started thinking about exporting chocolate to other kingdoms. But before he could even plan for the future, Aren suddenly received an invitation to meet with the Saintess, Nelvinia. They had actually been exchanging letters previously, a kind of secret handshake to swap information they both needed. As a result, he had gained the Gel Trading Company, and she had removed the corrupt High Priest of the Holy Kingdom. Since they both got what they wanted, Aren assumed that would be the end of their contact. He didn't expect to be meeting the Saintess today. Since they already knew each other, he didn't waste time and directly asked her the purpose of her visit. But when the Saintess said she only came to clear up misunderstandings, Aren was quite surprised, because other than the High Priest taking bribes from Senin, they didn't really have anything else to talk about. Seeing that Aren was quite cold toward her, she had to honestly express that everything was the High Priest's conspiracy and that she held no ill will toward him, or his kingdom, for that matter. She even brought out evidence to verify her words. However, when Aren proposed cooperating with the Holy Kingdom to produce artificial holy water and open up trade, the Saintess refused immediately, even though, on the surface, she frequently emphasized that they were not enemies. These contradictory actions from the Saintess left Aren feeling extremely confused. It seemed like she didn't want to start a war, but she also didn't want to build a long-term friendship. After thinking for a moment, he boldly asked if this had anything to do with the demi-humans. However, she immediately confirmed that wasn't the reason for blocking trade. Once he heard that, Aren felt even more in the dark. It was even more confusing, but before he could ask any more questions, the Saintess said her goodbyes and vanished, leaving him in a state of utter shock and bewilderment. It took a moment for Aren to collect his thoughts, and he realized something strange. When the Saintess left, she didn't leave behind any traces of magic or mana. He guessed that her teleportation principle was different from using magical devices, or perhaps it was some sort of unique ability. Furthermore, before leaving, the Saintess mentioned that they would see each other again, which made him feel very uncomfortable. She said she didn't want to fight, but it was highly likely that the fragile relationship between them would only last for a certain amount of time. Regardless, he hoped she would make the right choice and avoid crossing paths with him or his kingdom in the future. In another development, Mike, a member of the 16th Knights Brigade of the Kingdom, was feeling incredibly miserable and regretful for her foolish choice. It turned out that not long ago, she had been invited to work for the second princess, Ka. Having heard many great things about the second princess, the newcomer Mike accepted the invitation and left her hometown to join Kaina's knighthood. She was so excited when she first arrived, but now she's completely exhausted and desperate. The pay is low, but the workload and pressure are massive. On top of that, there's the added bonus of having an irresponsible captain like Kaina, who needs to be reminded constantly just to get any work done. Yet, instead of being angry or bitter, Mike feels more worried about her mental health. After all, just a few days ago, Kaina challenged the master swordsman, Menel Gran, and lost. Even though Kaina keeps acting like her usual self on the surface, Mike always gets the feeling that the second princess was deeply shaken by that incident, perhaps even becoming obsessed with winning. Mike thinks this because of the promise Kaina made to the king when establishing the order. Her title is only temporary, and she will only be officially recognized once she meets certain conditions. So, to prove herself as a true knight, Kaina has been working incredibly hard, and one of the fastest ways to gain recognition is to defeat another master swordsman. But that's always easier said than done. This harsh reality hit Kaina hard. Shortly after forming her order of female knights, she was defeated by a formidable master swordsman. Even though she's a servant bound to the royal family, Mike enjoys the benefits of working here. But right now, she's feeling extremely anxious, because if Kaina keeps losing like this, the knighthood will soon be disbanded, and she'll be out of a job. Finally, after some deep thought, Mike decided she had to do something to help Kaina and save her own livelihood. So, Mike set off for the Fahilia territory to seek help from Aren, and told him everything about what Kaina is going through. Actually, it had been a long time since the two siblings had spoken, so Aren had assumed things were going fine for her, but he never expected things to be such a total disaster. Furthermore, he was quite surprised to learn that their father had set such harsh conditions for Kaina. Since he usually treats his daughter like his most precious treasure, he wouldn't even dream of scolding her, let alone letting her suffer like this. Mike was absolutely desperate by this point, so she came to Aren seeking advice to take back to Kaina. At this rate, the princess will never be able to manage everything. She feels like she's burning out from all the overtime, so she's putting all her hope in His Highness. Since His Highness doesn't just guide the princess, but also created theories on martial arts and swordsmanship, and with his pro-level skills, he surely has some advice for her. Seeing Mike begging and pleading so much, Aren still refused to weigh in on the matter, because he knows his sister's personality all too well. If Kaina had wanted his advice, she would have asked for it long ago. Since she hasn't said a word up until now, it means she wants to handle this on her own and doesn't want him interfering. Mike looked completely crushed upon hearing this. Just as she was about to give up and leave, Aren suddenly changed his mind. Even though he respects his sister's decision, he certainly isn't just going to stand by and watch. Instead of talking to Kaina directly, he chose to give Mike a letter containing his advice, telling her to let Kaina decide whether or not to open it. Since he'd placed a spell on it, it would burst into flames if anyone other than Kaina tried to open it. Finally, Make happily took the letter and quickly returned to the knighthood. Meanwhile, Kaina wasn't resting either. She was trying to use every spare moment to practice, hoping to improve her swordsmanship. Although she had trained to the point of exhaustion, she still felt it wasn't enough. Especially when recalling the battle against Master Menelgran, he had easily parried every single one of her attacks with just a thin blade. She couldn't even leave a single scratch on him. At that moment, instead of finding an opening, Kaina realized she had just been pointlessly throwing her strength around. Even though they were technically on the same level, his superior experience left her completely helpless. And what made it even more frustrating was that he only needed a single move to take her down. While Kaina was lost in thought about the battle, Mike suddenly brought the letter, saying it was advice from Aren. However, Kaina knew for a fact that Aren would never just send something like this, so she guessed that her little subordinate must have gone to see her brother to tattle and came back spouting nonsense. And just as Aren had suspected, Kaina opened the letter because she realized that if she only aimed to be recognized by Menelgran, it was the same as setting limits on herself, and that wasn't what she wanted to aim for. What she truly wanted was to shatter every limit and not be bound by any conventional framework. Mike was filled with admiration upon hearing this. She never expected her captain to say something so incredible. In short, Kaina refused the advice from her brother and returned to training to become stronger on her own terms, without relying on anyone else. After some time, Kaina went to challenge Menelgran to a rematch. Unlike before, this time she had confidently invested a lot of time and effort into defeating him and surpassing her own limits. As soon as the battle started, without waiting for her opponent to react, Kaina lunged forward like a flash of lightning, using a close-quarters technique to reduce the reach of her sword, which caught Menel completely off guard. But he reacted quickly, dodging her attack by a hair's breadth, almost as if he had read her every move. Not only that, Menel began a relentless counterattack to drain her stamina. Gradually, Kaina started to tire and fell behind due to her lack of combat experience. However, just when Menel thought he was about to win, Kaina suddenly put everything into a headbutt that sent him reeling in pain. Everyone, including Mike, was absolutely shocked. What in the world was that? Not stopping there, Kaina took advantage of Menel being stunned to press her blade to his throat, securing a spectacular victory. Perhaps this was the first time a seasoned master swordsman, like Menel, had been defeated by such a unique move, so he found the situation incredibly amusing rather than feeling any sadness over the loss. Just like that, Kaina was finally recognized by the master swordsman as a true, legitimate knight, just as she had wished. Afterward, Kaina returned to the mansion to rest. But when Kaina was congratulated by Mike for today's victory, she still didn't feel quite satisfied. It was as if Menel had gone easy on her earlier. Just then, Kaina suddenly remembered the letter Aren had sent and turned to ask Mike about its contents. However, contrary to their expectations, the letter was just a blank sheet of paper, and there was no self-destruct magic, as Aren had claimed. Although both of them were still a bit suspicious, Kaina didn't feel it was right to press her brother, so she let it slide. Meanwhile, Master Menel, after Kaina hit him, hard enough to cause a concussion, had immediately fallen ill. Aren took the opportunity to visit him at his private residence to check on his health and thank him for today's battle. It turned out that Aren and his father had previously asked Menel to take care of Kaina and show her what real combat was like. You could say everything they set up today was to pave the way for Kaina, because without the recognition of a master swordsman like Menelgran, her status as a knight would be looked down upon. Furthermore, they were currently dealing with petty people who loved to nitpick to bring Kaina down. Then, as if Menel just remembered something important, he immediately asked Aren, "Did you give the princess any advice?" "No. Even though her aide came to ask for advice, I didn't help because she's already grown up. The way she countered your swordsmanship and that final blow were all her own ideas." Hearing this, Menel looked very pleased and happy that he had recognized the princess. Just like that, all the trouble surrounding Kaina was smoothly handled by Aren and his father. However, before leaving, Aren mentioned an important task that needed to be done, leaving Menel a bit worried as he speculated about the future of the kingdom. Afterward, Aren didn't return to Fahelia but went straight to the royal palace to discuss matters directly with his father and older brother. It was about the need to prepare for war as soon as possible. Although the issue with the Tri-Nation Alliance had been resolved, he felt there were still many hidden threats within the empire, and this incident might be much more complex than before, so they needed to strike first. Strike while the iron is hot. Joe, upon hearing his younger brother suggest this, was extremely shocked. He immediately questioned what he actually meant. Aren, still very calm, explained it to his brother. You must know that the losses we suffered in the previous war were because we let the enemy strike first. The reason I'm proposing this is because I've seen signs that war might happen. Actually, it's more like war is certain to happen. Moreover, this is my conclusion after a series of investigations. I'm not saying we are the righteous ones, but regardless, we must eliminate the enemy and protect ourselves. What I want to say here is that we need to take every measure to minimize war damage as much as possible, avoiding the mistakes of the past. I will also design more weapons and prepare what is necessary. That is all I mean. As soon as he heard these words, both his father and Joe fell silent. It seemed the two of them were reconsidering Aren's opinion. After a long while, his father broke the silence by asking Joe how he intended to handle it, because he would be the one leading Nessia in the future. But contrary to his father's expectations, Joe couldn't decisively give an answer right away, instead asking for some time to think before quickly leaving. And so, only the Emperor and Aren remained to continue the discussion. Looking at the situation, it was highly likely that the father and son would have a lot to talk about. Honestly, Aren didn't want to resort to these brutal measures. But looking at what happened in the last war, he couldn't just sit idly by anymore. Afterward, his father asked him about the preparations, including the girl he had asked to be dealt with earlier. After hearing his son vouch for her credibility, he felt temporarily relieved. At this point, Aren asked his father what he would decide if it were up to him. Without needing more time to think, his father immediately chose to initiate the war, and perhaps having predicted this answer, Aren was not surprised at all. Shortly after, Joe returned and made his decision that they would prepare for war. However, he wanted them to attack first only in the case of discovering someone acting with hostility within the territory of Nessia. Of course, this was entirely reasonable, so both his father and Aren readily accepted. But the discussion between the three of them didn't stop there, because the very next second, his father asked Aren about the person who made him so wary. Seeing he couldn't fool the old man, he had to tell the two of them the truth about his suspicions. That was the force that could become their enemy in the future. It was none other than the Holy Nation. He even believed they would invade within the next 5 years. And according to the investigation, results after the Saintess came and left, the possibility of the two kingdoms clashing was extremely high. Although he still hadn't found the reason why she couldn't live in peace. If she didn't do anything too extreme, he wouldn't strike. And of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to sit still and wait for her moves. Furthermore, Aren had never been a good person who was easily bullied, and he never backed down from a fight with anyone. Still the same old slogan, come and you'll be welcomed. Mess with me and you'll get crushed. Don't mention the Tri-Nation Alliance, even the sacred Holy Nation. Once they mess with him, they only have a cold end waiting for them. At the same time, in the Holy Nation of Junyan, Saintess Nelvania was also very troubled about the future plan, because a while ago, she had warned everyone to be very careful and not to provoke the Kingdom of Nessia at this time. Although their missionary plan had been secretly prepared for a long time, according to her observations, it was not the right time to launch a war. On the other hand, the chance of victory if a war broke out was extremely low. So even though she didn't like it, she was forced to complicate matters and slowly execute them step by step, not only to ensure victory but also for the benefit of the Holy Nation. Elsewhere, Princess Peña of the M Empire had finally arrived at the Fahilia territory under custodial orders. Notably, the person supervising her now was none other than the third prince, Aren. In that neighboring country, there were currently only 3 royal members managing the empire, including the incumbent king, the grand princess, and the little princess. After failing in the war of aggression, the prince inherited the throne and became emperor. The little princess is only 9 years old, so the unlucky one chosen to be a hostage under the guise of studying abroad to strengthen the alliance can only be the eldest princess, Peña. After greeting Peña at the city gate, Aren invited her to the drawing room for tea. During the conversation, Peña seemed to be trying her best to be friendly, chatting politely like a standard noble lady. But unfortunately, Aren had long since seen through her true face and secrets, so he laid his cards on the table. Come on, princess. Put aside all that formal nonsense. You haven't forgotten what you did to me last time, have you? Do I need to make a big sign that says the princess is a spirit summoner and hang it on the city gate to remind you? At first, Peña tried to play dumb, but she had severely underestimated how shameless this guy could be. With no other choice, Peña had to compromise. But before getting to the main point, she wanted the servants to leave the room to ensure their secrets remained absolutely hidden. Seeing this, Aren explained that the room was already protected by defensive magic. Furthermore, These servants were all loyal and would never reveal what they saw, so she didn't need to worry about anything. Upon hearing Aren's assurance, Peña breathed a sigh of relief and slowly summoned her pet, Sala, not forgetting to show off the results of her training to him. I've been practicing every day so it wouldn't run around anymore. Wow. That's impressive. But what was that letter you sent me about the salamander talking? This was the key point that Aren found extremely confusing. He even suspected she might have expressed herself incorrectly, but she immediately insisted that what he read was 100% accurate, then began to explain the whole story. It turned out that at some point, she became able to hear the voices of spirits, or rather, she had a sensation of hearing them in her mind, not through her ears. Usually, while people can easily summon spirits, communicating with them is incredibly difficult. Even if the summoner has high affinity and charm, there are still cases where spirits refuse to communicate. Even a seasoned expert like Aren could barely succeed, yet an amateur summoner like Peña had managed it. Then, Peña continued to elaborate on the details of her conversation with the salamander. At first, when she heard that voice echoing in her head, she honestly didn't know what to do, but Sala suddenly said that he was a trustworthy person. Upon hearing this, Aren was quite surprised. After all, spirits usually don't care about humans, so the fact that it specifically pointed him out meant something was not quite right. Furthermore, unlike humans, spirits don't judge by appearances. They only look at a pure heart and one's deepest nature to evaluate a person. In other words, this salamander could see through Aren's true identity. Since Peña didn't know about this yet, she didn't think much about why her pet was so interested in Aren. Besides, what she cared about more at the moment was asking Aren to teach her more about elemental magic. Initially, Aren wanted to refuse, but after some pestering and begging, Peña finally succeeded in convincing him. And just like that, the princess of the Empire and the prince of the Nicia kingdom began a strange journey together. Their relationship quickly became so close that the gossips, Sana and Jariki, began to get suspicious. Just seeing Aren and Peña walking together was enough for their minds to come up with dozens of romantic scenarios. Aren felt helpless seeing everyone misunderstand like that. He was only hanging around Peña because he was worried about that spirit. On the other hand, it wasn't convenient for him to explain their relationship, so he just had to ignore the town's gossip and focus on teaching Peña elemental magic. Afterwards, he led her to a room and got straight to teaching. However, after looking through the theory in the books, he felt that the old-fashioned stuff was completely useless, so he tossed it aside. Instead, he decided to use his own way to explain it to Peña. Peña, you know that to control a spirit, you need a contract, and only when you meet the requirements can the spirit manifest clearly before the summoner. Actually, contract is just a term for a relationship. For a spirit, sometimes a nod is enough, because the most important thing isn't the binding of a contract, but affinity. Do you understand? However, Aren then added that in some cases, summoners without affinity can still summon spirits, as long as they have enough money to buy spirit stones. If your skill isn't enough, just make up for it with money. Next, Aren personally used a spirit stone to demonstrate for Peña. Just moments after chanting the incantation, a cute little spirit was summoned by him. At the same time, he didn't forget to explain. Even though this was just a simple ritual as a sample, if compared, it's like summoning a fragment of a spirit. Even without high affinity, you can still summon them. However, it is very hard to find the tools for the summoning ritual. The procedures are complex, and trading is very difficult. That's why, for nearly 200 years, the existence of spirit summoners has barely been confirmed by humans. Besides, magic has become much more convenient than before, so spirit arts have been forgotten. But that doesn't mean spirit arts are inferior to magic. That's why today, Aren wanted to help Peña get familiar with the summoning method he just performed. Hearing that, Peña was thrilled and quickly started practicing immediately. Although this was her first time being exposed to these things, after only chanting for a while, she actually succeeded in summoning an earth-type spirit. Not only Aren, but even Peña was very happy and surprised by the result. And it didn't stop there. She was even able to hear the spirit's voice and sign a contract with it. Even a seasoned expert like Aren couldn't help but exclaim after witnessing this. He couldn't believe she could form contracts with two spirits. If the Emperor, or rather, her brother, found out about this, he would probably faint. However, the moment her brother was mentioned, she suddenly froze. And coincidentally, this awkward expression of hers caught Aren's attention. So he immediately demanded she explain exactly what happened, because he knew for a fact that Peña wouldn't hide her spirit summoning abilities back home for no reason. And if there was really something going on, it could only be related to the Holy Kingdom. The reason Aren suspected the Holy Empire was because, according to their doctrine, anything that isn't human is considered impure. Whether it's elves or dwarves, they are all seen as filth, and what they hate most are spirits. In fact, there are historical records spanning hundreds of years about the long-standing wars between the Holy Empire and spirit summoners. There were times when it was said that spirit summoners were hunted even more ruthlessly than demons. Furthermore, spirits are highly sensitive to human malice. That's why the presence of spirit summoners has become increasingly rare. And in that situation, Pena appeared. Moreover, she carries royal blood. On the other hand, the Empire had already been deeply influenced by the Holy Empire since the time of the previous emperor. Therefore, Aren guessed that her arrival here might be related to this. At this point, Pena had no way to deny it, so she had to admit that everything Aren said was true. She even shared a bit more, revealing that her brother and some close associates already knew about her abilities, and that the reason she came here wasn't to hide her spirit magic from the Holy Empire. Before Pena Amarjano could even finish her sentence, Aren immediately understood the situation and quickly cut in. The Empire's goal in sending Pena was to create a pretext to accuse the Kingdom of Nessia to the Holy Empire. Actually, he only thought this was one possibility, but looking at Pena's guilty expression, he no longer had any doubts. After all, the Empire had always held a grudge against Nessia, since it was originally a territory belonging to the Empire until the first king rose up, gained independence, and developed the kingdom to what it is today. That is why the Empire would never tolerate the existence of Aren Kingdom. At this moment, he didn't mind exposing their plot directly. A princess of the Empire, who studied abroad in the Kingdom of Nessia, got influenced by dark arts, and learned spirit magic. You guys plan to use this excuse to wage war, right? Aren guessed that Pena's brother must be quite the mastermind to come up with such a sinister scheme. At this point, any further explanation would just be pathetic excuses, so Pena had to shut her mouth and couldn't say another word. Not stopping there, Aren continued to ask Pena if the Holy Empire knew about this yet. However, since everything was orchestrated by her brother, she wasn't entirely sure. Seeing that Pena didn't seem to like this plan, Aren didn't press her any further. But he still kindly reminded Pena that even if everything went according to the Emperor's plan, she herself might not necessarily be safe in the end because of the Holy Empire's doctrine. And there was one thing that made Aren very curious. Why did Pena actively ask him to teach her spirit magic? Could she be planning to use it as evidence to convince them? When Pena heard this, she immediately dismissed Aren's speculation. However, when Aren pressed her for the real reason, she refused to answer because, after all, she was a member of the royal family. And for the sake of the Empire, she had to do it whether she liked it or not. Even though he was rejected, Aren didn't want to give up yet. Instead, he continued to persuade Pena Amarjano to switch sides by revealing one truth. If the Empire teamed up with the Holy Empire, they would be destroyed sooner or later. One of the reasons he had to prepare urgently for war was because there was intelligence that the Holy Empire was trying to use the Empire as a shield. This meant that the Saintess, Venia, was manipulating Pena's foolish brother to incite a war. Seeing the shock on Pena Amarjano's face, Aren knew he had hit the nail on the head. Then, he continued with a threat. We aren't as easy to chew on as you think. Even if you join forces and attack, how much of a chance do you really think you have? I guarantee that if another war starts, the Empire will be completely destroyed. To be precise, the Holy Empire will incite both sides to fight, then sit back and watch them tear each other apart, and finally retreat safely if things turn against them. This is the reason why our kingdom is trying to support and build a good relationship with the Empire. But unfortunately, Pena Amarjano's brother is too incompetent to understand this. So Aren had no choice but to place his hope in Pena. Taking this opportunity, he formally made an offer as a member of the Ernest Nessia royal family regarding a friendly cooperation between the two kingdoms. At the same time, he guaranteed that the Empire wouldn't be dragged into the war if they cooperated. By now, Pena finally understood the purpose behind Aren calling her here. However, she didn't fully trust him yet, so she was still hesitant about his offer. Furthermore, Pena didn't understand why he was so determined to choose an enemy princess like her as an ally. Seeing this, Aren didn't hold back and directly revealed one more important piece of information, which was that her spirit magic was the only thing that could shake the Saintess's position without needing to go to war, and the fact that her brother pushed her into this was just to create a pretext for war. Later, when Pena was no longer of any use, there was a high chance they would dispose of her. Although she knew this was just Aren's side of the story, Pena couldn't help but feel terrified. Seeming to have grasped Pena Amarjano's weakness, Aren began using soft words to persuade her. You don't want to be used anymore, right? You don't have any loyalty left to the royal family or the emperor anyway. If you let your country get dragged into a war that you're sure to lose, it will be even more tragic. I believe you don't want that to happen, right? Cooperate with me, and I will prove to the world that your spirit magic is not at fault. I promise I will deal a heavy blow to those who pushed you into this corner. So, stop running away. In a moment of weakness, Peña was completely persuaded by Aren's eloquent words and decided to join forces with him from this moment on. Immediately after, the two of them dove straight into high-intensity spirit magic training, eager to get stronger as soon as possible. Because Peña was so talented, she quickly achieved many outstanding milestones. Her spirit magic progressed steadily, without hitting a single snag. Meanwhile, Aren wasn't exactly sitting around doing nothing. He spent almost every waking moment training and leveling up his skills alongside Peña. Although his affinity was a bit low, he got lucky. Thanks to existing training methods, his mana took on a nature that closely resembled the natural world. However, unlike Peña's gentle and sentimental spellcasting, our hot-headed guy didn't have the patience to chant spells. So, he took the direct route and simply dragged the spirits out by their heads to save himself the trouble. From the meek ones to the absolute brats, not a single one could escape Aren's grasp. If any spirit acted out of line or tried to badmouth his parents, he would immediately shut their foul mouths with a swift punch and a seal. At the same time, he declared to the spirits that his barrier would restrict the reckless use of power, so they'd better be smart and not do anything stupid. Just then, one spirit, feeling rightfully indignant, spoke up to question why he was trying to bind them by force instead of using a contract or something else. Aren heard them out but didn't pay much heed to their words, since he only called them forth to ask a few things. Recently, a spirit he knew had said something a bit puzzling. It said, "You can trust Aren. In your opinion, what does that mean?" At first, they didn't have a clue what Aren was talking about, but when they looked at him again, they suddenly realized there was something not quite normal about him. "What on earth are you, anyway?" Aren was left dumbfounded, having no clue what nonsense they were spouting. Then, another spirit stepped up to explain that he looked like someone who had lived for 1,000 years, or maybe even longer. Even the dragon emperors couldn't say the same. And about 1,000 years ago, they had met someone with a soul exactly like his. Aren wasn't too surprised by this, as everything was slowly aligning with his own speculations. Besides Aren, there were other 100-life veterans in this world. It was actually quite common, and he had encountered it a few times in his past lives. Then, the fire spirit continued to tell Aren about the person with the same soul as his in the past. That individual had forced them to lend their power to commit cruel, monstrous acts that were completely unacceptable. Hearing this, Aren seemed to understand everything. Usually, reincarnators like him were divided into 3 types. The first type is the deadbeat, lazy as can be, and useless to the world. The second type is the do-gooder who accumulates merit and contributes to society with the knowledge they've gathered. And the third type is the scumbag, a monster who only uses their power to do whatever they want. He figured the person the spirits mentioned was most likely the third type. Even though Aren's soul was identical to that person's, based on what the spirits had observed, the essence of the two was completely different. Perhaps that was why the lizard felt relieved when looking into his soul. However, Aren still wasn't satisfied with their explanation and retorted, "Is that it? No more specific reasons? So, what do we do now? We already answered your question. Will you form a contract with us?" "A contract for what?" "I already told you. I don't need your power." In reality, Aren had made it clear from the beginning. He only summoned these spirits to clear up some doubts. Now that it was done, everyone could go back to where they came from. But before they left, he didn't forget to give them a little reminder. They'd better not breathe a word to anyone else about him, and they should warn the spirits under their command as well. If they didn't listen and started blabbering everywhere, and he found out, he would definitely be more ruthless than the person they met 1,000 years ago. Not stopping there, Aren also asked the fire spirit for one more favor. When the time was right, he wanted it to respond to the summoning of another spirit master. Because it wasn't a difficult request, it quickly agreed and handed Aren a magical item that looked like a ribbon, then told him he could use it to summon them whenever he needed. As soon as it said that, it took off immediately. On this side, Peña was still focused on her training, working hard to climb the ranks so she could return and slap her idiot brother in the face. She sat in meditation while recalling Aren instructions, applying theory to practice, and finally succeeded in summoning a spirit. Even so, Peña was very anxious, wondering if she could truly master spirit magic, because she understood that she needed a solid foundation. just as Aren desired, perhaps stemming from his practical experience. Since he had calculated every tiny detail, she just had to do her best to follow along. At the same time, Aren and Jariki were silently observing Peña's training. He remembered reminding her to take it step by step and not do anything weird. Furthermore, he suggested combining training so she wouldn't get bored while studying theory, and she had indeed followed the instructions perfectly, yet Aren kept feeling like she was pushing herself too hard. Jariki heard this and explained that the princess was trying her absolute best because she had probably been that way since she was a child. In other words, if someone is busy from a young age, being hardworking just becomes second nature. Like people who study hard from a young age, just like Jariki. Even when they grow up, they still work hard to sell their souls to the capitalists. Afterward, Aren asked Jariki about the letter they had just received from the Magic Tower. Actually, after acquiring many ships from the Go Merchant Guild, he had requested the Magic Tower to craft an engine that could help the ships operate without needing too much manpower. More accurately, this was a special method called the large-scale transport method. Then, Jariki reported that Tower Master Helman had praised the method Aren proposed to the skies, and even Tain Jarikisi time mentioned that the balance between the kingdoms would change. However, this could also be very dangerous. Seeing that Aren didn't quite understand, Jariki had to explain in more detail. Usually, it could be completed within 3 months. But these days, they were busy mopping up the remnants of that dark mage, so it would take at least 6 months to finish the engine he requested, because the Magic Tower's manpower was limited. Either way, this time frame was still within an acceptable range, because if Aren's side tried to do it themselves, it would take at least a year and a half. In short, he had no complaints about this issue. Furthermore, Helman had previously assured him that, within the kingdom's borders, he would personally ensure the complete eradication of the remnants of that dark mage. So, Aren didn't need to doubt or worry anymore. He just asked Jariki to relay to Helman that he had reviewed everything and was very supportive of the tower. After organizing and finalizing the most important agenda items, Aren decided to call it a day. Instead, he just wants to kick back and have some fun now, blowing off steam after all that grinding. Playing alone isn't any fun, so he drags Peña along with him. She was so busy training that she didn't even know what was happening, before Aren grabbed her and hauled her out. Word is, Peña's progress with spirit magic has been slowing down, so he checked on her. But even after giving her dozens of reasons why she should take a break, he still couldn't fully convince her. It took a lot of coaxing for her to finally drag herself out to the streets with him, and on top of that, she kept nagging, acting just like an old lady. She insisted they shouldn't be out having fun, because if members of the royal family behaved so inappropriately, their dignity would suffer and subordinates would lose respect for them. Having lived through more lifetimes than he could count, this was the first time Aren had heard such utter nonsense, and he couldn't help but feel mentally exhausted. Looking at Peña like this, he became even more determined to take her out and show her how to actually enjoy life. An army marches on its stomach, so first, Aren took her to try the local specialty, grilled snow rabbit. This was probably her first time sitting on the curb eating street food, so Peña seemed pretty stiff. He guessed she was having a bit of culture shock, so he encouraged her, telling her to forget about all that dignity nonsense and just dive in. Eventually, Peña finally agreed to try the grilled rabbit skewers on the street, and once she tasted the food, she realized it wasn't as bad as she'd imagined. However, while the two of them were busy digging in, a pickpocketing and robbery suddenly broke out, catching everyone's attention, especially Aren's. He couldn't believe someone had the guts to pull such a stunt right in broad daylight, practically right under his nose. Aren was thinking, "You really messed up this time, buddy." While the crowd was shouting and waiting for the guards to catch the thief, Aren cleverly used this opportunity to let Peña practice. And as soon as he gave the green light, she didn't hesitate to summon her 2 cute little spirits, and quickly ordered each of them to unleash their skills. First, the earth spirit manipulated the mud to pin the thief down. Then, her salamander, Sala, immediately breathed fire, baking him into a solid block of clay. Seeing this, Peña turned to Aren, happily asking if that was good enough. At a glance, it looked pretty solid. Using fire to harden the mud was a highly effective anti-theft measure, but in his opinion, a bit more force would make it more of a deterrent. After hearing his feedback, Peña took it to heart, and, with the thief right there as a guinea pig, she didn't hold back. Aren stood by, terrified. He'd only told her to be a bit more forceful as a warning, not to actually threaten the guy's life, but Peña didn't quite realize how heavy-handed she'd just been, so she kept an innocent, me, look on her face. "Why are you being so loud? It doesn't look that hot." Aren was speechless. The guy looked like he'd been staked to the ground and roasted alive. "Not that hot. My foot." To make matters worse, the bystanders thought it was a street performance, so instead of intervening, they stood there clapping and cheering enthusiastically. Looking at this bizarre scene, Aren didn't even know what to say. After being tortured, the thief was finally rescued from Pena and the crowd by the guards. Afterward, Aren took Pena to a bookstore, since she seemed more interested in reading than playing. But he never expected that Pena would come across books written about him. By the time he realized it, it was too late to stop her from reading them. The legendary prince, Aren Ernesia, a genius since he was 2 years old, planning regional development at age 6. Long story short, Pena realized these books only had one theme: praising the third Prince Aren with the most flowery, over-the-top, exaggerated language imaginable. After reading it, Pena was speechless, despite Aren standing beside her, desperately trying to clarify that the locals had written these themselves to promote the region's image, and that he had no idea about any of it. Perhaps because she had no interest in Aren biography, Pena skipped those and moved on to other books. She noticed the characters were very uniform, not looking like regular handwriting or standard printing. Aren chimed in, explaining that besides creating these uniform print characters, they were also testing a camera. To be precise, in just 2 short days, they had created enough copies to sell in every bookstore across all the cities. She was absolutely stunned, never expecting such rapid development, and couldn't help but ask him about the method. But Aren immediately refused, because she was still a princess from an enemy nation. No matter how close they were, he couldn't share all his secrets with her, especially during such a sensitive time. Bottom line, our guy is handsome, cool, and rich, but he's not letting a girl distract him. Women are fleeting, but the grind is forever. Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom was having a major headache over a comic book currently being published and circulated throughout the multinational market. It was considered a quite creative format, where even those who couldn't read could understand the content. Everything would have been fine if the content wasn't about spirit arts, a form of magic considered the most taboo and blasphemous thing by the Holy Kingdom. Thus, the high-ranking leaders and the Saintess Venia were furious when they discovered it. However, contrary to the extreme reactions of the others, the Saintess remained calm enough to make sound decisions. She felt this was a sensitive issue that needed to be handled delicately. First, just like with previous banned items, they had to ban the book. But the problem she found most concerning was the kingdom itself. In reality, the kingdom had nothing to do with the divine, but if Aren was the one publishing it, there had to be a reason. Besides, she never expected a single book to cause such an uproar. Perhaps everything was unfolding exactly as Aren had hoped. After that, the leaders of the Holy Kingdom began arguing over how long they should exercise restraint. Since they couldn't reach a consensus, the Saintess had to step in and make the call, while also declaring that their missionary plan would take place in the near future because the gods had sent a prophecy. For those as devout and faithful as the Holy Kingdom, receiving a prophecy from the gods was a wonderful thing, so they were all overjoyed at the news. However, the Saintess warned them that because this was a serious matter that couldn't be leaked, she made everyone present swear an oath to keep their mouths shut. Only after confirming that everyone had sworn their oaths did she begin using specific terminology to reveal the contents of the prophecy to them. I have no idea what she was rambling about, but everyone else seemed as hyped up as if they'd just taken a hit of something. Meanwhile, the Saintess still wears that smug look, acting as if she has victory already in the bag. She even goes as far as to boldly declare to everyone that judgment will be cast in the name of the gods. I order that this prophecy be kept under the highest security of the Holy Kingdom. Elsewhere, in the Kingdom of Nasia, nobody has any idea about the Holy Kingdom's scheme, so they are still happily preparing for the coming-of-age ceremony of the third prince, Aren Ernesia, while also organizing the succession ceremony for the first prince, Gale, marking a major milestone in the kingdom's history. Afterward, things were so peaceful for a while that Aren started to get suspicious of the Holy Kingdom's plans. He wondered what they were cooking up this time to wage war on Nisia. After a bit of idle thought, he suddenly noticed Pena Amarjano. He has no idea why she keeps signing contracts with low-level spirits instead of summoning intermediate ones. Time flies like an arrow, and Pena's spirit magic is getting better and better. Time flies like an arrow, and Pena's spirit magic is getting better and better. At first, it required strong friendliness and affinity, but now, she can summon dozens, even hundreds of spirits, without needing to use affinity at all. Regardless, Aren thinks this approach of using quantity to make up for quality is actually pretty clever. The firepower of a whole swarm of fire salamanders might even be stronger than one high-level spirit, so he doesn't have any complaints. Over on this side, Jiriki remains completely calm even when facing the salamander swarm's powerful attack. She times her counterattack perfectly and wins with ease. After the clash, she even offers some real combat advice to the rookie, Pina. Their firepower is strong, but their control is poor, and there are many gaps in their formation. At this moment, Aren feels he was absolutely right to choose Jiriki as Pena's opponent. After all, Jiriki is a 7th rank mage, a level above many mages in the Magic Tower, so it's only natural that Pena couldn't beat her. Although Pena lost, Aren is still very impressed by her natural talent. He doesn't forget to encourage her, telling her not to worry too much because her skills are now comparable to a 6th rank mage, just a little behind Jiriki. And in Aren's opinion, Pena should build a spirit army instead of just focusing on raw power. If she agrees, he'll give her some books on military strategy to study. After they finish talking, Jiriki and Pena Amerjano spar one more time. While they're interacting, Pena proactively asks Jiriki some personal questions to try and get closer. But it was awkward for her because Jiriki isn't the easiest person to talk to. Furthermore, she didn't know that Jiriki's hometown had been wiped out by a plague, so she accidentally touched a nerve, and the atmosphere between them suddenly became very tense. Actually, in Aren's mind, Pena is quite a wonderful person. Usually, royals are arrogant and act superior, but she is very gentle and friendly to everyone around her. So, when he saw Pena flustered after accidentally mentioning Jiriki's lost hometown, he didn't hesitate to step in and save her from the situation. But just then, Aren seemed to think of something very important and hurried off, leaving Jiriki and Pena behind, looking confused at the training ground. Immediately after, he used a teleportation formation to get back to the royal castle in the capital as fast as possible, and as soon as he arrived, he went straight to the royal library. He asked the person in charge on his way in whether all the documents from the kingdom's founding period were kept there. Then, he demanded that the staff bring him all documents regarding the wars between the Holy Kingdom and the Kingdom of Nacia, as well as battles with other kingdoms, immediately. Following that, Aren buried himself in that pile of documents and history books for hours, from the time the sun was blazing until the moon was high in the sky, without taking a single break. It wasn't until he found the information he needed that he took a brief pause. According to what was recorded in the ancient documents, about 130 years ago, a war between the Holy Kingdom and the Kingdom of Hell broke out. The cause was that the Holy Kingdom launched an invasion under the guise of a holy war. Clearly, the Kingdom of Hell was very strong at the time, but a plague-related incident occurred, causing their solid defensive line at the border to collapse. The documents record that the plague was so severe it didn't just cause a war, but threatened the very survival of the kingdom. The Holy Kingdom's invasion and the subsequent plague outbreak were an inevitable result of the war. Everything happened too smoothly, as if it were a pre-written script. Moreover, as soon as the plague broke out, the Holy Kingdom immediately offered to help. Just one look told him something was fishy. Even in the minutes of the Hell Royal Court meeting at the time, this suspicion was raised. But in the end, the Kingdom of Hell was wiped out and its territory annexed by the Moma Empire. After reviewing all these documents, Aren really can't take those Holy Kingdom old foxes lightly anymore. He guesses that there's a high chance they will use the same old tricks to deal with them, so he rushed back to the Fahelia territory and started concocting medicine right away. When she found out Aren wanted to make medicine, Jiriki was so shocked she even had to ask if he was serious about it. Honestly, he never wanted to get involved in medicine or pharmacy, because investing in this field has extremely high risks and is directly related to human life. But ever since he learned of the Holy Kingdom's intentions, Aren knew he couldn't just sit by idly forever. Therefore, he decided to step into the path of medicine to save himself and the Kingdom of Nacia. However, suddenly creating a new type of medicine is already very difficult for someone with a high level of expertise, let alone a complete amateur like Aren. Even Jiriki was skeptical of his sudden decision and couldn't help but advise him to rethink it. Aren then revealed to her that he didn't actually intend to start from zero. He had been thinking very carefully about the necessary theories beforehand, and had also prepared all the most basic ingredients to formulate the medicine. Besides that, he didn't intend to sell it, but only to prepare for those situations. Due to the unexpected situation, the quantity of medicine produced would be slightly limited. In fact, Aren had anticipated the possibility of an epidemic in Fahelia shortly after accepting the mission in this city. He didn't just prepare a secret office, he also kept a secret drug research lab ready to develop and produce medication whenever needed. Relying on his experience from many past lives, Aren finally chose to produce antibiotics, a type of medicine with numerous outstanding benefits that didn't require too much effort or complicated methods to manufacture. Very quickly, Aren finished the hardest part, creating the prototype. As for the smaller steps in mass production, he planned to leave that to Jiriki. At this moment, Jiriki felt strange, not understanding why he chose a mage like her for work that belonged to the field of alchemy. However, after reading the documents Aren gave her, she finally understood why he chose her. Moreover, the information in these documents was incredibly important, deciding the very survival of the kingdom. So, Aren warned her to absolutely never let anyone else see this type of magic. And of course, performing this magic also required his explicit permission. Up to this point, Jariki finally realized the gravity of the situation. What she was holding in her hands was actually a new type of magic that Aren called magic nanoparticle control technology, which could replace traditional pharmacology, and was the final move he prepared for the upcoming life or death battle. Because of this, Jariki became even more determined to study and research, trying her absolute best not to let Aren down. Shortly after receiving their tasks, everyone immediately got to work. While Jariki studied the magic formulas, the alchemy team took charge of large-scale drug production. At the same time, Aren received news from the shipyard that the engine was finished. This meant their ship had been fully renovated. Because the kingdom had no sea, surrounded only by mines and mountains, this was the first time Asa and Sina had ever seen the vast ocean. Currently, they were at a port city in the kingdom of Fenzhen, a neighboring country that had been used as a commercial hub for a very long time. This was a place where many merchant ships from different nations came and went. To facilitate business, previously, the merchant fleet that he owned had already moved in. Furthermore, he had bought out a merchant guild and acquired both ships and sailors. Specifically, the ship Aren chose to set sail on was the Pazer Skin, the biggest and fanciest ship in this entire port city. It was a collaborative product between the master of the magic tower and the blacksmiths working for old Akon. At first glance, everyone was amazed and couldn't help but be overwhelmed by its grandeur. But little Sina was afraid they would have to row by hand because the ship had no sails. Aren heard this and was left completely speechless, only able to explain to her that an iron ship is different from a sailing ship in how it moves, and specifically, she would understand in a moment. Right then, Hellman also teleported over to greet Aren, and, while he was at it, to admire and inspect the ship one last time. In reality, Hellman was the one who directly improved this entire mana engine. So, the ship had essentially been certified by the Tower Master himself. Yet, he still came in person, just to do a final check before they set sail. This made Aren feel extremely satisfied with the dedication shown by the Magic Tower. Finally, when all preparations were complete, Aren and everyone else quickly boarded the ship and set sail, officially beginning a journey across the turbulent sea. It could be said that the giant iron ship Pazer Skin was the first to be powered by a mana engine, with an enormous size and a cargo capacity of up to 9,000 tons, completely different from conventional ships. For many, traveling across the sea on such a magnificent ship was an incredibly interesting and poetic experience. But for others, like Asa, being adrift on the water like this was a terrifying nightmare because she was incredibly seasick. Because he was so busy admiring the sea, it wasn't until a while after boarding that Aren realized Asa's unstable condition. And according to Asa, her grandfather had a hobby of being an explorer when he was young. Because he dreamed of traveling to different continents and finding the Pirate King's treasure, he ventured out into the Great Sea route himself. But before he even reached the mouth of the sea, he was smacked by a giant octopus, nearly getting sent to the afterlife. Since then, he had been traumatized and no longer dared to dream of conquering the Great Sea route. Even when Asa was small, her grandfather often threatened that naughty children would be put on a ship. That was why she was always afraid when thinking about ships. Aren initially thought it was something very serious, but it turned out the truth was just that simple. He felt it really wouldn't be good to leave Asa in a corner like that, so he encouraged her to go enjoy the scenery instead of just sitting there huddled in fear. After much persuasion, she finally agreed to go out to the ship's balcony to look at the sea with everyone. And after calming down, Asa finally felt that the sea wasn't as bad as she had imagined. As for Hellman, witnessing his hard work gliding across the sea like that, he couldn't help but exclaim a few words. It was truly wonderful. With just this one ship, they could have a transport capacity equal to an entire large fleet from before. What's more, Aren told Hellman that he planned to invest in producing 3 more iron ships just like this one to serve their business. However, while they were discussing their upcoming partnership, an unexpected incident occurred. A giant octopus suddenly appeared in front of the bow, getting ready to collide with the hull. Immediately, the captain ran out to inform everyone that they would have to quickly turn the ship to avoid the collision. But Aren felt quite skeptical about the safety and survival rate of this method. If they made a sharp turn and capsized, or if they turned and the octopus still chased them relentlessly. Long story short, the captain's suggested method had too many risks, so he couldn't agree to it. Instead, Aren demanded that the captain ram the ship directly into that octopus at full speed immediately. Everyone on the China ship was absolutely traumatized after hearing him. No one expected this daredevil, who clearly had more guts than brains, to pull such a crazy move. He wasn't just gambling with his own life, he was playing with everyone else's too. But ignoring the protests and reluctance of the China crew, Aren was dead set on colliding with that octopus. Because it had the audacity to provoke him and block his path like that, he was absolutely furious. Besides, Aren had never been afraid of anyone, so this oversized calamari was nothing to him. On top of that, he wanted to use this opportunity to test the ship's durability, so he ordered the captain to push the engines to the max. Out of options, the captain had to follow Aren's orders. Meanwhile, Asa and Sina could only sit on the sidelines, chanting prayers for their own souls. Before long, the ship, moving at breakneck speed, slammed straight into the octopus. After a massive tremor, the octopus finally couldn't handle the impact and checked out for good. With this ship, they would never have to worry about monsters or reefs again. Satisfied with the carnage, Aren had no further attachments and decided it was time to slowly head back to port with everyone. Just like that, the test voyage of the iron ship, Pazerskin, was a resounding success. But he didn't stop there. Aren also used this opportunity to establish a transcontinental expedition team to find new lands and resources in China. At this rate, the day he could finally enjoy his cocoa wasn't far off. Besides that, another reason he gave everyone was to build an equal friendship with those lands after opening new routes and exploring the continent. But little did they know, it was all just to satisfy Aren's petty ambition of drinking Coca-Cola. In another turn of events, at a remote corner on the outskirts of the kingdom, a terrifying epidemic began to stir and spread among the people. Before long, Aren received word that the number of people in the kingdom suffering from high fevers was rising, and the royal palace had issued a decree declaring that the kingdom of Nesia was facing an epidemic. In fact, according to Aren's personal investigation, the disease had shown signs 3 days ago, but now there were reports from the west, the east, and parts of the south. Clearly, the situation was spreading faster than he had initially expected. Luckily, Asa's hometown and Sina's village were unaffected, especially Sina's village. Even though her home was in an affected region, her village alone remained peaceful. He even heard that the villagers weren't infected at all, so he felt a bit suspicious. He wondered if this had anything to do with their origins or some kind of agreement. With the epidemic raging as it was, Aren had no choice but to order all gates to be temporarily closed and restrict movement. Just because of one illness, traffic, and activities across the entire kingdom were completely paralyzed, including the Phalia region. After some deliberation, Aren decided to implement urgent measures, starting by dealing with it according to the plan he had already prepared. According to reports, the medicine mass-produced earlier would be effective enough to combat the outbreak. So, he ordered everyone to suspend all economic activities and focus all efforts on tackling the epidemic. In reality, it would be hard for them to solve everything with antibiotics alone, but fortunately, there was healing magic to provide significant support. Thus, Aren requested the mobilization of healing mages to control the epidemic as quickly and effectively as possible. If necessary, he would ask Helman to have mages from the tower come to assist. A few weeks later, Aren continuously received reports about the complex spread of the epidemic. Although the Saintess had not yet made any official announcements regarding the matter, he knew for a fact that she had the ability to control the disease. Just then, Jiriki came to Aren to clarify a few issues. Without beating around the bush, she asked him directly if this epidemic was man-made, because while using magic to treat patients, she felt that the disease wasn't unfamiliar. Instead, it was identical to the illness that had appeared in the place where she lived when she was a child. Right after hearing this, Aren was extremely shocked and immediately asked again to be sure. But Jiriki affirmed that what she said was completely grounded in fact, because even now, she still clearly remembers the scene when her family, friends, and loved ones were infected and passed away. In other words, she had been haunted by this horrific childhood event for a long time. So now, she really wanted to know the truth behind the epidemic to resolve her lingering questions and cast away the shadow over her heart. Seeing Jiriki plead so earnestly, although Aren felt bad, he couldn't reveal everything to her right now because of the bigger picture. In return, he assured her that he would definitely not let the person behind this get away. Following that, Aren and Jiriki quickly set off for a suburban town where the epidemic first broke out to investigate the cause. Initially, when they just arrived, The local guide warned them to be very careful because this place had become very dangerous after the outbreak. But he had prepared magical equipment to prevent the disease, so there was no need to worry that much. However, before entering the town, Aren unexpectedly discovered Pena hiding in the back of the carriage. It turned out that she had secretly followed the two of them after hearing Jiriki's story. Moreover, she had formed a contract with a special spirit that possessed healing abilities, so she wanted to contribute her part to help people, doing whatever she could in the current complex epidemic situation. Anyway, Pena was already there, so Aren had to reluctantly agree to let her come along. After checking around the town, Aren confirmed that this place had indeed followed the decree he issued. Actually, the initial measure was to burn down all villages where the epidemic had occurred to prevent further spread. However, because they didn't know the cause and details of this disease yet, he ordered this town to be temporarily spared so he could investigate further. After that, he asked Jiriki to cast the magic circles she had learned from the document. And if this method worked, they wouldn't need to burn the place down. This was essentially a circle to disperse 7th-tier magic nanoparticles. Although limited by technique, Jiriki was still able to cast it and begin the process of eliminating the virus in the air. The good news was that after the process, the test sample didn't change color, proving that all the viruses here had been destroyed in one go. Even so, to cast a large-scale circle capable of covering the whole village, Jiriki had to expend a lot of magic, and was exhausted right after. Fortunately, her efforts were not in vain, and she could finally rest now. In fact, not only Aren, Jiriki, and Pena, but also the guide and all the people in the kingdom were very happy with this result. At least for the time being, no one else would get infected here. But at the end of the day, they couldn't let their guard down. Very quickly after that, all medical work, epidemic treatment, and purification to remove viruses from the air were pushed forward and brought many positive results, saving the lives of many citizens. The fever epidemic with its high mortality rate was no longer a nightmare for Nessia, and it died down in a short time, all thanks to the efforts of brave individuals. Of course, while Ernesia was celebrating the suppression of the plague, the mastermind behind it, the Saintess, was incredibly frustrated and bitter that her scheme had failed so miserably. She couldn't even believe her eyes when reading reports that the plague had been completely contained, with the death toll kept under 100. She had been so confident in her plan initially because she had tested the virus on a village once and succeeded in wiping it out completely. Furthermore, this same plan had been executed by the Holy Empire 130 years ago with successful results. But now, it all had gone up in smoke, and it wasn't hard to guess that Aren was the one who ruined it. Pushed to this point, the Saintess finally couldn't endure the humiliation anymore. The failure of her plague plot was like a painful slap in the face. So, she decided to use her final trump card, to eliminate anyone standing in the way of the Holy Empire's expansion. At the same time, some of the pawns she had deceived, seeing that everything was still peaceful, started to get a little smarter, and began questioning the divine powers and prophecies of the Saintess. Back on the other side, after stabilizing the plague situation in the affected regions, Aren and Pena headed back to the Fahelia territory first. On the surface, everything seemed to have been resolved smoothly, but from the moment they sat in the Chaina carriage until they arrived at the mansion, Aren noticed Pena was restless. She seemed on edge, as if she were hiding something from him. Even though he asked, she absolutely refused to reveal any information, brushing it off by saying nothing was wrong. Seeing that she didn't want to tell the truth, Aren stopped asking, because he had already guessed the general issue she was keeping under wraps. It must have been related to the Marian Empire for her to be that worried. And just as he suspected, Pena Amarjano had indeed received a letter from her brother. Furthermore, since she was currently in Ernesia as an exchange student, basic rights like corresponding with her family were allowed, and her brother took advantage of this to send her secret letters. By dripping her blood onto the letter, the actual content would be revealed, and she could read it. Her brother wrote this time because he knew she had been sent to the territory of the third prince, Aren, and he wanted her to use this opportunity to gather as much intelligence as possible, while also warning her never to reveal her spirit summoning abilities. He didn't stop there. He also informed her that the relationship between Maria and the Holy Empire was growing stronger. Moreover, he was delusional, confident that with the help of his wife, Remenia, a key member from the Holy Empire, the golden age of Maria would definitely return. Pena had only read up to this point and was already too tired to say anything. What an idiot, being played by others and still thanking them. Even now, she couldn't fathom how a moron like her brother could ever sit on the throne. On top of that, he would harp on and on about her using spirit magic every single time. It happened year after year, but because she was so used to this nonsense, she didn't pay much attention to his ramblings. However, when she read the latter part of the letter, Pena Amarjano couldn't keep her composure anymore and had to rush to find Aren immediately to report this shocking news. At that moment, Aren was in his study and was very surprised by this sudden interruption from Pena Amarjano, because he never expected her to hand over a secret letter from the Emperor of Meria himself. But when he read the contents of the Chena letter, he was shocked and finally understood why she showed it to him. What the hell is this? Was her brother out of his mind? He dared to sell his own citizens to the Holy Empire as slaves for a pittance? Actually, at first, Pena couldn't believe these words from her brother, because she knew his character well. Even though he was a jerk, he shouldn't be low enough to sell out his own people like that. So, she guessed it was highly likely that his wife, Raminia, from the Holy Empire, had manipulated him. At this point, Pena Amarjano had to confess to Aren that her brother was a huge simp, so obsessed with that woman that he was willing to throw money around like water. He even built a grand, pristine cathedral right in the royal palace just to please her. And the truth was, her being exiled here was also orchestrated by Raminia. Aren didn't know what to say about this simp after hearing all that. While his people were starving out there, he was blowing money on a woman and practically driving his own country toward destruction. It makes you think his ancestors for 18 generations would probably rise from their graves just to give this descendant a few beatings. However, what made Aren the most confused at this moment was why she was telling him all this. Because in Chena reality, their two countries were still enemies, still clashing and having conflicting interests, so she should be trying to exploit him, not cooperating. Faced with Aren questions, Pena Amarjano had to admit that these matters actually concerned him from a different perspective. She then told him about the first time she met the Saintess at her brother's wedding. At first, she felt the Saintess was a very approachable and kind person. However, her spirit, Sala, secretly warned her that this woman couldn't be trusted, so she became wary and limited her contact with the Saintess. It wasn't until later that she managed to dig up some information, which, when combined with recent events, led her to guess that the culprit behind the plague in Ernesia was likely the Saintess. And if that were true, both Meria and Ernesia would have a common enemy. Since the enemy of an enemy is a friend, she thought it would be best for both of them to work together to overthrow the Holy Empire. At this moment, Aren also could not. I can't believe Pena has such incredible deduction skills. She didn't just correctly identify the Saintess as the mastermind, but she also clearly pinpointed their goals and their shared enemy. However, that alone wasn't enough to convince him to team up. The moment he said that, Pena immediately assured Aren that, if she could return to power as a princess of the Empire, she would definitely use every ounce of her ability to support him. When that time comes, she'll indulge Aren in whatever the hell he wants. Furthermore, another reason she trusts and chooses him as an ally is his strong moral character and the fact that he doesn't disregard the lives of the common people. Finally, Pena delivered a move that absolutely floored everyone. She wanted Aren to help her by taking her as his wife. The young man was so stunned he nearly lost his soul. He was mentally traumatized. It was a move he truly never saw coming. Facing Pena's intense attitude, Aren was genuinely surprised at first, but he calmed down quickly. "Oh, is that so? Fair enough. That is something you can give away as you please. So, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to receive my payment right now, would it? I have to verify if you're actually determined first." The moment Pena heard Aren demand to check her on the spot, she was terrified. But thinking of her unfinished grand ambition, she finally steeled herself and decided to go along with Aren's request. However, Aren had intended to help Pena from the start. He just thought she was so clueless and goofy that he wanted to tease her a little. Furthermore, the reason he taught her spirit magic was to pay back the Holy Kingdom, and now was finally the time to take down that Saintess bitch. At the same time, he made it clear to her that he had no interest and no time to deal with matters of profit and politics. Even so, he couldn't help for free, so as the Empire dreamed of restoration, he demanded that Pena establish trade and business with Isia. To put it bluntly, all he wanted was a tool to make money. Seeing Aren being this serious, Pena was left completely speechless. She felt like it was kind of petty. But bottom line, the two of them decided to seal the deal. Aren would help Pena reclaim her political power in Men. In return, Pena would help Aren deal with the Holy Kingdom and facilitate future trade with Isia. Meanwhile, at an orphanage run by the Holy Kingdom, the Saintess bitch was visiting the children there as usual. In reality, every place had to face natural disasters or damages caused by monsters. Although all nations were concerned about this issue, rarely was there a place where the highest authority in the country managed it directly, like in the Holy Kingdom. The Holy Kingdom officially implementing a policy to support orphanages was decided after the Saintess Nelvinia took on the role of representing the Holy Kingdom in politics. Perhaps that was why the children and the nuns here all loved and were grateful to her, never knowing that she had ruthlessly trampled over the bones and blood of innocent people in other kingdoms. After finishing her visit and confirming that this year's support for the orphanage was all set, Nelvinia breathed a sigh of relief. However, her assistant nearby reminded her that while they could increase the budget, continuing to pour money in like this would sooner or later hit a limit. In fact, the Holy Kingdom's financial situation recently hadn't been looking great. The year before last was a severe drought, and this year saw large-scale looting by demi-human tribes. Those things not only led to failed harvests, but also indirectly caused the number of orphans to skyrocket. The Saintess grew angrier as she thought about it because, due to its special geographical location, the Holy Kingdom was frequently attacked by demi-humans. Although there were major clans like dwarves or elves who could communicate, most of the people living around those border areas didn't know their language. Therefore, negotiations between humans and demi-humans seemed to have no results. Besides the encroachment of demi-human tribes, the Holy Kingdom also had to face many issues like barren, unfarmable land, and scarce natural resources. For that reason, to survive in a harsh reality, they relied on religion as their final fortress. On the other hand, the Saintess Nelvinia also relied on her divine abilities to sell holy water and medicine at high prices, tricking gullible religious followers into donating money to the church, as well as expanding her power by absorbing neighboring small nations under the name of the Holy Kingdom. However, she also realized that these business methods were unsustainable and wouldn't last long, and in a way, this country seems like it couldn't exist without me. Because of this, she was even more eager to speed up the plan to overthrow Isia, a kingdom rich in mineral resources and advanced weapons to manipulate and seize it, a kingdom possessing fertile agricultural land. Bottom line, the only way for her Holy Kingdom to exist, grow, and prosper was by trampling over other kingdoms. Furthermore, once faced with profit, morality meant absolutely nothing. For the sake of the Holy Kingdom's subjects, Nelvinia was ready to destroy all other kingdoms. Even if our desires are dirty, if we don't do this, the Holy Kingdom won't have a future, because the gods will never help humanity. Perhaps one day people will realize this truth, and they will curse me a lot. But if that were to happen after her goal was achieved, this meant the bitch had already prepared herself to be exposed, determined to go all in against Aren and Isia. As for the other side, Aren had also quickly received intelligence about the Holy Kingdom and guessed the plot of the Saintess, Nelvinia. How ridiculous. There are so many other ways you could have chosen, but you chose the easiest path, right? Mouth saying she's worried about the safety of her people, but behind the scenes, she uses dirty tactics, choosing to protect the inside of the Holy Kingdom while completely abandoning the outside world. By this point, Aren seemed determined to thoroughly deal with Nelvinia before it was too late, and to do that, he decided to choose Pena, who had the ability to use spirit magic, as his ally. No sooner said than done. Shortly after, Aren assigned her a few missions to practice before the actual combat. For her first mission, Pena successfully rescued a merchant wagon belonging to the citizens from a bandit group. Although she lacked experience and was still a bit clumsy and awkward when facing them, she made up for it by being proficient at summoning spirits, especially fire salamanders, to fight. I will use the spirit's fire to help you repent. Come forth, my spirits. On the other hand, never having experienced the world or known the power of spirits, these newbies initially acted extremely contemptuous toward the seemingly weak flames of the fire salamanders until one of them realized something was wrong, but it was too late to run. What the hell is this? Wait, only one of them using fire and it's already this strong? If the whole pack attacks, I don't know how terrifying it will be. They hadn't even had time to react before they were suddenly ambushed by the salamander pack. The result was a disastrous defeat. They were left with nothing. Seeing this, the carriage driver felt incredibly lucky to have been saved. But when he wanted to turn back to thank her, he discovered the hero had long since disappeared. Elsewhere, Pena and Jiriki were stopping in a corner of the forest to rest after the combat. Actually, for Pena, fighting the bandits wasn't an issue at all. It was just that she felt a bit cringy having to recite the embarrassing lines written by Aren. However, this was a key step in Aren's plan, so she couldn't just skip it. According to Aren, they first needed to change public perception of spirit magic, which had been severely suppressed by the Holy Kingdom due to their hatred of heretics and other races. During the resistance, many spirits accidentally attacked and harmed innocent people, or perhaps they chose to resort to looting just to survive. Because of this, the Holy Kingdom's manipulative propaganda gained even more support from the public. To solve this, Aren felt the best way was to prove to everyone that spirit magic isn't the harmful sorcery the rumors claim it is. He still remembered how Pena used spirit magic to heal the sick, but this time, the approach would be slightly different. They were going to give the Holy Kingdom a special gift that they would never be able to forget. If they wanted to play the rumor game, they would respond with their own rumors, but back them up with actions to gradually turn those rumors into reality. This way, Aren and Pena could slap the Holy Kingdom in the face while silencing the zealots. Killing two birds with one stone, it was perfect. Back in reality, Jiriki had shrewdly noticed Pena's discouragement, so she didn't hold back on the praise and encouragement. "You did great," she said. "Dealing with a bandit gang is a perfect way to gain real combat experience. Honestly, before I came to Fahelia, I cleared out a few bandit camps myself, just to make some traveling money. That's Jiriki for you. Every word she says is gold." It left Pena feeling a bit intimidated. "I understand why you had to do that, but this is a little different. Still, helping people using the spirit magic I've always had to hide, the feeling is amazing." Hearing Pena open up like that, Jiriki took the opportunity to drag her to a few more locations before letting her head back. Thanks to their hard work, it didn't take long before rumors about a pair of mysterious girls helping people began to spread throughout the kingdom. Some said they suddenly appeared and wiped out a bandit gang. Others witnessed them defeating monsters, terrorizing a village in the blink of an eye. An elderly woman even claimed they summoned strange creatures to repair a bridge. As soon as they heard the old woman's story, the gossiping crowd became more stirred up than ever. Those with experience quickly realized it wasn't standard magic, it was spirit magic, which had been banned by the Holy Kingdom long ago. Even though spirit magic was rumored to summon demons, many people who witnessed Pena using it secretly saw nothing but weird lizards and a bunch of clay dwarfs, no demons in sight. By this point, many began to doubt the Holy Kingdom's ban, and some even became clear-headed enough to shift their support towards spirit magic. "We're not followers of the Holy Kingdom anyway, so why should we care? That can fix a bridge? Sounds pretty convenient, doesn't it? I want to learn that too." And just like that, the protagonist of the rumors shifted from mysterious sorceress to the anonymous spirit master. Meanwhile, at Fahelia Castle, Aren felt lucky that everything was going according to plan. Furthermore, Pena was very cooperative and didn't show any dissatisfaction with any of his requests, which made things even easier. However, he was well aware that this alone wouldn't be enough to change the world's entire perception of spirit magic. After all, humans hold grudges for a long time, so they still needed to work harder. Basically, the first step sowing the seeds was done, so Aren felt it was time to move on to the next phase. At the same time, at the imperial palace of the Empire, the useless older brother, the King Pena calls a god, was meeting with the Saintess Nelvania. The reason for their meeting today was to sign the papers for the transfer of slaves from the Empire. At this point, the Emperor's stupidity had reached its peak. He was so completely dependent on the Holy Kingdom that the Saintess didn't even bother pretending anymore. She just gave a sneer of contempt. However, at the very moment the Emperor was about to put his pen to paper, shocking news suddenly arrived, cutting him off mid-action. At first, the Saintess intended to dismiss the messenger to avoid interrupting the negotiations, but as soon as she heard it was news from their spy in the kingdom, she couldn't keep her composure any longer. It turned out that Princess Pena Amriljano, who was studying abroad, had announced to the world that she was a spirit master under the support of the third prince, Aren. To make it more convincing, she even went big, summoning 2 spirits for everyone to see. Immediately, everyone realized that Pena was the silent hero who had been helping them all along. Not only had she saved people during the disease outbreak, but she had also repaired the broken bridge and fought off monsters to protect a village. Thanks to the support and encouragement of Aren and the friends around her, Pena was now more courageous and didn't fear anyone. "As you can all see, I am a spirit master. Since I was little, I have had the ability to communicate with spirits. My mother warned me never to let anyone see them to protect me. Because the Empire and the Holy Kingdom have a friendly relationship, if my existence were discovered, that bond would break. But in the end, the Emperor found out the truth and decided to imprison my mother and me. During that time, my mother became severely ill. Even before she passed away, she was always worried about me. Afterward, I had to hide my identity as a spirit master to avoid the royal gaze, and I even cursed my own abilities. During my time studying abroad, I was lucky enough to have the chance to learn spirit magic formally and proudly from the third prince, Aren. He was the one who taught me how to use spirit magic properly and explained its origins. He gave me the pride of being the owner of this unique power. Pena didn't just pour out the grievances she had suffered. She also spoke out against the Holy Kingdom's crimes. That includes spreading nonsensical dogma, labeling spirit magic as a form of evil sorcery. This was the reason why she had to live an unhappy life despite being a princess. Finally, Peña officially declared war on them with an extremely firm tone. I'm sure everyone has felt that spirit magic is no different from normal magic. So, I send this message to the Holy Kingdom. You must retract the absurd statement that your magic is righteous, while spirits are evil. At the same time, she begged everyone to stop the unreasonable oppression of spirit masters. By this moment, most of the people had become more clear-headed and tended to side with Peña. On the other hand, Aren had foreseen this outcome. Because, after all, the events leading to the oppression of spirit masters were tales of the past. Unless they were loyal fanatics of the Holy Kingdom, not many people would care about that anymore. Moreover, those who have suffered from the Church's doctrines and the Empire's suspicion have been labeled as victims, so public opinion is surely going to lean in Peña's favor. Normally, the Church would keep insisting on their archaic teachings and threaten Peña Amarjano. But this time, that is absolutely not an option. That's because Aren is now backing her up. In front of all the citizens of Anesia, he clearly declared that from now on, Princess Peña would be under the protection of the royal family. He even took this opportunity to release a series of studies proving that spirit arts are just another form of supernatural power, like magic. Immediately, the tension of this drama reached its peak. While Peña might have just used words before, Aren has now supplemented them with undeniable evidence, completely shattering any doubts among the public. Magic can also be misused by evil people. Therefore, spirit arts are not a power that needs to be eradicated. On the contrary, I feel we should empathize with the princess's situation, not just pity her. I will pose questions and demand answers from the Church on her behalf. If anyone has any doubts about my reasoning, I am more than happy to discuss it directly. I hope everyone will share their opinions with me, and if there are any other spirit users besides the princess, anyone at all, please come to me for help. After Peña and Aren's speeches concluded, perhaps because of their previous charitable actions, public sentiment shifted to seeing Peña's situation as truly pitiful. Meanwhile, the reactions of the nobles and authorities remained very cautious, as they were weighing which side would bring them more benefits. With that, this phase reached its conclusion, allowing Aren to prepare for the next stage. At the same time, over in the Empire, Peña's older brother quickly received news of his rebellious younger sister. However, before he could take action, or send a letter, the guys in the Church were already throwing a fit like they'd been doused in boiling water. This is a deception by the Empire. Continuing our treaty with a royal family that has a spirit user's bloodline like this is truly unreasonable. Only we deserve to receive the love of the gods, and everything else must be destroyed. We should cancel all treaties immediately. Looking at these useless, shallow priests, the saintess could only sigh. But for the sake of the big picture, she had to swallow her anger to handle the problem. According to her, they first needed to send a request to the kingdom to preemptively strike. But before they could even move, Aren unexpectedly sent a letter to express his lovely thoughts to them. The point was that he wanted to arrange a direct conversation with them to discuss details. Although both the Saintess and the Emperor were quite surprised by this move from Aren, they quickly sent a reply. They agreed with his proposal on the condition that he must come to the Empire's royal palace himself to negotiate. Challenge accepted. After all, Aren has never been afraid of anyone in his life, so he casually walked into their lair, and the one accompanying him was none other than Peña. However, the princess didn't look too keen on this homecoming. Her bored attitude was a stark contrast to Aren, who was beaming with energy. Sensing that Peña was worried, he spoke up to encourage and reassure her. "Oh, why is our protagonist of the day acting like this? Come on, there's still time. Let's go over the important points before officially stepping into this battle. Regardless, I'll be the one to tell the detailed stories, and all you need to do is not show fear in front of the enemy. Just not making mistakes is half the battle. You can do that, right?" Not only that, Aren even gave Peña a special gift to cheer her up, a powerful divine artifact, leaving Peña extremely surprised by his generosity. He even took the initiative to braid her hair, making the girl's heart flutter. It's no wonder he's the fourfold wealthy man Aren, wealthy in economy, refinement, reality, and kindness. When a rich man is this thoughtful, how can a girl resist? Finally, bolstered by Aren's encouragement, Peña felt much less tense, and was ready to enter the negotiations with him. Very quickly, both arrived at the main hall of the Castle, where the hawks and wolves of the Church were present. Upon seeing the face of his beloved younger sister and Aren, the Emperor started barking. "Arenia, why did you teach Peña Amarjano spirit arts?" Aren found it annoying, and since he wasn't one to back down, he immediately snapped back, successfully making the guy furious enough to vomit blood. After that, he quickly moved to present the purpose of the negotiation. According to the divine commands the church worships, spirit users must be destroyed because they are heretics, right? But in reality, those doctrines were written 500 years ago. Back then, there were indigenous peoples on church territory who worshipped spirits. The heretics the gods spoke of were them. However, that does not mean spirits must be completely eradicated, because spirits are not evil beings. They are merely creatures with souls made of magic floating in the air. Following that logic, does the church intend to claim that every living creature that possesses magic is evil? Immediately, the Saintess Nelvinia lost her composure and loudly protested Aren's argument. Even the priests from the church side joined in the ruckus, criticizing him for speaking nonsense, lacking evidence, and claiming that the Saintess's miracles could repel spirits, so spirits must automatically be evil demonic magic. Even the Spirit King would lose to the divine power of the Saintess. Upon hearing this, Aren knew this bunch of idiots was beyond saving. Instead of continuing to argue with them, he decisively had Pena step up and let her use her ability to summon the Spirit King to intimidate those who doubted her. The very next second, all of them were slapped in the face, because Pena actually succeeded in summoning the Spirit King into the audience chamber. Seeing the scene before them, everyone in the room seemed to become noisier than ever, continuously whispering about the princess's superior power. Although she had prepared her mind and succeeded in the summoning, Pena still felt tense when facing the Spirit King. After being summoned, the Spirit King quickly got down to business. "You summoned me. Why? Is there any enemy that needs my flames to incinerate them? Some human doctrines claim spirits are evil, and I called you here to ask about that." Sure enough, right after hearing Pena's exposure, the Spirit King immediately flew into a furious rage. Sure enough, the moment Pena exposed her, the Spirit King flew into a terrifying rage. He was so furious he wanted to burn down the entire palace with everyone inside. How ignorant. We are all beings that dwell within the mana of nature. To call us evil is like saying the very land you live on and the air you breathe are evil too. Watching from the side, Aren added fuel to the fire, pointing his finger straight at the mastermind, that Saintess Nelvinia. And from the perspective of the Holy Kingdom, even the Spirit King wouldn't be able to withstand the Saintess's power. What does the Saintess think of that? This is the final opportunity to prove the legitimacy of the Holy Kingdom's doctrine. Even though she was panicking internally, for the sake of the nation's image, she tried to maintain her calm, Ice Queen persona. Finally, after weighing the pros and cons, she answered that there was no need to fight, claiming it was all a misunderstanding about the spirits. The war-hungry priests were extremely dissatisfied with her decision. Meanwhile, Aren continued to press her, exposing the crimes committed by her and her Holy Kingdom lackeys. It wasn't just Princess Pena who was a victim of the Holy Kingdom's oppressive doctrines. He had also found 246 other people capable of summoning spirits. And, of course, they were all safe under the protection of Nessia. Hearing this, Nelvinia seemed to be completely silenced. Even though the Holy Kingdom's side was suspicious of the divine power, seizing the moment, Aren used this chance to show everyone the atrocities she had committed. By using a recording orb, he played back the entire scene from the time the plague broke out in the kingdom of Ernest Nessia, accusing Nelvinia of being the culprit behind the catastrophe. Immediately, everyone in the meeting room had the same look of horror and utter confusion. Nelvinia hadn't even had a chance to defend herself before the recording orb projected a series of scenes showing her spreading the disease. Initially, Aren had installed this device just to monitor the area against thieves, but somehow, it accidentally captured this. What a coincidence. What a surprise. Even the Holy Kingdom's loyal dog, the Emperor, stared in disbelief after seeing the footage, his mouth agape, as if he couldn't believe what was unfolding before his eyes. What's worse is that she didn't just do it in one place. She chose many locations all over the Chaina Kingdom to strike. Actually, the reason Aren didn't capture Nelvinia immediately and let her run wild for a while was to strip away her cruel, inhumane mask in front of the public and completely destroy her reputation. Even with clear evidence before her, this woman still shamelessly denied the charges and turned to accuse Aren of slandering her. She then continued to use her words to manipulate the Emperor, trying to maintain the alliance. The friendship between the Empire and the Holy Kingdom has lasted for hundreds of years. Yet, you doubt me because of some fabricated evidence and intend to cancel the treaty? The Empire is currently facing financial difficulties. Seeing her foolish brother about to fall into a trap once again, Pena could no longer hold back and immediately spoke up, clearly stating that she had a way to help the Empire escape the financial crisis without assistance from the Holy Kingdom. With that, she called her handmaid to bring the trade agreement with the Kingdom of Nessia for him to see. She also asserted that if this project succeeds, their pressing problems would surely be solved. Indeed, this agreement was very attractive. So, the emperor began to waver after reading through the terms. However, he was still hesitant because of the friendly relationship with the Holy Kingdom. On the other hand, he seemed to only care about selling out his people to make money as quickly as possible. Aren had seen through this fool long ago, so he despised him deeply. Meanwhile, Pena, who truly had vision and cared for the people, was trying her best to persuade a tyrant like him to think about the big picture. If we hand over slaves to the Holy Kingdom now, the Empire will lose so much. Although it might take some time, we must let our people focus on farming and thereby rebuild our commercial foundation. Only then can the Empire truly prosper. In reality, the agricultural land of the Empire is incredibly vast and fertile. Just utilizing that massive output to generate wealth is enough. Furthermore, Aren also promised Pena that he would teach the people how to improve their farming methods. Pena wanted to argue more with her brother, but Nelvania suddenly interrupted, and it seemed she used some kind of hypnotic secret technique to control the Emperor. This scene caught Aren's eye, so he immediately used his magic to intervene. Luckily, the Emperor managed to wake up in time and had a change of heart. I need to discuss this with my ministers once again. And are the pieces of evidence that Aren brought forward truly accurate? With the meal snatched away right from her mouth, the Saintess was furious, and when faced with questioning from the Emperor, she could only loudly defend herself and assert her innocence. However, Aren absolutely would not give her any chance to recover. He continued with a stern tone to voice his suspicions. Nelvania, after witnessing these scenes, I am beginning to doubt whether you are truly a saintess. Is your miracle perhaps a lie? And is your inability to do anything because you've been deceiving us? Hearing Aren, all the priests of the Holy Kingdom seemed to raise suspicions that Nelvania was not actually a saintess with divine power, who could hear the voice of God as she had boasted. They even became agitated and condemned her as a witch in disguise. Under the pressure of public opinion, the woman wanted to use the hypnosis on the Emperor one more time to turn the situation around, but the Spirit King was a little faster and blocked her spell. Out of options, Nelvania decided to go all out by using magic on everyone present. Seeing the mana floating in the air, the fanatical priests thought it was a miracle of holy water and were overjoyed. Only a few clear-headed people, including Aren and Pena, realized the anomaly and quickly coordinated with the Spirit King to stop her plot. Unfortunately, this type of magic was too fast and too dangerous, and it soon affected most of the people, not only driving them crazy but also blocking all escape routes. Although at first glance this move looked very powerful, Aren quickly realized that the victims were only unconscious, not actually dead. Lady Nelvania, I've always wondered how you reached that position. So, it turns out you have the ability to launch mental attacks. However, against the physical power of fire, even mental attacks have to shut down. Ben didn't waste any words. He immediately had the Spirit King charge into combat, turning Nelvania into the hottest living torch of the night. Not only that, she summoned dozens more fire salamanders to join the fun and ordered them to advance and assist the Spirit King. They focused all their fire on China. Just when they thought victory was within their grasp, the Saintess unexpectedly rose up and launched a magical attack on Pena. However, the strange thing was that she didn't feel any pain or discomfort at all. She only felt like something had invaded her body. The very next second, Pena's late mother, Amarjano, suddenly appeared before her, leaving Pena completely shocked. Mother told you to stay away from spirit arts, didn't she? After I passed away, did you stop listening to me? Have you forgotten why I was imprisoned? It's because your cursed talent was discovered by His Majesty. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my life wouldn't be in such a dead end. Suddenly hit with such a heavy psychological blow, Pena naturally fell for the trick and began to sink into depression. The Spirit King tried to urge her to snap out of it. But who would have guessed? A dark force lurking in the shadows took this opportunity to ambush him and successfully sent the Spirit King packing. Only then could the Saintess temporarily escape the scorching flames and save her own skin. Although she had just escaped death, she didn't seem willing to give up on her original plan. She struggled to stand up to cast a spell of oblivion on everyone. Even if I die, you must all forget what happened today. Forget everything. The Tal Leyland plague was a fake, and today's chaos was caused by Princess Pena and Prince Aren being possessed. On their way here, they were attacked by evil spirits. The treaty between the Empire and the Holy Kingdom has been signed successfully. However, secrets are hard to keep hidden for long. Just as the Saintess thought everything had succeeded and was about to strike at Aren, he suddenly rose up, leaving her completely shocked, bewildered, and floored. Is that really all you've got? How boring. That was honestly too mediocre and predictable. Actually, no, I should be thanking you. You gave us this private space where no one else is watching. How could you possibly have music? How, you ask? Someone who has lived 101 lives like me. How could I possibly lose to the mental strength of someone who has only lived 2, right? The reincarnated Nelvinia Winstow just got caught by the final boss immediately. This time, the Saintess was really going to have a conversation with young Aren. Right after that, he didn't let her react and quickly took action, forcing her to pay the price for daring to pry into his memories. At the same time, he used this chance to squeeze every secret out of her. It turns out that several hundred years ago, in a remote village on the edge of the Holy Kingdom, a little girl named Ramila Purelia was born. As she grew up, Ramila was chosen as a saintess and educated in religious dogma. So, the little girl had deep faith in God. Years passed, she became a young woman and officially entered the service as a saintess. However, the harsh reality helped her open her eyes and see all the filth there. Instead of meeting true priests, she ran into a bunch of absolute scumbags. There were too many greedy people in this holy kingdom. High-ranking priests only knew how to use faith to bait followers and hoard wealth to satisfy their own desires. The Holy Emperor was even worse, blindly fanatical and completely detached from reality. Furthermore, Ramila realized a bitter truth. Prayer alone could never fill the bellies of the starving. If you want to eat, you have to work. If you don't work but expect to eat, you'll only end up with nothing. Therefore, she decided to take a different path from them and vowed never to sacrifice herself for these filthy people. On the other hand, upon becoming a saintess, Ramila underwent a special ritual of the Holy Kingdom that allowed her to use the power of a true saintess. In reality, this power differs, depending on the individual user, and saintesses throughout history usually only used their power for society. But Ramila was different. First, she returned the ill-gotten wealth to the people of the Holy Kingdom. When the Holy King believed the words of the high priests to oppose her, she used that very power to crush them. After that, many people were saved in the name of the saintess. But this alone still wasn't enough, because life had only improved temporarily. Meanwhile, the fundamental problems remained unresolved. War was still raging every day, and a steady stream of refugees was pouring into the Holy Kingdom. Furthermore, Ramila felt that people couldn't just be saved by compassion, and she wasn't some divine being with 3 heads and 6 arms, so the only thing she could save was the Holy Kingdom. To cut a long story short, Ramila decided to toss her compassion aside and began to walk the path of darkness. On the surface, she sold holy water and signed treaties beneficial to the Holy Kingdom, but behind the scenes, she secretly framed countries that stood in her way as heretical. Then, she declared war and completely crushed them. At this point, this woman was beyond saving. She was even prepared to be stoned if her actions were ever exposed. It was all for her Holy Kingdom. However, before her plot could succeed, she became exhausted and turned into an old hag. From then on, supervision became lax, the priests fell back into the spiral of greed, and the Holy Kingdom went to hell. Right up until the moment she was about to return to God, Ramila still regretted that she hadn't achieved her ambition of turning the Holy Kingdom into a powerful nation, nor had she found an excellent successor to continue leading the Holy Kingdom. While regretting it deep in her soul, she unconsciously prayed to God for a chance to be reborn. And to her surprise, she was indeed reborn in a new body with the name Nelvinia Well. After Ramila died, the new saintess chosen was incompetent, which caused the Holy Kingdom had fallen into crisis once again. To resolve the issue, Nelvinia was forced to take drastic measures. She had actually been preparing for war after removing the Holy King under the pretense of illness, intending to push back other races to expand the Holy Kingdom's territory. Since she had done it once before, things were going smoothly until Aren appeared. Hearing that, the young man was totally speechless. He couldn't believe that just because he made a bit of money from selling new products and paper, she was planning to destroy an entire kingdom. The saintess didn't even bother hiding her intent to eliminate Aren, which made him shudder. Even though she was clearly in the wrong, up until this very moment, Nelvinia still hadn't realized her mistakes and kept trying to make excuses. It's not just money, it's a massive fortune. That wealth will keep the orphans from going hungry and ensure they're raised properly. Aren, aren't you acting in your own interest and for the sake of those around you? Aren didn't deny it. He honestly admitted that he hadn't ever had such a foolish thought. A saintess who abandons her compassion to act just like a devil. After hearing Aren's sermon, Nelvinia seemed to accept the truth that she had lost and had no chance of turning things around. But before logging out of this world server, she begged him to erase his hatred toward the children in the holy nation, offering to take all the punishment on their behalf. Although Nelvinia wasn't truly evil and was still thinking of the innocent children until the very end, her words sounded so shameless that Aren couldn't take it anymore and snapped back immediately. Represent them? How ridiculous. Just because you've lived 2 lives, you think you're special? You think your life is worth more than others? You and I are just normal people who happen to have lived a bit longer. Despite being berated, Nelvinia still had the nerve to demand a promise from him. Naturally, Aren wasn't stupid enough to fall into that mess. Instead, he only guaranteed that he would do the bare minimum, and anything beyond that would be up to her own karma. Finally, Nelvinia logged out all the useless clergy to clear the way for Aren and the Holy Nation, then calmly accepted her fate. Sometime later, Pena finally woke up. Immediately, everyone rushed over to check on her and congratulate her for defeating the witch that threatened the Empire. While Pena was still confused and had no clue what the hell was going on, Aren quickly reminded her that she was the one who summoned the King of Spirits and successfully protected the Empire. Even though she didn't remember a thing, seeing Aren give her the green light, she didn't overthink it and just went along with it. Afterward, it was thanks to this event that the Empire and the Holy Nation sat down and agreed to end their conflict peacefully. Furthermore, the hypnotic magic the Emperor had been under was lifted, so he realized his mistakes and apologized to his sister. In the time that followed, thanks to Princess Pena's efforts to prove herself, the Empire's prejudice against spirit masters disappeared, and everything ended well. On the other hand, Aren had also successfully negotiated with the Holy Nation after sharing a few loving words with them. Issues like the plague, the oppression of spirit masters, and the plans to conquer other nations that the Saintess had prepared were all brought to light. Naturally, everyone was shocked, especially the people of the Holy Nation, who drove the Saintess away, while other neutral nations started to change their stance. As for Aren and Pena, since both had achieved what they wanted in the agreement, parting ways was inevitable. She would stay in the Empire as a princess, while he would return to continue building his career in the Fahelia territory. Finally, after a few parting words to each other, Aren said goodbye to Pena to return to Arnesia. After that, everything proceeded very smoothly. Trade relations between the kingdom and the Empire went well, and both sides maintained a peaceful relationship. While the Empire expanded its agricultural land, the kingdom handled the export of those products. Additionally, during their previous exchange, Aren had also mentioned sponsoring the Empire with cacao seedlings and planting methods to turn them into a major cacao supplier. Upon hearing this proposal, Pena was extremely surprised and curious about why he would do that. After all, cacao is the main ingredient for chocolate, a luxury item for the elite. Moreover, there had been cases where 2 countries went to war over cacao, which shows the economic appeal of these beans. However, Aren explained to Pena that supplying cacao by sea, as they currently did, was very difficult, and the local harvest was limited. Therefore, he wanted to partner with the Empire, which had plenty of fertile land to cultivate cacao, instead of continuing to import it from other continents. Besides this, the group of spirit masters under Nisia's protection expressed their desire to follow Pena to learn, so Aren handed them over to her care. At the same time, he encouraged her not to feel too pressured by her upcoming political role and to just do her best. As for the Holy Nation, ever since the Nelvinia incident, it had gradually declined and was almost wiped out by other races due to their karma. In the end, the Holy Nation decided to abolish religion entirely and changed its name to the Kingdom of Jonian to survive. At the same time, a famous scholar said that all nations hostile to Arenia collapsed, while those that strengthened friendly relations survived and thrived. This belief spread widely, and everyone bought into it completely. 2 years after the shocking events in the Holy Nation, our young man, Aren, officially turned 20. Over the past 2 years, his ships safely brought plenty of cacao back to the continent, and after many experiments with crossbreeding and environmental restoration, the cacao trees finally took root and grew in the Fahelia territory. Finally, after pouring all his heart and effort into perfecting the formula, Aren succeeded in creating the first bottle of cocoa in this world. In short, a new wind of wealth and sustainability began to blow through the kingdom, and Aren enjoyed peaceful moments like this until his mother started nagging him to get married. Even when facing the insane Saintess, the young man only felt annoyed, never truly in danger like this. Initially, Aren tried to make excuses to dodge the topic, but his mother was one step ahead. Before he could even say a word, she was already tearing up. Aren, you used this excuse last time too. Now that you're 20, it's time you seriously talk about marriage. Cornered, the young man had to use his baby sister as an ally. It turned out that since last year, his parents had started a plan to produce a new family member, and the baby was Jessia, the valedictorian of the reincarnation department, the youngest princess of a powerful kingdom, and the royal family's late-in-life child. Afterward, Aren handed the baby back to the nanny to be fed, but his mother kept bringing up marriage. Out of options, he used the excuse that Ka had to get married first. However, she revealed to him that Ka would soon be participating in a major campaign, which specifically meant a political marriage. Finally, Aren reluctantly agreed with his mother that he would think about marriage, but he planned to fake a meeting and then find a way to escape, because he would be even busier starting this year. After saying that, he said goodbye to his mother to return to the Fahelia territory. After seeing her son off, Livana couldn't hide her anxiety and eccentric behavior. In reality, she was a quirky person, just like Aren. Her style was even more wild and bold than her son's. That was also the reason why, when she worked as a maid, Livana caught the king's eye, and the two quickly fell in love at first sight. Although after Aren was born, Livana knew how to keep things in check. Her true personality would shine through whenever she was stressed. The maid was so used to this that she just calmly asked if she had any ideas or plans for finding him a bride. Only then did Livana excitedly share something that sounded like a secret. Actually, an interesting letter was sent recently. This time, it seems like things will go smoothly. My intuition is telling me so. Meanwhile, on his side, Aren was also having a massive headache over the marriage issue. Truth be told, just stalling until now was already a great feat, because his marriage issue wasn't just a concern for the nobles within the kingdom. Other nations were keeping an eye on it too. Depending on who a person with his influence would marry, the kingdom's standing, and even its relations with other countries, could be affected, so he had pretended to be extremely cautious to avoid bringing up the subject. However, now not only his mother, but many others were eagerly asking. Especially during holidays, he constantly received questions like, "When are you getting married? Who are you planning to marry?" from every citizen of China across the Nasia kingdom. This problem was so difficult that Aren had to go vent and confide in the employee working at the chocolate shop. Good grief. No matter how many lifetimes I live, marriage is always the most headache-inducing and troublesome thing. Who even came up with this idea? While Aren was stuck in this deadlock, the employee casually shared her own story. "My lord, I got married last month. From the start, most people were worried because they couldn't get married. But for you to be worried about that, it's really overkill, isn't it?" However, screw all the advice everyone gave about marriage. Aren still decided to find a way to stall a little longer. But before Aren could even act, the group of Sena, and Jariki suddenly appeared to prepare for his matchmaking. Then, while Aren was still stunned and had no clue what the hell was going on, they teamed up to drag him away immediately. Thus, Livana's campaign to get Aren married had officially begun. Afterward, under the coercion of the three ladies, the young man was neatly packed up and brought onto a carriage. He was even threatened to just obediently accept his fate. Going on a blind date feels like being kidnapped to another country. It turned out that a day before, Sena, and Jariki had received an unexpected call from Livana, and she confided in them that Aren's single status was unacceptable. As a mother, Livana knew for sure that he would try to escape again quite easily, so she wanted to ask them to hold him back so he couldn't get away. But for the three of them, this was the hardest part. Because once Aren is determined to run, heaven only knows where to find him. However, they still agreed to Livana's request, while also telling her beforehand that they would only participate to a certain extent if it wasn't a marriage that Aren actually wanted. Upon hearing Asa set those terms, Livana confidently asserted that there would absolutely be no such thing. Because Aren's matchmaking partner this time was an extremely interesting person, to the point that he would be intrigued immediately. Hearing her guarantee, the three were also quite curious about the target. Until they saw that the person was Princess Peña Amarjano, they had no more doubts. It turned out that Peña was the one who took the initiative to contact Livana to nominate herself for the position of her daughter-in-law. She was also the one who asked those in the know to keep it a secret to surprise Aren. In any case, international marriages between royal members with low inheritance rights were completely normal. Moreover, Asa, Sena, Jariki, and Livana were all very satisfied with Peña Amarjano and felt she was a perfectly matched wife for Aren. When learning that she also had feelings for Aren, Asa couldn't help but reveal that the three of them had actually shipped them and silently supported them 2 years ago. They even made bets with each other. As soon as she knew she had such enthusiastic support, Peña was extremely happy and asked Asa and the others to cooperate with her to make this marriage a success. And this is why Aren ended up being escorted like this today. At first, the young man was speechless. He couldn't understand why these ladies were suddenly so interested in him going on a blind date. It wasn't until he saw the partner was Peña that he stared blankly, but at a glance, he could easily guess that she had prepared very thoroughly for the date, dressed in a beautiful, fragrant dress, and even using honorifics. Very quickly, Aren composed himself and hurriedly sat at the table. However, instead of using sweet words to coax the beauty, our tough guy immediately questioned her. Pena, I didn't expect you to be the one behind this meeting. You say this is repaying a favor? How do you intend to explain this? Faced with this demand, Pena really didn't know how to present it, so she had to pretend to deflect, looking innocent but actually guilty of 1,000 crimes. Seeing Pena's strange behavior, Aren at the time thought it was because of the gaze of the attendants and maids, along with the rumors about their relationship over the past 2 years. But Pena suddenly jumped up and asked him to go boating on the lake, making the guy completely speechless. Even though he felt a bit weird, Aren still agreed with her, and she was the one who took the initiative to talk to him throughout the meeting. I heard from the maids here that nobles often meet up for boat trips, right? That's right. Then they try to boat, only to fall face first into the pool and turn it into a swimming pool. That's just the tradition here. Thanks to that, we've got magic boats that move without needing to row. Pretty funny, right? Pena just stared at him with a deadpan expression, completely frozen. Aren, it's been years, but you're still the same. Can't you understand a young lady's heart at all? You're finally back to your true self, huh, young lady? We're clearly adults now. Even after all that, Aren still didn't get the point, and Pena couldn't hold back anymore. She had to snap. But since they were out in the middle of the lake, far from the shore, the maids on the bank couldn't hear a word, and just assumed they were being super intimate. Meanwhile, Pena Amarjano was still trying with all her might to make Aren understand that she didn't come here because of imperial pressure. Even her older brother, the Emperor, wouldn't dare push her around now. As they were chatting, Aren suddenly remembered something and asked Pena Amarjano, how exactly did she get his mother's approval? Did she not object at all? Contrary to what he imagined, when Lady Levan received Pena's letter, she was so overjoyed that she wrote a thank you note back to her. Maybe she was just relieved that someone finally came to take her hopeless, single son off her hands. Thinking about it, Aren found that pretty reasonable and didn't deny it. On the other hand, Pena Amarjano knew full well that she was different from the noble ladies who had tried to court Aren before she understood his rotten personality perfectly. She also made it clear that, as for her, no matter what he did, she would accept it. Then, she continued to see right through him. You're just avoiding marriage because you're afraid it'll become a burden, aren't you? Well, marrying me is probably your best option, don't you think? I won't oppose anything you do, and I won't let you get dragged into pointless politics. On the contrary, I can even shield you from unnecessary trouble. More importantly, now that we're of age, we need to find a life partner, right? Not stopping there, Pena went on to point out how well suited they were for each other. While Aren was trying to put off marriage, she was facing difficulties in the Empire that made it impossible for her to marry there. For those very reasons, I feel like you are the absolute best candidate to be my fiancé. Aren was stunned by the sudden proposal, but before he could even react, she grabbed his hand and confidently declared that she was the one person in this world who understood him best. No matter what he did in the future, she would always support him. Having realized that Pena Amarjano was truly serious about their future together, Aren asked if she really understood the weight of those words. However, Pena stuck firmly to her original answer. I do. It's strange, isn't it? You've got a terrible personality and you're always teasing me, but somehow, you've ended up in my heart. Truth be told, you really do have my attention. You don't judge me, and you don't have prejudices against spirit masters. Whenever I'm in trouble, you're the only one who's always there to help. Pena finally gained the upper hand and, no longer shy, actively asked for his opinion on the matter. Then, perhaps realizing she'd been a bit sudden, she backed off and told Aren he didn't need to give her an answer today. However, contrary to what she expected, Aren made his decision immediately instead of mulling it over. You're right. I need to make a decision sooner or later, and this is the perfect opportunity to make this marriage a reality. Pena, I've understood your sincerity, so I'll give you my answer. I accept your proposal. Naturally, Pena couldn't have anticipated this move from Aren, so she was completely caught off guard. Before she could even react, the opportunistic guy took it a step further, making everyone on the shore blush at the sight. After that special event concluded, they officially confirmed their relationship and spent the rest of the time together until the meeting ended perfectly. The person happiest to hear the news that Aren had found a match was undoubtedly Lady Levana. She even went to find him right after seeing Pena off. I'm so happy, Aren. I heard the meeting went really smoothly, didn't it? I didn't understand you all this time. I kept forcing you to meet so many other ladies even though you already had a princess in your heart. Of course, you didn't want that. Seeing his mother's expression, Aren easily guessed that she was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Furthermore, he was curious what Peña had said to soften her heart so much. Even though they weren't officially married yet, she had already won over his mother. But Aren felt that as long as their relationship was harmonious, that was a good thing. It saved him the headache, so he didn't ask further. A few months later, his cola beverage industry entered a stable phase, and at this rate, it wouldn't be long before residents everywhere would be able to enjoy cola to their heart's content. But cola wasn't the end of it. He couldn't just settle for that to build his paradise. So, shortly after, he finished building his second resort in Fahelia. Looking at the results, right in front of him, thinking about having a blast and eating to his heart's content in the city, while letting go of all the built-up fatigue at the resort, he felt incredibly excited. After all, he could finally live a laid-back life. Just then, Jaraki approached him to ask whether they should throw a party like the city's grand opening. However, in Aren's opinion, it probably wasn't necessary this time, because back then, the goal was to introduce Fahelia to the outside world. Now, the nobles were already whispering about the newly opened resort themselves. Besides, they had a much more important event to prepare for: the wedding of Aren and Peña Amarjano. After all, his mother and everyone else were looking forward to that day. Throwing a grand opening party now would likely overshadow the wedding. On the other hand, he didn't intend to send out invitations just yet. He wanted to invite his acquaintances over to celebrate first. Especially the workers at Fahelia, they must have been quite exhausted from the workload lately. So he wanted to use this opportunity for everyone to relax. And just like that, the relaxing resort party, organized by Aren, was set in motion immediately, while the excitement was still high. Very quickly, Peña, now in her role as his fiancée, received the very first invitation. Then, his parents and siblings also received invitations to the party at the Fahelia territory. On the day of the party, once everyone was settled, Aren quickly got down to business, offering a warm welcome and addressing the gathered guests. Today is a chance for anyone feeling the weight of the daily grind to truly unwind. Please, enjoy your time here, and if you can, spread the word about this place to others. Knowing his father had been stuck at a desk all year, barely moving, leaving him with aches and pains all over, Aren brought him here to relax. Their first stop was Fahelia's custom sauna. It was the perfect opportunity for him and his father to recover after working like dogs for months on end. It was also a rare chance for father and son to sit down and talk about life. "I was right to hand over the throne to your brother so early," his father remarked. "Otherwise, I never would have been able to make it here. He's so busy, he couldn't make it. I can just imagine how sad he is, probably on the verge of tears. From now on, we'll visit here more often. We should try some other health-improving things too." While his father was chatting happily with Aren, his precious daughter Kaina headed to the sauna to experience the service herself. Although Kaina had only left a short while ago, Fahelia had developed at such a dizzying speed that she couldn't help but be amazed and rave about how cool her brother was. So, as soon as she met Aren again, Kaina immediately gave feedback on the new resort's service. She and the knights were especially extremely impressed with the massage chair that he personally designed. It isn't just a simple body massager. It's an automatic air conditioning chair that stimulates the body's energy points, giving users the most blissful feeling imaginable. More importantly, these massage chairs also heal the lives and muscles of the knights after their grueling training sessions with Kay. Contrary to most people, Kaina didn't seem too interested in the relaxation services, so Aren suggested she go experience the food stalls instead. As soon as she heard there was food, she perked up and dragged her assistant along, racing over there. After that, Aren went for a soak in the mixed bath alone, but before he could enjoy a moment of privacy, his fiancée, the lovely Peña, found him there. As soon as she found him, she immediately started complaining about how everyone kept asking about them, which made her so tired she had to keep avoiding them. After getting into the bath with Aren, Peña started pestering him about their upcoming wedding again. "Aren, when exactly are we going to hold the ceremony? Do you think I'm the kind of man who would be so careless about that? I've already got it all planned out." Even though Peña was still a bit skeptical, she was swayed by Aren's persuasion and decided to trust him once more. Actually, Peña is someone who is easy to coax, very understanding, and thoughtful, which is why Aren loves teasing her so much. However, while the lovebirds were being all lovey-dovey, the busybodies led by Lady Livana were blushing as they watched their every move from outside. Looking at the situation, it seems she's going to become a mother-in-law and grandmother soon. The whole group was chatting away, whispering about peeking without a hint of shame, which left Aren a bit speechless. Very soon after that, the reception dinner took place in the main hall. just as he had promised Peña and the others earlier. He officially announced to everyone that the two of them would be married soon. At the same time, he hoped everyone would give their blessings for their marriage to be fulfilling and happy. Although for Peña, Aren's sudden decision to do this was quite a surprise. Overall, she felt very happy because he didn't hide their relationship at all, but instead expressed his feelings for her in front of all the guests. Soon after, news of Peña and Aren wedding quickly reached the ears of other subjects in the kingdom. While some nobles had mixed opinions, claiming that their marriage was not a suitable match, others expressed their support and agreement. Long story short, the whole realm was buzzing with gossip about Aren and Peña's story. Actually, Aren was already too used to this, so instead of wasting his breath worrying about what the public was whispering, he chose a wiser path. He went to find a suitable place to create a super rare and beautiful crystal, then crafted it into a one-of-a-kind set of jewelry as a wedding gift for his future wife. Time flew by. When the jewelry was finished, it was also the day the wedding would take place. Since it was the most important event of his life, both the bride and groom prepared thoroughly from early on, being pampered by the royal professional team from head to toe, so that everything would be perfect and beautiful. Even Aren, who was usually casual, had to put on a bit of makeup to look his best. Soon, it was the auspicious time for the ceremony. Both Aren and Peña were walking hand in hand into the aisle amidst the congratulations of everyone, especially with the highlight being the unique necklace designed by Aren himself. Peña became the center of attention, with all the young ladies whispering and gossiping. Everyone was green with envy because she had received such a precious thing from her groom-to-be. Following that, the officiant read the vows for the groom, Aren Ernestia, and the bride, Peña Amorisano. Regardless of whatever difficulties or challenges you may face, stay together until the end of your lives. Love each other as you love yourselves. Do you both agree? Of course, to the officiant's question, both Aren and Peña did not object. But in truth, deep down, Aren was feeling quite strange and disconnected at that moment, and he suddenly remembered a strange story from long ago. The story started a long time ago, with a fool being born. For a very long time, that fool lived with the memories of his past life. At first, he was confused, but then he happily enjoyed his power. Back then, he thought that having memories of a past life was a great gift, because as long as he wanted, he could do anything, and everyone worshipped him. It was for that reason that a delusion began to take root in his mind. He wondered if he might actually be a god, and then everything kept repeating over and over. Life and the world only had names and bodies as the two things that changed throughout his infinite lifespan. In the end, that fool grew tired of this endless cycle. What's the point of saving the world? After all, he would just have to live in another world anyway. What's the point of earning money if he just has to repeat everything just like before? What's the point of loving someone if in the end, he will lose everything? The gift of his past life had become a curse. It gnawed at that fool little by little, making him lose interest in everything. Instead of creating or enjoying something, he started waging wars and destroying everything. Sometimes, just because of his own whims, he became a danger to the entire world. And after wasting countless months and years meaninglessly, the fool forced himself to think more simply, that he was, in fact, just an ordinary human, living a bit longer than others, and having absolutely nothing different about him. Actually, he was so fed up that there were times he wanted to give up and just not care about anything at all. However, no matter how many years he lived, the value or definition of life never changed. Life is simply doing what you want, eating what you like, loving to live, and living to love. In the end, the Aren of this life realized that truth and accepted reality, which was to live a happy life with his wife, Peña. Many years later, the legend of Aren Ernestia was recorded in history books, and there were many historians who studied his life. They considered the era he lived in to be one of the greatest periods in human history, the time when humanity underwent its most significant changes. And indeed, without Aren's contributions, the kingdom would have faced a massive zombie outbreak and a devastating war with the Holy Empire. If that had happened, Ernesia might still be nothing more than a tiny nation instead of the powerhouse it is today. Moreover, nearly every industry Aren pioneered became the foundation of modern civilization. Because of this, scholars and historians have dubbed him the ever-flowing spring. On the flip side, some have argued whether he did all this just so he could live in luxury. Naturally, that nonsense was never taken seriously by the academic community. In the historical period that followed, Aren's industrial legacy was carried on by his eldest daughter, Anna Ernestia, and his other children. He also left his mark across many fields. All things considered, the current structure of the kingdom is clearly defined by the influence of Arenia.